Good evening, everybody. I would like to call to order the Fraser City Council regular meeting for Thursday, March 12th, 2020 at 7:02 p.m. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mr. Olin, could you do roll call, please?
Member Polanski? Here. Member Blanky?
Here.
Mayor Carnegie?
Here.
Member Kulka? Here. Mayor, Mr. Lessig? Member Lessig? Here. Member Shornack? Here. And Mr. Winowicki?
Yep. I'd like to make a motion that Mayor Pro Tem Winowicki is excused from tonight's meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Wayne, your light's on. Did you have something? Okay. At this time, I would need a motion to approve the agenda. If any amendments? Mr. O'Neill?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, you will not have a presentation by National Advance. And then item B on your A, B will also be pulled. There'll be no decision on that. They'll come back in April. Which item? The interlocal agreement.
7B?
7B, okay, thank you.
7B. And Don, did I need to add to the motion for the special meeting in April? Yep. I'd like to amend the agenda to, let's see, item 7H. It's a discussion of setting a special budgetary meeting for April 23rd. That's my motion.
Second.
A motion and second, all in favor?
Wait, April 23rd, right?
April 23rd.
No, I thought he's setting the meeting.
No, he amended the agenda to talk about it.
Right.
Oh, okay.
April 20.
Because I already put it on my phone, so.
Right, don't put it on yet.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, at this time, we need a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Anybody? Motion by Councilman Lester, seconded by
Second.
Ms. Kathy Blanky. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. This time, item 4, we have presentations. Mr. Fred Miller, the county clerk, update and state of the county. Mr. Miller, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for affording me some time on the agenda today. I promise to be brief. I know you have a lot of matters before you, but it's good to be here once again. I was trying to think the last time that I was here, and it's been a number of years, but I don't know if it was the last time, but certainly I remember being here in 2009 giving a report from the state of Michigan as the state of Michigan was experiencing such trauma from the economic collapse and whatnot. And so I don't want to draw any comparisons between what's going on today and what was going on back then, but it seems like every time I'm in front of the Fraser City Council, the world's falling apart. So
We won't invite
So we
you
blame you,
anymore.
Fred. Yeah, we'll blame you.
even more reason for me to be brief. But thank you. I'm here to deliver our annual report, which is kind of a summary of what we've been working on in the clerk's office over the last year. It's been a tumultuous 2 years for the clerk's office, but thanks to a fantastic team of really dedicated people up at the county, we've been able to not only stabilize this department, but also position it for future excellence. And I'm really proud of the work that we did as detailed in this report. I won't go through it all. If you're having a hard time sleeping, pick this up. It'll put you right out. But one thing I do want to highlight is our newly revamped mobile office program. And I want to thank the Fraser Library for hosting us last fall. And we had a great mobile office. It makes it easier for people to access services. We did everything from birth records, marriage licenses, CPL, concealed pistol pistol licenses, deed work, and register of deeds work there that day. It was a very good day, and it was a great forum to have that in. So I want to say thanks, and we hope to come back to Fraser with that service in the near future. But just as a quick overview, the clerk's office is 4 different divisions. We serve as the clerk of the court for the 16th Circuit Court in Mount Clemens, including running the jury pool there. About 16,000 people are called for jury duty each year, so managing that for the judges in the courtrooms is a chore, as are all the e-filing and the filing and the exporting of decisions and dispositions. We also serve as vital records, birth, death, marriage, concealed pistol licenses, notary public, veterans ID cards, and certain business registrations. We're the elections administrator for the county. Work closely with our local partners, and I know that it was a busy week in the clerk's office, and the Board of Canvassers is still going over the results, but everything from our vantage point went very well countywide, but particularly here in Fraser, and that's really a testament to your clerk and all the elections inspectors and her team that she works with as well. And then lastly, we serve as the register of deeds. Anytime that you buy or sell a property, you want to register your ownership in that. You register those instruments with the Register of Deeds. We are currently in the process of migrating all of our county records from one platform to another. We went out for an RFP, brought in a new system which is really going to radically change the way we do business internally, but also the way that title companies and the public and others interface with our office. We have over 8 million images predating Michigan statehood in our archives, and so not only is it cool to look at what your property is and your deeds and provide for continuity of your family's assets, but also to kind of look back on the history of the land. So case in point, I brought along some things I want to present to you, Mr. Mayor, but I have here a copy of Garfield Park Subdivision Number 1. This is a deed, or rather a plat map from 1926 for the area of the land on which we sit right now. Wilhelmine Avenue would go all the way through, Anna Avenue, which I don't believe is anymore, Agnes Avenue, which I now believe has been renamed Anita. There's a little bit of Heisner here and Fraser Avenue, of course, but this is where Steffens Park is right now, as well as City Hall. So this was a plat subdivision back in 1926. I have here for your records the deed that for the state land office conveying this land to the village of Fraser at that time back in 1940. And then I'm told by our team that in 1948 all the lots of this property were vacated, as well as the alleys were vacated in 1956 to clear the land for the park and for the establishment of City Hall. So I want to present that to you guys, and it's just kind of a small part of what we have in the records, but I knew that it would have a good home here in Fraser.
Yeah.
So happy to answer any questions that you have, but most importantly, all our contact information is on the back of this. If we can ever be of service to the city or the people of Fraser, let us know.
Great.
Thank you.
I do have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
With your mobile office that you've done, do you do that every year into the cities, or?
We're trying to get around to all the areas of Macomb County, and it's a big county. We've done 22 different events to date, and we try to do one in the north end and one in the south end, and alternate it every 2 weeks. So last week we were in Sterling Heights. We are going to be in Ray Township coming up, and we are going to be in, it escapes me right at this moment, but we try to do one north and one south. We're going to be at Warren Woods Tower Administration Building in Warren next Thursday, and then we're going to Ray Township, so we go north end, south end, back and forth. But the Fraser Library was a great place. Reminded me of the collection of fantastic mystery novels that are right there. I had a good time perusing those. But whether it's City Hall or another place that you'd suggest that would be good for the public, we would love to come back to Fraser.
Then when you're in those cities, is it just restricted to those residents in that city where you're at, or it can be anybody?
It's for anybody. I mean, one of our biggest drivers, when people get their notice from us to renew their CPL, we insert a notice that says the next 2 upcoming mobile offices. So we have people from all over who don't want to go to Mount Clemens, who don't want to have to battle parking, or it's a closer drive. So we get people from all over.
Great. Councilman Lessig.
Yes. Hello, Mr.
Hi.
Miller. Good to see you here.
Likewise.
Looks like the department's working pretty well. I had a question. You mentioned the deeds and the registrars. I've been up, years ago, I went up there and looked at them in the building, and I didn't catch, can you do these online yet? Can you?
Absolutely. Yep. So we're in the process we're in a time of change. We had the previous clerk Clerk Saba, long time, was a great innovator of the office, had two duplicate services. One was called U.S. Land Records, one was the Google-powered Super Index, which was just like a Google search. You could type in your address or your name and get, just like a Google search, you could get all kinds of records that were associated with any of those data points. When I came in, one of the most urgent things, we were presented by Google. They were doing some back-end changes without getting too much into the weeds, but to continue that service would have been cost prohibitive for us to do. So we had to retire that. We were able to work with our current vendor, U.S. Land Records, to allow for free searches for people, to allow people to put fraud alerts on their property. So anytime that a change happens with your property, you would get a proactive email just so you can confirm that it was actually you doing it. Frankly, the interface is not the most intuitive. It takes a little bit of work to do it. That's why part of the reason we're moving to this new platform, which we hope to go live on June 1st is our go live date, and that's going to be as interactive as the Super Index and intuitive as the Super Index, and have all that data and the search capability of the current
Great.
platform. Yeah, but if you go to our website, the long answer to a short question, macomb.gov.org/clerk-ROD. You can click on the property record search and go right to that search engine.
Great. Are you connected to the ArcGIS for the county too?
The GIS, so another program that we administer is the State Remonumentation Program. This is again, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's a state-funded grant program that surveyors are going around and remonumenting the entire county. And we just are completing a project taking all of that data and linking it to the GIS tool, which is an amazing tool for
Very cool.
for data hounds and surveyors, developers, has all that. The GIS tool does currently link to our search engine, and some communities goes right to the data, but once we move to we get this project done, we're going to take the steps to initiate a tract index in Macomb County, which we've never had before, and that would be able to link. The goal is you click on the GIS portal on any plat, and it would take you exactly right to the deed, or at least the indexed information, and then if you wanted to purchase the deed, you go through that process.
All right, last question. You mentioned that I hear these ads for title lock insurance. So you can set a notification if some record on your property changes.
Yes.
Is there, I'm going to email you and ask you, and I'm going to
By all means, yep.
with the council, but I think that's important so that you can set a flag if your property changes.
Yeah, we call it our fraud alert system. Again, if you go to our
Fraud
website, there's an icon on the Register of Deeds page. You can click on it, and there's a video that we put together to take you step by step through that process. Again, the current tool, admittedly, is not the most user-friendly, but we're moving towards a better tool, but that service is available.
Great. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Also, well, thank you for coming out. We appreciate it. We'll find a nice frame for that. And thank you. I
That is
appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Brad, I love our histories.
That's coming off. At this time, we have the interim director, Mr. Pettis, to go over the 12 and 24-hour shift assignments.
I always forget to thank Michelle Kwiatkowski, who always puts these together for me. She probably does most of the PowerPoints here for us. We give her the word, she jazzes it up, and I never thank her, and she does a lot of jobs around here, so I want to just thank her. I always forget to, so thanks, Michelle. And I know I don't know when I should do this, but I'll do it now. And if you want to stop me, you can stop me. We can do it later. But I did want to come in front of council for a new hire for the anticipated retirement of Renee Campion, which is 6 months from now. I know I need your approval from that. I don't know when you want to do that, but I don't want to forget about that because we have to act on that.
Okay.
Thanks. So 2 months ago, I think it was, I was tasked with looking into different shift models for our department. And basically the questions, we went out to, you guys got that report. think we went out to talk to like 7 departments that run similar to ours. And basically, our questions were what shift schedule best fits our department, our needs here in the department? What costs are associated with a particular shift model? Why do departments switch to a 12-hour shift? What schedule will cause the least amount of overtime? Because that's, I think, a major reason on why people want to switch shift models. What the employees want and what best serves the needs of our community. That really is the bottom line when it comes to what we're looking at. And the first thing that, and I know in a lot of questions that may come, and this is what it kind of comes, they'll all come back to, that changing shift models, start time, leave times, hours worked, is a mandatory subject of collective bargaining. And I know a lot of this is repeat. I have some new numbers in here, so I don't want to repeat too much. It's only 10 slides, but so anybody that this impacts, this has to be a subject, a mandatory subject of bargaining. Every aspect of the change would have to be agreed upon during that process, and costs would have to be analyzed at that time, because when you make change, that's when you would have to look at the cost. And just so you guys all know, I talked to both the unions, the PSO union, the sergeant union, the president. Nobody's ever come to me asking to switch. I asked them last week, is there any interest in making this switch? And both unions did not want to make any switch at this time, which is important, again, because of the, it's a mandatory subject of bargaining. You guys wanted to see a shift model of what a 12-hour shift would look like, and basically all shift models look the same. And there are some advantages to it, a lot of them to the employee, but it's a 12-hour shift model. Basically, if you're platoon B, if you're there in the red, those are your work days, and your gray days are your pass days. And the great thing about it is you know when you're working 2 months from now, 2 years from now. It's a set schedule, which is nice for the employee, I guess. You do work less days, because when you work a 12-hour shift, there are less commute days. You go from working 10 days in a 2-week period to 7. You know your schedule ahead of time, and depending on how you look at it, there is built-in overtime to a 12-hour shift model. There's 4 hours of overtime every 2 weeks, or 4 hours that have to be accounted for. But it's nice. If you look every other weekend, you get a 3-day weekend.
Excuse me, Mike,
Yeah.
when you say 4 hours of overtime, is that for every, like the paramedics, the sergeants?
Any person you put on a 12-hour work schedule works at
Everybody.
36 hours 1 week and 48 the next.
Be everybody.
So it would be everybody that's on it, yeah. And again, it's a subject of bargaining. So you can't not compensate them for it, but how you compensate them is open to collective bargaining. And basically, each shift would have a sergeant assigned to it, 4 public safety officers, 1 medic, and we would have a swing medic as well, and 1 sergeant on each platoon, a day shift platoon and a midnight shift platoon, would swing back and forth to cover those days off for that individual sergeant. So as you can see, your minimum manning of 5, it's hard to get there. You have a relief factor of 1, because you have 4 public, this is on a full staffed, nobody's off, nobody's training, right here. So only 1 public safety officer can be off, or it creates overtime, which again, we'll talk about relief factor, which is kind of the issue with the 12-hour shift model. This is the 24-hour shift model, 3 platoons, 2 sergeants on each platoon, 5 public safety officers on that platoon, and 1 medic, and then you'd have 2 swing medics. And again, it's a 24-hour shift model. This is what firefighters typically work. It's great for fire service, for the type of, if you want a proactive policing model, which we are here in the city of Fraser, it's just not a priority in the 24-hour shift model. Yeah, you have 5 public safety officers and 2 sergeants, but they cannot work for 24 hours straight. They have to have built-in downtime into that. And for the way we police in the city of Fraser, we would pretty much, at most times, have 2 cops on the street at a time, because you have to account for downtime. A employee cannot work 24 hours straight. There's one model, 2 models really in Oakland County, but as you can see in your report, and I don't want to get into that, completely different demographic, different population. I think one of the departments arrests 90 people a year. We arrest like 1,200. Our calls for service, our medicals, there's really no comparison. And 12-hour shift models in police work for me, you talk about the fatigue with the 12 hours, it gets even worse with the 24s. And again, I didn't even touch really on the negatives of 12s, with the fatigue, with the overtime, that's in the report. Generally speaking, when you work a 12-hour shift and you have to split that shift, there's departments out there that regularly have public safety officers on the streets on an 18-hour shift. I don't know about you, but I don't want anybody out patrolling or doing law enforcement or fire or anything that has working 18 hours straight. There's no built-in downtime, there's no built-in sleep. It's just not a very efficient model. I know that's in the study about fatigue and the results of fatigue. I didn't want to get into that tonight. That's why I gave you that ahead of time. You've read about that. We can talk about that if you'd like. We talk about minimum staffing levels. When a department's minimum staffing levels are always at or near minimums, the shift model, whether 8 or 12, is really insignificant. You're always going to have to pay a lot of overtime when your minimum manning and your full manning are so close together. And that's what we've experienced, really the 2018-2019 schedule. Overtime is inflated due to training, due to disability, retirement, separation. We had multiple officers leave during that time, so we were running with 25, when 29 is our absolute minimum. So one person being gone pulled out of that equation creates overtime issues. The overtime costs, again, if you look at the 2018-2019 numbers, overtime costs were unusually high. That was when we had the layoffs. Subsequent to those layoffs, we had multiple members of the department leave for other departments. Staffing during that time, the 18-19, was always at 25. Operating at below minimum staffing will generate an inordinate amount of overtime with any schedule model that you choose. In November 15th, really, I think was the day, that was the first time, and so December was the first full month of full manning that we've had in probably 3 years. We had full manning of 29. We had the right amount of sergeants, right number of public safety officers. And this is where you see the difference when you keep your manning, your staffing level at full staffing levels. 57% reduction in overtime in the first month, and the 40% 27. And overall, the first quarter of overtime, or first quarter of this year, a true comparison, a December to December, a January to January, a February to February, we reduced overtime by 44%. So looking forward, that our goal is always to keep, and that's why we implemented, that you guys approved, thanks to you, that this implementation of getting people trained and ready for anticipated retirements is so important. It keeps that number to a minimum. Now this is an 8-hour, because I didn't put the 24 shift model on here. It was so obvious to Lieutenant Bisbee and I that 24 hours was not an ideal by any stretch. We're not built for a 24-hour shift model. But if you see the top 2 numbers, the main issue with 12-hour shifts, Kelly time is what I refer to those 4 hours. That's like a term, that 12-hour shift and 24-hour shifts, when there's built-in overtime. That's the term that they use. When you switch to a 12-hour shift, you have to account for 2,200 hours, almost 2,300 hours of overtime, those 4 hours for every employee that makes a switch. And more importantly to that, the 2842, that's the training time that is required for every public safety officer, and that 2842 is only fire training. That is 96 hours of training for every firefighter, which is contractually obligated that I must do. And on 12-hour shifts, there's no other way to do training, fire training, other than on overtime. So that 2,800 hours is fire training only. We still have required police and EMS. Police training, all have to be overtime. Some EMS training could be done at a shift level. Some of that, very limited, but it can be done. Because when you're on a 12-hour shift model, you're constantly, always running at minimum staffing level. And if you look at those numbers, I reduced some of those numbers in a third because how it is sold as a savings, 12-hour shifts, is that it's more efficient because you have 2 shift changes rather than 3. So if you think, okay, we're switching shifts twice a day rather than 3 times a day, the holdover and things like that, you might see a reduction. So I did reduce those all by a third. FTO, because they're working more days, or they're working less days, I cut that number in a third. But again, that's a mandatory subject of bargaining. So whether that number changes or any of these number changes, other than those top 2, are all mandatory subjects of bargaining. But you'll see you are almost doubling your estimated overtime hours compared to an 8-hour shift. So it became perfectly clear to us that the 12-hour shift model would not be very advantageous for our department. We got a lot of insight that's in that report from these chiefs, that a lot of chiefs, we've realized a lot of departments that switched from 8 to 12 did so as a, what's the word, like the unions won that. They wanted it in collective bargaining and they won it. You talk to the chiefs and they wish they weren't on 12-hour shifts, particularly for public safety. Police departments, it's probably a little bit more advantageous, but for public safety with required fire training that we have and all the training that we have being holding those 3 certifications makes it extremely difficult. So again, it's just, changing shift models when an employee doesn't want to buy into the change would be challenging in and of itself. Financially, changing from a 12-hour shift model would only increase our overtime costs. I don't see any opportunity for savings. I don't see any increase in efficiency in 12-hour shifts. As you see in my report, like I've told my city manager, we went into this blind, not blind, but unprejudiced. I didn't feel like it affected us individually. It was like what we thought was best for the department. And to me, it became glaringly obvious that we're on 8-hour shifts for a reason, because they're the most efficient at what fits our operation best. And I know you guys probably have some questions from that report, and I'd be glad to take them.
Councilwoman Shornack.
I have a couple things. One, maybe it's just typo, but you have 3 different numbers of overtime budgeted for 2017 from your city data. So one is 366,000, one is 240, and one is 360. Which one is accurate?
What are you referring to?
Page 15, page 17, and page 9 of what you sent us, your big long.
366 is the number. It did a,
Because on page 17, it's 240, and then on page 9, it is 366, and then on page 16, it's 360.
366 or 365 and some change is our the last fiscal year, which is a 2018, 2019. That was the number. I think I actually rounded up a few $100s.
Okay, because on the bottom, it says all the data is from 2017. It says it's all from the same year, and everything else is the same except those amounts.
2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, the difference in overtime is a couple $1,000s.
Okay, but I'm just saying, for this particular one that you gave us, Literally, everything's the same except that. So for this particular model, which one's the accurate number?
Oh, okay. The Huntington, yeah, that was from, yeah,
So Huntington Woods, we did this in 2016, actually, so that data was probably from 2016.
no, it
That's when we
wasn't.
looked at
No,
24s.
I think all those were at one point were 240. I don't know how that got back in there, but the number, they're all from the same, that's all the 360 is the number. That was our, I can.
Because like I said, the rest of the data that's on these is all the same except that number, and it's all says from its 2017. So you're just saying, just go with the 366?
Oh, you're talking about the population, the home value, and the income.
No, oh, yeah, on the bottom, yes. That, it says it's, all three of them say it's the same year, that, yes. But like I said, and all the information is exactly the same on every single one except the overtime. So I'm just trying to, like, narrow in which is the correct overtime.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay,
Yeah, on page 15, I don't see it on 15.
16. 16, 17, and 9. I'm sorry. I should put my glasses on so I can actually read the numbers.
Page 11.
Page 11 as well.
Page 11 has 366.
Yeah, that one's the same as that, though. These are the three that have the differentiating numbers. So I'm just trying to figure out which one's which. I have them all, if you need to,
Primarily.
like,
I never,
so. Do you just want to go with 366? That's fine. I just need to know which
366
number's
is-
the right one.
356 and 360 are the last 2 years. It's right around $360,000. That was our overtime that we actually spent for the last 2 fiscal years, give or take a couple $1,000s. I think one was 356, one was 350, or I'm sorry, 356 or 366 and 356. They were within $10,000 of each
Okay.
other.
So my next question is, and I think Ms. Baranski had asked this, out of the 1,166 arrests, how many of those were arrests because people were driving on suspended license? Because I know we have Groesbeck, and I know I see tons of stops out there. So I'm just asking.
Most arrests for most departments are misdemeanor arrests. I don't have that. I sent that data for 2 months to you guys a couple days ago.
The update, just the online update.
Okay, I'll have to revisit that, because I was looking over those numbers, but I didn't remember that was,
We got it Friday.
I didn't remember it was broken down to that specific. That's why I was asking.
In my report that I give you every month, it's not. I think I have like 4 of them in there. I was requested for 2 months to break down individually what we arrested people for. I gave that to, I don't know if that was forwarded or not,
Okay.
for December, or January and February.
Okay, and then my other question is, in 2 different spots, in one spot, and I know you've said 96 repeatedly for hours of training for fire, and in one spot you have 98. So like on page 14, it says 98, but on page 6, it says 96. So, and I was looking over the contract, and I didn't see anywhere, and believe me, let me just state for the record, I am all for training. I just want to point that out, but nowhere in the, that I could find in the contract did it stipulate that there was to be 96. And then when I was talking to Mayor Carnegie, he said that there's never that many hours that get done. So I'm really confused if that is like
I can pull the-
recommended versus in the contract versus you guys actually do 96 versus what part is that? What's the accurate part of that?
96 hours. I can pull the contract and show it to you.
And you guys do 96 hours?
Our goal every year is to do a minimum of 96. If we did, that is our goal. If we hit our goal, which some officers get, some don't, anytime that we don't hit that number, it's due to, it will cost us overtime. It's just that simple.
But we're doing overtime anyway, and it comes down to the safety of our men and women who are serving our community. That shouldn't be a factor. Because I know when we were discussing these, and you were saying that if we went to 24s or 12s, that then the training would have to be done on their off days, and then that would generate overtime. And they're already doing overtime. And that, if it's something that's in the contract and mandated, and everything that I've read through what you've presented us with, for the safety purposes of our men and women, and I know that when I was talking to Mayor Carnegie about this, that I believe, and correct me if I'm incorrect, that you guys are not necessarily doing training together anymore?
No, we are doing.
Oh, you are doing training together now, okay.
We did it in the long.
Okay.
Before Dave died.
Yeah,
And
so,
that, and just to be clear too, the 96 of fire is a direction, there's still also the first aid, the CPR, the medical stuff that's
so sort of like the EMT stuff as well.
considered separate training, not fire training, but everybody has to go, like we just had, stop the bleed training, it's for active shooter training. It's just a little bit related and not always fire training, but there's a lot more other trainings that probably are part of that.
Oh, and again, I'm pro-training, but I guess I'm trying to understand if it's something that is contractual and something that has to be done, and it's versus overtime, and I know, because I know you've said many times about, you know, the whole situation with not the correct training for Mr. Sutton. If that's the case, then that shouldn't be a factor. Overtime should not be a factor in whether or not people are being trained. Because
There's 13.
we don't want them to come back, because I know like in this about the fatigue and stuff like that, and how you don't recommend it because of the fatigue. But at the same time, if they're not appropriately trained, that's gonna come back on the city too, because we didn't do our due diligence in making sure they had the proper and correct training in order to do their job and facilitate it, so that they're not injured or, God forbid, killed in the line of duty, if it could be prevented.
I'll tell you this, every office, there's 13 schedules, there's 8 hours of fire training on every one of those. Every public safety officer has the opportunity to go to those trainings. Are there times where their vacations or their days off interrupt that? Yes, there are. And we try to work with them on both sides of the training versus allowing vacations, because it's every other Thursday essentially. So it's very difficult to schedule with vacations and time off that people want, but they are afforded 104 hours if they make every one of them. If you take off a training, and there are specific trainings that nobody gets away from, that if you miss, you're coming back and doing it. RIT training, rescue training, things like that. CPR training, you can go get your own CPR card. You're required to have it. So there are 13 schedules with 8 hours of training built into that. But is it a perfect situation? No, it's not. Every employee here has the opportunity to go to every training. And we try to accommodate both that and accommodate their personal lives as well. So, like I said here, does everybody get 104 hours or 96 of specific fire training? Maybe they don't, but we do a lot of other things. We have implemented from the County Chiefs Association Target Solutions, where they can do online training and things like that, videos, test, medical, and we implemented that about 1.5 years ago, and it works well. But it does not replace real fire training. Hands on the fire trucks, hands on the hose, in your gear, crawling around, getting on and off ladders. If you don't do that, then the next time you have to get on a ladder, and the last time you were on a ladder was 1.5 years ago, you're gonna struggle with that, like anybody that works on ladders knows. So, that is our goal. Do we hit it 100% on every employee? No, but we certainly try to, and we try to make it up when that doesn't happen. But every employee here has the opportunity to get their 96 hours.
Yeah, like he actually said, like tonight is RIT training, which is mandatory by the county. I'm not there, but I have to make the next one, or I have to somehow make it up somehow. But our fire training is different than the PSOs, because they have the whole 8 hours scheduled training. Ours is usually half of that, because they're being trained throughout the whole day. Our people work. They're full-time jobs, so we have to train halfway through their training.
So they're training while they're on shift? Or while they're working overtime?
No,
It's scheduled.
scheduled.
Okay, so they're coming in specifically for that,
Correct.
not while they're on shift?
Correct.
I was gonna say, because
But you
that's
can
gonna
only
like
do
take a
on
lot more
weekends,
people off the
yeah.
roads.
And then also you said Target Solutions. I probably put 20 hours in Target Solutions training last month.
That's all I have for right now.
Anybody else? Councilwoman Bransky.
Just to finish up on that, and this has been my fundamental struggle, and I am not picking on you, but this is what's happened since I've sat over there and as I've sat here. Statements are made that are taken at face value. And so I want to be very clear, because you said it's contractually required that we give 96 hours of fire training. And you actually therefore put into your cost analysis, because that's what I asked for, was the cost analysis, you put that in there. I looked through the contract, and the only thing I saw was that you cannot train them more than 160 hours in a year. So I didn't see a contractual obligation for 96, because the first thing I know, if they're contractually obligated to get it and they're not getting it, guess what? We now owe them, and that's a lawsuit. And it's not directed at you. I've been told repeatedly things are contractually obligated, and it's my number one frustration, because I take that at face value, as do our residents. That means we can't change it as a council, because we're contractually obligated. And it is very important, and it's important to note, we can't change shifts on our own. We have to get the union buy-in. That's important. Absolutely, that's contractually. So my question is it contractually obligated that we do 96 hours?
Yes, and I don't know, I'd have to see the contract.
So you don't know?
I have it. I mean, you have it, right?
Yeah. I'm looking at 36.4. This is the PSOs. I have the PSOs in the command. 36.4 says, all public safety officers will be required to take periodic fire training and fire service. The length of training shall not exceed 160 hours in any calendar year. This 160 shall include all fire training both on and off duty. Fire training shall be at the discretion of the director with consideration given to their work schedule, et cetera, et cetera. And we can find it later. I just want to make sure that when we're saying we can or we can't, that it's based on fact. And you are receiving my discontent, because a lot of things were told to us this week that are not factually correct. And I understand your opinions, and I'm a little frustrated too, because what we as a council asked for was the mechanics. What will it cost? The motion that was approved was, what will it cost with 29 bodies to run a 24 and to run a 12?
Couldn't tell you.
That's what we were expecting to get today. So that I would know if we ran 24s with meeting the requirements for mutual aid, for training, for whatever, this would be my budget. And obviously, there's no crystal ball. But interestingly, because when the 24 presentation was done before, they did, and it's interesting because that was left out of the analysis, and they did take the 24-hour presentation with 29 sworn officers, and they went back and put it over the prior 6 months. And the report concludes that if we had run 24s, in that 6-month time frame, only 3 shifts of sergeant overtime were needed. During this time period, we were at 6 bodies or more per day, and only 1 day did we drop to 5. We never reached the minimum number of bodies. And that report in 2017 or 2018, I can't tell when it was done because it references 2018-19 PSO's 29 sworn officers. It's not dated. It concludes that 24s is the best thing for the city financially. That's what it says. I'm quoting. Lieutenant Bisbee and Sergeant Witkowski are the names that are on the report. So my question for you is, and at that time, you guys actually, according to this report, took a survey and everyone was on board. Did you take a survey this year?
No, I
This week?
talked to the
This
union
month?
presidents about changing shift models, and they said they didn't want to. I don't need to take a survey to switch to 24-hour shift models. I am telling you, 24-hour shift models for this city is not a good idea.
Okay.
That is the worst-case scenario. We go to 24 hours. When you're talking 6 people being here, that's for 24 hours. I can't make people work for 24 hours straight. The best you're going to get, if you're number 6, is 3 people available for calls. Nobody here, and that's police, fire, and EMS. Do you want 1 police officer on the street? I don't. I don't want to live in a city like that.
I'm just looking at the report that was done and the empirical analysis
I
that
didn't
was
write
done.
that report. I wrote
Are
this
you
report.
disagreeing with their findings?
Absolutely. 24 hours will not work in this.
So they did the math wrong when they presented that,
I'm not sure that that's what I concluded either.
I
I don't know, I
quoted
didn't give
it.
you that copy of it, though.
what?
That didn't come from me.
This,
Yeah, just because it's got somebody's name on it,
Yeah.
that report has been around the station, people have added, subtracted to it.
Okay,
People have worked on
so-
it, that was,
Did I give you that copy of the report?
you did not give me this copy of the report.
So we're clear on that.
I did not represent that you gave me the copy of the report.
You said my name is on there.
He asked who wrote it.
You said me.
Your name is the first name on this report.
I did not put that on there.
Did you have any role in this?
I don't know what that is.
The Fraser Department of Public Safety 24-hour, you referenced it in your presentation.
I can tell you that is not the one that we wrote, because I know what the cover page looks like.
Well, it's funny you say that because we got two different cover
That one?
pages, like,
I'd have to see it.
Okay.
yeah. So,
it's.
It's based on how it's
I can
printed
tell
out.
you this, it's, and I'll.
but I don't want to get into that. The point is, what we we had the very frank conversation about the math and the money and the revenue. And what I'm hearing is, oh, well, we'll just have to lay off cops when we run out of money. Because if we
Who said
can't
that?
do, what is our solution if we can't change from 8s? When I just was given today the data for salaries for 2018, 2019. And the additional wages paid just amongst active employees is well over the figure you quoted. So I'm not sure where this math comes from, but it's
What number?
for 2019, 673,000 in additional wages above base salary. And for 2018,
I don't know what you're-
795. I just did the math on the documents that were given to us. So I get that there is built-in extras that go into wages based on contractual requirements, but I'm wondering if this 365, 366 number is actually the accurate number, because when we're told that the wages are substantially higher, assuming that the data is correct, and I have to presume the data that I'm given as a council member is correct. I didn't go and look at the payroll stubs. I didn't look at the overtime hours. I'm given the data, and I have to rely on the data.
You have that in front of you.
Pardon me?
You have that in front of you.
Right. And
In
these,
the budget, the 2017-18 and the 2018-19 budget is in front of you with the overtime numbers. That's where I got that number from.
right, so where is the
Those are
additional?
actual numbers.
Where did the money actually go for the additional wages then? Where did you apportion that?
Wages for, I don't understand the question.
All right, we'll talk about that off record. I did send you an email last week to ask for a breakdown of the calls for service, particularly the arrests. And you may not have gotten the email, I don't know, and I know you've been busy. I guess, I think you addressed that with Councilman Shornack. Our calls for service, they're actually down from 2017, would you agree?
I would expect that they would be.
Okay. Even though we're at full manning?
Due to operational changes in our department, that's why our numbers are down.
Okay. And the calls for service, for February, the stats where they were 1,159, that's not 1,159 people calling in, correct?
Calls for service are for every call for service, whether it be a traffic stop, a call for service, every number that we generate.
Right, and you generate a number whether the police initiate the stop or someone calls in through Sarisa or flags you down, correct?
Correct.
So if a self-initiated traffic stop generates
Have to have a report number for that.
okay, got it. So the impact on switching to another shift model may impact calls for service, but calls for service includes proactive traffic stops, correct?
Correct.
What percent of our calls for service, do you have that? Is that somewhere that we can determine of the 1,159 calls for service in February were self-initiated traffic stops?
In I've given you these numbers for, is it? No, it's not that, no, it's way. I have that, the number of traffic stops in my, from last year. I break it down, calls for service, and the number of traffic stops that we make.
It says traffic citations. I assumed that was tickets. Is that stops?
That's separate, that's stop.
I have your numbers. I don't see, where's stops on here?
It's not on that it's a presentation that presented to council every year, shows calls for service. I break down EMS calls, fire calls, and traffic stops.
And
I
what,
don't have that in front of me.
when did you do the 2019 report?
I haven't done that.
Okay. So, because my
I
take.
have those numbers.
And because the irony is, the one thing that kind of got lost in the debate, in the very healthy and very academic debate, and I appreciate your passion, and I understand the concerns, and I, more than anyone, want to keep officers employed here. I want them to want to work here, and that's actually my driving concern. It isn't money per se. That is a big problem because we don't have it. How are we going to retain the officers that we've spent tons of money to train and hire, and how are we going to recruit new people? Warren has 11 openings. Clinton Township just hired, everyone's hiring around us. People have their pick of jobs. What does Fraser offer? And my takeaway from your presentation was that overwhelmingly, every department, the morale was high because they had 12s or 24s. And we are constantly being told as a council that morale is important, and I agree, morale is very important, because if you love your job and you feel valued, you're going to go out and do a good job. So to me, I see, since we don't know if it's going to cost more or less, and we know that everyone that's tried it loves it, we know a couple officers that left here and are elsewhere love it, why are we not willing to try? The only thing.
It's not up to me.
Well-
If the unions came to me, it was a mandatory, if they came to the bargaining table and wanted to come to 12s, I don't have a say in it. If they want it and you want to give it to them, then I'm not the roadblock here. You asked for information. If our guys want 12s, I want to have 12s. And I will come up here, I have to give you the facts, but I will support what the officers and the sergeants want, 100%. If they want to go to 12s, I will back them 110% on them, because I want them to be happy too, 100%. I am not fighting you on this. I am trying to tell you, as best I can, what I think it's going to cost. That's what you wanted. I don't have a dog in the
Where's that
fight
number?
here,
What's 24 is going to
Councilman.
cost?
What's that?
What is 24 going to cost? That's what we asked
Until-
for.
It's collective bargaining. So
Right.
I don't know. I do not know what that's. You have to sit down, and this is going to be our model. How much am I going to pay them for field training? I don't know. It's a 24-hour shift model. You got to charge them per day. They're working a 24-hour shift. I don't know.
Okay,
How
so,
much is training? It's, how do you do training? Do you want a maximum of 2 officers? I have a problem with 24s because I have a concern for the citizens of this city that we're not going to have the patrol out there that we've always had. We will not. With the numbers that we have, we will not have the amount of people available out on the streets. If I could make them work, if they were robots and I could make them work 24 hours straight, it would work fantastic. We would have great numbers, it would work well. But we don't have that luxury. A 24-hour shift model is great for firemen because they react to calls. When you're a police officer, you react to calls, but when you're not reacting to calls, you're doing proactive police work. That's what this city is known for. That's what we do. That's how we police. We police through proactive policing. You talk to anybody from any county jail around here, they avoid Fraser because if you drive through Fraser, you're going to get pulled over. And that's because we proactively police this city. You will not get that with 24-hour shifts, and that's the problem I have with it. And if the guys want to go to it, and I want to appease the guys as much as I can, but I know 24 hours for this city is not the right decision. It's just not. For the people that live here, and I include myself in that.
you said, and I'm by no means an expert on how it's staffed, and that's why I asked for the presentation. You had indicated just now in your presentation that if we went to 24s, there'd be 2 cops at a time on the road? Is that your understanding?
I did, yeah.
Would that then include also a sergeant, 2 PSOs?
Not necessarily, it could be a combination of,
Right.
yeah,
So just 2, so it could be 1 sergeant, 1 PSO?
could be, yeah.
Okay, because there are times now we only have 2 PSOs on the road, correct?
There could be.
No,
And there are times coming up very, very soon, you're going to be at 4s and you're going to have 2 PSOs on the road, correct?
Well, we're looking at 5s right now,
Okay, well, we know that we have another loss coming really quick.
which puts that 5s for the.
5s across the board.
Yeah.
And you told us that when we had 5s across the board, well, you told this council before I was on, when we have 5s across the board, we automatically had $5,000 in overtime just to cover the shift. That's your memo dated September 4th, 2019, correct?
And we're looking at taking even longer now to train because they've canceled the fire academy, they've canceled the police academy, they canceled the EMT schools. It's gonna take even longer to train these guys now. The coronavirus is affecting everybody.
So we got to do something.
But we can't just blow them out of thin air. People aren't cross-training disciplined anymore.
And
That's
we-
not you. I'm just, the
No,
mass hysteria is
yeah,
just
yeah.
driving me off the
And
chart.
we aren't
That's
marketed.
reality.
We aren't marketed to get the candidates that are already cross-trained anymore. It used to be you hired, they already had the fire, they already had EMT, they had everything, they had a 4-year degree. That used to be the requirement here.
Right. That was Ashley's.
100%. You did, if you didn't have a 4-year degree and have they didn't put people through the fire academy.
We've never had that as a requirement.
Ashley was.
No, yeah.
Was it? No, I was a bachelor's degree, but not police, fire, and, no.
Associates.
It was never a requirement.
So a degree, a college degree, sorry.
associate's
What I
is
meant
one of
is
them.
you
It
had to
was-
have the police and fire academy already done.
No.
The Fraser rarely had
Typically,
to.
it was always the police academy.
Yeah.
It was the
It
fire
was
academy.
never a requirement to have both.
I shouldn't say a requirement, it was the luxury we had because people wanted to work here. Our candidates were already trained, and all they had to do is do the field training as opposed to these schools and things on our dime, correct?
That is a luxury. We had a few of them, and they're gone.
Yep. So then, just circling back, so we're gonna be at 5s in June on all shifts?
Our next retirement's sticking around till the middle of July.
Are we not having the
So she's
deployment?
been pulled, so she'll actually be an extra body on the road for those extra 4 weeks.
What about the deployment?
He says June, and it's gonna be possibly 10 to 11 months, but he's not sure. I just talked to him actually before I came in here. And he says the last 3 times they got called down to Texas, they were down for 1 month and got sent back. They weren't sent overseas.
So 5s in July if no deployment.
And we have 3 people who are military reserves currently.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, also, if I could just add, the dynamics has definitely changed in the last couple of years because the cities are trying to get healthy. We used to do all the graduations. We do all the graduation of police and fire for the honor guard. And before, you're right, it was all pre-service, everything was pre-service down the road. Now they're actually assigned city. So there is a lot of hiring. To find someone who's already seasoned is very difficult to find. Absolutely.
And then we gotta keep them.
Mr. O'Neill, did you have something? Okay. Anybody else on council? Councilman Blanky?
Well, I'm just curious, you know, this was a presentation, and I don't know if there's any other questions. I just wanted to circle back to your request to get a new hire for PSO champion.
Right.
And I just thought, well, maybe we could do that instead of letting it go another month, you know?
We'd have
Does
to add-
anyone have an
We'd have to
objection?
add it to the agenda.
Yeah, well, I'd like to have debate.
We would have to?
But I did have a question, and
Okay.
even that,
It's an appropriation.
I work for the department, it gets so confusing sometimes, but like, say the other night, we had 8 runs, medical runs, and that pull down, gross back, and all that hassle, that was all that. How much does that really disrupt the extra shifts, as far as the 12 and the 24, when you have that many calls and that many hours that you have to spend on so many calls? What does that do to that type of systems?
Your downtime is limited then. So,
Oh, on a 24.
yeah,
right.
you start running the fatigue factors. That's what I think what you're asking.
Right. And then does more pay come into that if they're on their downtime, and then you have to force them to,
Depends on what, but no,
or is that
Well-
depends on?
it can be negotiated. I can't say no. It's
Right, that's why I-
negotiated.
right.
So we've been to 24-hour departments. It's negotiated.
There's a lot of
The
unknowns.
one we were at, it was 8 hours dedicated to police work, 8 hours downtime, and then like standby time, which they were sleeping technically. So,
Well, there's
but they could
also-
be
yeah.
disrupted. They could be disrupted at any of that time.
Right.
But one of the departments, if they were forced to work the road for
They got extra
low manning, they got basically overtime. They got extra pay for having to go over, was it 8 hours or 12 hours?
Well, they were splitting them. They were making them work, yeah,
Yeah.
they were making them
So
work
if you
12
work-
hours. They
yeah.
got 4 hours overtime.
If you were supposed to be on your downtime and you got called out or needed to be on patrol, you got like 4 hours of overtime.
Yep, they split
And
between
it's
2
just,
guys.
yeah, it would, yeah.
So obviously,
Again, this
all-
is a city that is our size, same size department, but, a quarter of the amount of calls, I
Tenth
mean,
of the
a
arrests.
tenth of the arrests. So when you try to fit that square department into a circle like ours, it just, they don't fit. To get a true it's like, oh, that works well for them, and it does. And like you read the report, so it works well for them. It would not work well for us. It just wouldn't. That's a city that, I think West Bloomfield or Bloomfield Hills, you can't really compare the two communities.
So also would make collective bargaining more complicated with all the different scenarios you'd have to set up, right? Or no?
I mean, it's a one-time process, and again, I'm
Okay.
telling you, it's not a, I know I feel like I'm fighting you guys on this and I'm against it. I'm really trying to tell you, if the unions want it and we want to go to 12 hours, or any shift, I'm just telling you, these are the facts, this is my opinion to you. And how that moves forward, that's up to the unions and up to collective bargaining and the city manager. But I'm just telling you, the 24s is a bad solution in my eyes at this point.
Councilwoman Kolka.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. For purposes of giving us information to get us close to the financial cost, I understand that it's collective bargaining and that's part of it. Oh. Sorry. I understand that it's collective bargaining, but is there any type of model or other examples we can use that can be presented to us so that we can have an idea of what it might cost?
If you look at wages, FICA, all those line items, there's 29 of us, or there's 28 of us, those numbers don't change. Those numbers are the numbers. The number that changes is really overtime. That's the number, that's why I put it to you in hours, and I could do the math and put a number to it. It's just these numbers, those are overtime hours. I can put an average rate of pay, but, you got PS and the low end and the high end. Those are hours. So if you look at 5,000 hours costs us $366,000 in overtime, 9,000 is gonna, and I could put a number to it if it's, if that'll help you, but
Yes, I think it would.
nothing else changes. Your salaries, your employees, your MERS payments, all those, it's one line item, it's the overtime number that, I can convert that and send it to you that's not a,
Then my next question is if we decided, just for a kind of a trial run, what steps would we need to take to coordinate that with your department?
what shift model?
Well, we could try 24 first and see how that works. If it doesn't work, at least we know.
Why would you want to switch to 12-hour shift model, or the 24-hour, did you say 24?
24 first, to see how it would run, to see if, when we did implement it, if in fact it would turn out to be a disaster, right? Or what the pros and cons would be as it relates to our particular demographic. Obviously, if it's not working and the morale's low and it's a safety issue, but I just figured it would be something that maybe we could talk about in terms of just implementing for a short period of time and see how it goes. If not, then try to 12. And the reason for that is I'm very, very concerned about, obviously, the financial issues that we have coming down the pipe here for the long term, right? So I'm just trying to come up with other ideas, that we can kind of present or that we can explore, that we've explored, because this is a huge part of our budget, right? And so I think it's important that we try to go down these other roads. So to see if there's another way to have some cost-saving measures.
Well, the one union has settled their contract. If you guys made a motion to do this, we would have to get approval from the unions to reopen their contracts to work out the details of this switchover. Yeah, that is entirely up to you. If that's the direction the board wants to go to the unions and determine if they are willing to open up their contract to try this. Again, these are my thoughts. How it, if that's the direction you guys want to go, I would bring it back to the membership and they would take a vote that, hey, let's sit down and.
And it may not work out. It's just, I think we need to look at some other things, that's all. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but I think we need to at least look at some other things.
I think one of the only things that bother me about this, I think the idea is okay. The thing that I'm concerned about is when they say the policing, the proactive policing, the community, and the amount of officers out there. The residents are expecting, and they've always gotten top-notch police. When they call, there's 3 cars there. When they call an ambulance, there's an ambulance and 2 cars there. If that type of service is going to affect the different types, I think we have to consider that. If it works on a 12-hour, hey, I'm like the director. If the PSOs want it, and I'm all for it and supporting what they want. But we're not, my opinion is we don't want to lose that community support
I
that
agree.
we have for the police and fire.
And the issue, if you look at it just simply, you break it up into 12, and there's all different ways of doing it. When you break it up, however you break it up, you're going to come into work and it's going to be your downtime. You're going to sleep and be down like a fireman for the first 8 or 12, and the guys on the midnight shift are. It works for, in my opinion, for fire departments well. Does not work for a smaller police department. It doesn't. But if the board wants to take that direction, I'm not going to be I'm going to give you my opinion, and then I'm going to try to work it out with the sergeants and the public safety officers. I have no problem with that.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just did some cursory math. If 5,000 hours is $366,000. I divided that, comes up to about $73 an hour. Multiply the 89.45, your overtime budget would be $650,000. Increased by about 190. Oh,
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Baranski was there.
Oh, was everyone else done? Okay.
No, Ms. Blanky's not, but she.
Oh, okay, right, okay. Shoot. No, it was, I circled back to this because of I'm so sorry. Are both 12 and 24s feasible with the staffing model we have in terms of meeting any legal obligations we have?
The 2 in and 2 out rule.
Not even that rule,
Our
that,
minimum manning, yeah.
okay.
Our problem is a relief factor.
No, I get all that. I just want to make sure, I'm with Councilwoman Kalka, we have to try and keep trying and keep trying and keep trying. And what I want to make sure before we discuss anything, and obviously we have to get the buy-ins, is are both feasible with 29 sworn officers?
Yes, both are feasible.
And the data regarding overtime in every other city in your report is that all of their overtime budgets were less per employee, you would agree?
Yes, yeah.
And some were substantially less per employee. When you broke it down, if you take 29 officers in our budget at 366, current at 8 hours, and center lines at 21 at 171, or farm, whatever they are, assuming the math is right, per employee, it's substantially less. Their overtime budgets, correct?
Yes, but
And none of those departments indicated that their overtime budgets went up.
That's not true.
I didn't see that in here.
Centerline did.
Centerline's,
Centerline said he saw an initial drop, and after the euphoria went away, they started to use their time off, so they had to backfill, so their overtime increased, actually.
but did it go up beyond what it was? Okay, and that's what the director who was anti it said? Okay. Did you guys talk to any of the finance directors in the departments or the city managers, or if, I don't know if they all have city managers or whatever the head figure of the day-to-day operations is, to determine from a financial perspective if what the chief was telling you was correct?
no, I took them at their word, these police chiefs. I hope that was not a concern at all for me.
And if we were to, I guess my question to you, if you had a say or a vote between 12s and 24s, what would your preference be?
12s.
Okay, it's funny because last time you were here, you said 24s hand down. Like you left, no, not you, you didn't speak, sorry, Bisbee. You left here saying it'll have to be 24s, it's the only way we can do training. You were adamant that it was gonna so that's why I actually was like, okay, I'm gonna just focus on 24s, because I thought that was your knee-jerk gut. So I thought 12s is off the table because either we can't financially do it or whatever. So I'm just wondering what changed.
The money. If you, 12 hours, undoubtedly, that number that I gave you, and he said 600,000, it's gonna be more than that. That was just fire training. If you are looking at saving money, there, it is, I will guarantee you, there is no doubt in my mind that 12 hours will cost you substantially more.
Wait, then 24s?
Yes.
Then why is 12s your preference?
Because of employee production.
Right, because I,
Every administrator says the same thing. You switch from 8 to either 12s or 24s, your productivity just tanks.
Okay.
All their productivity.
your police
You're getting
officers,
minimal work out of your officers.
right, you're working a 24-hour shift.
But they're not
Is it-
working in a car 24 straight. I mean, and this is for the residents, because I thought we all thought, oh my gosh, how can you drive around in a car for 24 hours? That's insane. We all thought that. So let's just,
Just for the record.
no, but
I didn't think that.
it's also not legally allowed for someone to be, you are not allowed legally to work more than how many hours? 16, correct? No, by law.
There's departments that have worked 18, that, yeah.
Okay, so you're not aware of what the law is regarding?
Ours is 16.
Right.
Yeah, so other agencies that work the 12s, they force them over to 6, so they're working 18s. And they've got to be back in those next few
Okay.
hours, come back to their next
6
12
hours later.
Yeah, and there's violating some serious OSHA violations there, but just so that the residents are aware, the way a 24-hour shift works is you are not on patrol 24 hours. You are a period of police officer, a period of fire training, fire department, and then a period of standby to be used accordingly. And you are working how many days per month?
9.
9 days per month, okay.
27-day cycle.
Okay, just for easy math, 9 days a month, assuming you take 1 or 2 days off here or there, as most people do. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Blanky.
I just want to add my 2 cents. I think you've worked with councils through the years, and we all have, where the number one, we're always trying to put the residents first, and we know that, and that's why they buy houses here. We went through a dismantling of your department, unfortunately, and I'm not necessarily proud of that, but that's what happened. I'm not necessarily enamored with the thought that the residents are paying a higher tax, okay, but it's a necessity to keep our head above water. I think what's going on here, regardless of what any other community does, I think what you said, Mike, earlier, people are afraid to drive through here. That's always been our signature moment. You know, we're proactive and all that. So I understand for the data and the finance and the history, we have to go into other cities and see what they're doing. I get it. But I kind of deal up here from the fabric of the town. I kind of feel that It's like with the dispatch, I thought it was terrible that we got rid of it, and I was the only one that felt that way. But I've lived here long enough to feel this. I don't need to necessarily have a figure in front of me. What I'm saying is, you keep saying in your opinion, and we all respect that, but you're undercutting the fact of your experience. You both are the head of this department, and I respect that, and everybody up here does. We really do. I think what we're trying to do is, prior to going into the budget and all, we're still not, on solid ground, and I think with the figures and so on and so forth, that's what residents are expecting to see. But yet, again, you have the hard job, and that's why you get paid the big bucks. You have to balance the safety of the community, the morale of the officers, and the finances of this whole thing. So I think truly that's where we all kind of are going before we really get into the budget. Just an idea. And most importantly, the morale of these guys. You say that. You both were in cars forever. I get it. And you said you would do 110% what they felt. Maybe that's a good place to start, to get an idea. Morale is important. There seems to be a lack of it. And just please leave with this thought. The word, fighting. I've seen inner fighting within this city lately, and different. I'm not even going to specify, but I think we're all here for the right reasons and the right goal. And if we all put the city first, which I think we do for the most part, we will come up with the right solutions. So thank you for listening to me. It's just my objective on this. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Baranski.
I'm sorry, I remembered my question now. Mr. Denault, how would it work, obviously, if we wanted as a council to agree, to vote to explore with our unions an option? What's the process? Understanding, obviously, even though, one contract's up for collective bargaining, one is only for certain parts. We can do that in between contract negotiations, correct?
Correct.
And so how does it work? Like, give me the hypothetical. What do we do if we want to proceed with one of these paths?
So I think the answer to your question is if council voted to proceed with exploring one of these paths, it would be a resolution or a motion directing the Public Safety Department to explore it, and then to designate what that is that you'd like them to explore, and give them direction in terms of how to explore it, I suppose. And they would come back to you and say, we've explored it, and here's where it's at. And would you like us to proceed further, or would you like us to try any more, or there's nothing more to explore. We've hit a roadblock. They'd have to report back to you as to whether there's even any interest in following through.
From the unions?
Correct.
And would that be a vote of 4 of the council?
It would.
Because it's not, it's just
It's not an appropriation of
investigation.
anything. It's just a direction.
I would like to make a motion that the city explore the option of going to 24-hour shifts to improve morale, preserve new hires, make it enticing, and hopefully save money.
We have a motion on the floor.
Just to proceed. Is that what?
Yeah, so to figure out if we can do it. Yeah, it's not to do it, because,
Can I just make a comment? You can vote, but you said to improve morale.
yep.
Are you is there a morale problem in the Public Safety Department that I'm not aware of?
We are told that morale among city employees is low,
Who told you this?
the city manager.
In the Public Safety Department? The public safety officers?
I will repeat again, we have been told repeatedly that the morale among city employees is low. I have not had specific conversations about various departments et cetera, et cetera. And the reason, and let me step back, because that's not fair to you. I by no means am trying to. But your report constantly commented on how much every other department's employees loved it. And so to me, I'm thinking, okay, I get the fear of change, and oh my God. And I remember when you guys talked about it years ago, I'm like, we can't go on 12s. How are we going to do childcare? And now I'm thinking, holy shamoly, you would have only worked how many days a month?
But-
The fear of the unknown. So by no means, don't take my comments to be a reflection of a criticism of you or the
Well, that's-
potential of
that's
your employees.
fine.
But that's what we're told. And remember, I started with that.
I'm the public safety director, and you're telling me you want to look into 12s to increase morale. And
24s.
Or 24s, and I told you that I've talked to the unions, and they didn't want to. And again, if they change their mind, if that's what the direction they want, but I just feel like the cart is leading the horse, and normally, the officers during collective bargaining, if they do not want to work a particular shift or want to try a shift model, it's done through collective bargaining for a reason. You're talking about improving morale, and I find it's backwards to me, and again, you guys, and in my opinion of 24s, I've told you that it will turn the public safety department and the way we police upside down. I just want to make that clear.
I'll tell you why I picked 24s, because you told me it cost less than 12s. So I can achieve two objectives. I can retain awesome new candidates and recruits, because we have how many people retiring over the next 5 years? You two are gone. Every officer I know is gone. And now I've got these new guys who are amazing, but how do we get them to stay? And that's my fear. That's my
Your fear, but
I live
you've never
here.
talked to me about this.
Well, I've
You're
made it
talking
crystal
about
clear. I campaigned on
recruiting.
this.
What's that?
I've
Talking
campaigned
about
on this.
recruiting, that we have these issues. You guys are fabricating problems and issues that don't exist. The people want to switch shifts. I talk to the unions, they don't. You're talking about morale. The morale in the public safety department is down. That's news to me. I've never talked but to two of you ever about the public safety department. You've never come in, none of you have talked to me about this. And you're coming in a meeting saying that morale is down, people want to switch. I'm telling you, 24s changes the way we do policing here, and you guys.
Well, the residents have told us they don't want to pay the PA 33. The residents have told us that they want us to figure out how to save money.
Okay.
We've been told by your boss that morale is down. So I have to take things at face value. I am not by any means trying to imply, but because the
Well, that's-
report reflects that morale at other departments is amazing, and your report indicated that you had a tough time getting candidates, qualified candidates to apply. Other departments.
All I
was it
need, when I
Bloomfield Hill
hire
said they're
one, all
cut
I
one
need
of
is
them?
one.
Well, the one we hired can't even be, when is he gonna be ready?
We hired two, yeah. We can't even
What a
predict that
great
now.
candidate.
Right, so
Yeah.
that didn't do us any good.
Right.
So I shouldn't have explained why I was doing it, because I didn't mean for you to take it as a criticism, because it
No,
wasn't
and
meant to be.
I'm not upset.
But I was trying
It's
to.
not about the criticism.
Yeah.
You guys understand, every line item on the public safety budget will not change except for one. It's the overtime number, the 366, the FICA, the salaries, all that's going to be the same. The overtime number is what we're talking about, the 366. If you keep us at the manning that we're at, it's a 44 percentage reduction. It goes from 340 or 360 was the number. It's almost in half. But again, and I don't want to, I don't want to fight this, because maybe the guys want to switch to 24s, and if that's what, you guys go ahead and vote. I mean, I made my opinion and known to you, and
As I said, I would be interested in exploring a 12, but it worries me about the 24 with the statements that were made. Councilman Lessig.
Thank you. It's been a long time. Well, you mentioned the 30, I'll just start at the bottom. $366,000 was the overtime number. You said all the other numbers wouldn't change. Does the 366 include supplemental employment taxes, FUTA, FICA, workman's comp, and Medicare? Or do
No.
those go up as well? So there are hidden costs to any change we do. That you said the 24 and 12 will cost more than 8.
I don't think
in
the
terms of overtime.
24 I think there would be an overtime savings.
You know what, let's just, I'm going to withdraw that question. Really, the point is, I'm up here and I want to be safe in my community. I don't believe that I want a public safety officer that is on a 24-hour shift carrying a gun with unpredictable hours and unpredictable incidents. And I'm not ready to go open up the contract with the union. We haven't settled the sergeant's contract, and we have another matter regarding public safety right now on another thing. So I don't see where this is coming from at this moment. There was a question or the report from 24-hour shifts. What year was that from? Because I didn't get a copy of that.
It referenced 2018 Manning, so.
2018 Manning.
It was an unpublished, it was a,
I have never seen that report.
it was
And
never a
so-
report. A public safety officer, they worked on it together, was never released. It was never, and it went to different hands. Dave worked on it for a while, then it went over here, and I
Well,
don't
I'll cut to the chase. Was it ever presented to council?
No,
No.
no.
Then
Never-
then I'm
It was never even presented
completely.
to the Director of Public Safety. 'Cause It
What?
was never completed. It was never completed, it was never presented to the Director of Public Safety.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I've never seen it. So I can't comment on it. And I think acting on incomplete information, I'm a no vote. So thank you.
Councilwoman,
Thank you. So, looking at this, we obviously are trying to save money. That's the whole purpose of this. And I understand that's not the only focus here, clearly, because if it turns out that it's not the best decision or it doesn't work in our community, that's fine. Maybe another idea is what can be done to limit or reduce overtime? And what ideas can we put in place? What other, to keep things status quo? I know that right now we're doing well with that because we have the proper manning. I understand that. And so overall that helps. But I mean, I think the whole idea here is we're trying to continue to shave the budgets as much as we can and shave the amount of overtime that is being paid out. I understand things come up, but this is why we're looking at, we're going this far in terms of overhauling, because it's important that we look at everything. It's not intended to be, that we know better than you, because we clearly don't. I mean, we're up here, but we want to make sure that we turn over all the stones. I hope you can respect that from our perspective, because this isn't easy. You have 30 years of experience doing this. And I respect both of you immensely. So this isn't personal. It's not supposed,
Oh, I don't- no.
to be that way.
Absolutely
It's
not.
just that the residents are paying money, and we have, a very small community, and our tax base is not that high. So we have to do our due diligence, and if it turns out that the 24 does not work and 12s is too expensive, then we have to go back to 8s. But what else are we gonna do? We're not gonna stop in terms of trying to figure out how to save money. But at this point, because we are overhauling everything and looking at everything and turning over every single stone, it's important that everybody get on board with this and understand that this isn't, it's not personal, it's not a dig on some, the way we've been doing things. If the way we've been doing things had been saving us money and didn't get us in this position to begin with, we would be asking. But at this point, we really need to, and I think it's important overall across the board. Just because we've done it a certain way for so many years doesn't mean that that's the most economic and effective way to continue to do it. And who knows? I mean, I always look at it the glass is half full instead of half empty. So I always look at the positive of it. You just never know. You just never know. I mean, you just never know. So. I would second that motion if it had been seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I will bring it out to the audience for comments. Anybody in the audience like to comment? Step forward, please. Name and address for the record, please.
Paul Salufo, 316400. I think it's a mistake, especially what's going on in the world. We've got a recession coming probably because of what's going on in the world. We need to lessen up on some of these ideas of changing things in midstream, because what could happen is something that terribly, terribly wrong with either the way things are policed, or we find out that we don't have enough people, and then the thing really skyrockets. I think the residents need something more than to see this kind of, I guess I got to call it what I see it. It's somewhat badgering of our director on this staffing issue, instead of, I would like to hear all the reports of what this police department does with what they've got. They don't really have a lot. There's only one community out there that you can even compare it to, and the thing is, they have reserve officers. We don't have reserve officers. As far as I know, as long as I've lived here, we haven't. I would urge council to be extra cautious on changing anything right now, especially with what's going on in the world. I think our residents deserve that. There's a lot of uncertainty out there, and this certainly is definitely overturning the apple cart. So he's given your opinion. He is the director. I would like to think that carries some weight. Maybe this council doesn't look at it that way. When I was on council, it did carry some weight, because none of you up there, as far as I know, have ever been in those shoes. So I would just like you guys to really seriously think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I bring up the council for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Aye.
Are you a no or a nay?
No.
That's 4-2.
Passes. Motion passes.
To explore.
To explore.
To explore.
To explore 24.
Explore.
What does explore mean?
Don, explain that.
It's 6.
That's why I asked the question.
All right, so
I'd like to reiterate that, Don.
I'm sure administration will have to work with Director Pettis to talk more about what it means, but obviously for tonight's purpose, it's directive to the administration and the director to explore with the union groups whether or not they would be interested in negotiating that. And if so, obviously, we would engage Mr. Fantuzzi, who happens to be here, to help with that process if they agree to reopen and talk it through. Obviously, a lot of detail work would follow, but right now, it's simply to report back to council that there is or isn't an ability to even get there, right? Fair?
Thank you, as always.
Hold on, we got a question.
Yeah, we're still in presentations, so I have a question. Mr. Fantuzzi does not work for free, and I assume that that would, and we were already over on our legal budget this year, so that would require an appropriation of funds to explore this option. So what are we going to do about that?
Why would he need to do it?
Mr. Fantuzzi is our legal
I'm aware who he
representative
is,
for our,
but why would he need to explore that?
Hold on.
he's the lawyer.
Did not reference the lawyer,
You just mentioned Mr. Fantuzzi.
I think, as part and parcel of other conversations. that-
Right, I think you're just asking us to go to the union and say, is this something we're interested in?
That's where I'd start.
Because beyond that, right, beyond that, there's nothing that's in our hands, it's back to the administration.
That's what I want to make clear.
And collective bargaining, yeah.
Why couldn't we just add it in 12 and 24 and see what they pick?
Well, because they start there, they don't finish there. See what I'm saying? And I don't want you to keep coming, I don't want you to keep coming back month and month, and now all of a sudden, we're in September, and we're still talking about this with zero resolution, because we've had to go this way and this way and this way and this way. I want to keep our eye on one path. That's why, and I listened very clearly to what you said, and cost, and recruitment, and viability, and all of the things combined, to me, that's why I picked 24s, and it's kind of shocked because I was always in favor of 12s, but that's That's just what it is. So I didn't think the lawyer needed to do separate work above and beyond what he would already be doing as part and parcel of the outstanding contract negotiations. But, what do I know?
No, I think council should be advised if there's any other fees that have to come along with
Absolutely.
lawyer fees or professional. I understand that this is just a explore. That's exactly what the word means. Look into and get some information, and that's it. Right?
Yep. Just explore.
Councilwoman Blanky.
I've never been known to be politically correct on a lot of things, but I do know where you guys sit. I sat there, I get it, and I have a lot of respect. You know that. This isn't about respect or, I believe that many good points were made. For our satisfaction, because you have to understand, even though you haven't heard what we've heard, now you guys are not rookies. You've been around this town long enough to know that people talk. And we hear things because we were elected if someone's discontent, right? Am I right on that?
You're 100% correct.
Okay. So we were elected, and that's part of this whole thing, is doing our due diligence when people are complaining. They're not going to come up to you and complain, Michael Pettis, and you know that rarely. No, right. Am I right?
I don't think
Seniors
that-
wouldn't complain about a van ride because
think-
they're afraid that government would take away their van ride. So they're not going to deal with you. But when I go to church and I go to Myers, yeah, and I'm a friend. I'm a resident. I enjoy both your friendships. Is there any possible way as a solution for you guys to, and it sounds almost like junior high, but maybe it gets to our problem. Can the men and women be asked on a casual basis?
I'll do a poll.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's do a vote
I'm
again.
just
How
gonna
does
do a
that
vote.
sound, everybody?
I would think it'd have to be.
Yeah, that's what I would think you would
That's
do.
how the union, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just
I
do a
mean-
simple vote.
Something, not to interfere with the contractual guidelines or anything like that.
Yeah, this is completely separate, not even contractual. This is, yeah.
Well,
You know
how
what
far,
I'm-
but there is a question, if they do want to explore this, then the next step would have to be collective bargaining with,
Of course.
Well, we're in that process
But-
anyway with some of
but-
it, so.
It's perfect timing.
Mike, no,
Again, I'm not
and it's
trying to
just-
fight you. I
no.
gave you guys my opinion, and I'm not fighting you on this. I'm really not.
You've said fight 6 times, and you don't fight. I've known you your whole life. So don't say fight. We're not
I don't want
fighting,
to argue.
debating.
Yeah,
We're
I
we're
gave you my
agreeing to
opinion.
disagree.
I don't think it's good for the city.
But,
If if that's the direction, then that's where we go.
no, and you are. You're like that. I get it. We sat here again, and not to repeat it, the dispatch. We went back and forth on all that, and we had different angles and different fact and theory and whatever. Came up with a decision. As Councilwoman Bransky said, change is hard. As Mr. Salufo said, the world's like a nightmare right now. I understand all that. Why can't we just go to the source? I'm just using simple common sense. That's what we're trying to do. Is you do your job. I don't want your job, but morale-wise, if we keep hearing this over and over, I think it's something we're feeling we have to address. And I'm sorry, but I would do the same if you were on the other side.
Well, when people come to you about morale and about issues, it would be in the best interest of this city to direct them to me.
Oh, yes.
Because I think I know most of these officers pretty well, and I find it troubling that you are telling me this, and I am not hearing this from my officers, that they don't want to come to me for what reason, or I find that it's,
Okay, but
maybe I'm blind to it.
no. It isn't just it's your department inclusive of what's going on. I'm not, and Mike, I would never ask, oh, what did Mike Pettis do? Because actually, I don't care what you do. I don't care what, I'm not asking for specifics. but that is part of what we do. You know, we have friendships within this role. You know that, but we have a little more class, I think, and professionalism just to say, well, go see that's what we say. That's what I would have hoped people said when I was sitting there. You get
Right.
it? I understand their
I
integrity.
think I'm pretty approachable, that's why I find
Yes,
it kind of
yes,
odd.
and we all do. But I'm just talking from my heart.
I just want to close I think this, Explore has to be simple. I mean, I've done my own poll, talked to a lot of them. Do they give me a right answer because I'm a coworker with them in the department, or do they give me an answer because I sit up here? So I've always taken what they've said, try to figure it out, and I kind of have an idea what they've said, but I'm going to let this flow out and see what happens. That's what they have to do. Everyone's got to be honest here and just really what we have to do. So go forward and do what you need to do, find out and come back with it.
Is that all you want, is a individual poll from both unions? And what else? If they say, they both said, yes, let's explore. If they say no, I will come back and tell you that. If they say yes, let's sit down and try to negotiate an agreement.
Exactly.
It would be
You
nice,
you want us to start that?
I think it would be nice to get a percentage of,
We need some direction from Mr. Denault. Sorry not to cut you off, Mayor.
some
Just,
percentage.
this is going on way too long, like.
It's just,
I think that is when you then go to, I'm assuming, the city manager who seeks direction from city attorney about what the next steps are. I do not need you to wait a month to come back and say, they voted yes, now what? I mean, you're the department head, and he is running the day-and-day operations. So I would defer after hours to sit down with Mr. O'Neill and say, what do we do, assuming they say yes? Am I incorrect?
That cuts out.
Oh, that's absolutely right. I mean, I envision that at some point within the next few weeks, you would get some kind of report indicating the discussions were fruitful or the discussions were resounding, we're not interested, or something in between. And from there, we will need direction from city council. So it would come to you in the next meeting, whichever meeting you want to put it on.
And I don't even think we need names, do you?
Councilman Lester.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Want to make sure I'm clear on something.
I
monkey,
just wanted to clear that.
Hold on, guys.
I just want to make sure we're clear on something. There was a vote to explore, which is basically take a poll of the union employees and see if they would be interested in talking about this.
24.
And then there was a further discussion about we don't want to wait a month to come back, but that is all we did was if we directed these gentlemen to ask a question and bring that answer back in a month or whatever next meeting we have. I just want to make sure, because that's where things go awry, is when there is a month-long gap and then people infer that something more should have happened. And I want to make sure, because we are not reopening negotiations between now and April. Is that correct, Mr. Denault?
That is correct, Mr. Lessig.
Based on the motion?
The closest we would ever get, I can envision, if they're having productive conversations, the closest we would ever get is, I could envision the union saying, we'd be interested, but we'd have a couple of things we'd want to talk about. And they might put a topic list together of some kind. So that's about as far as I could see it going. They report back to administration reports to you, and then we discuss again at another.
That would be entirely appropriate, because we're exploring what that
Absolutely,
might look
absolutely.
like. But you're bringing back an answer to us on what their interest was, and perhaps some questions about how that might look. Thank you.
Councilman Baranski?
Right. What I'm assuming, if they said, no, it's easy, you're done. If they say yes, it's, oh, yeah, and these are the factors, so we'd want to be paid for this, and we'd want to have training like that. Just the same as all of the pre-collective bargaining negotiations that go on. That's what I expected explore to mean. No binding agreements on either side, but not, do you want to do it? Yes, April 9th or whatever our meeting is. Okay, they want to do it, now what? You guys know what that means.
Is that just the two unions? How about the lieutenant's union?
You told us you weren't going on 24s or 12s.
Well, I mean, you guys are guiding this, I'm just asking.
I took you at your word. You said we could not do it. That's what you
We're off
told us.
subject now. Can we,
We could, it might increase our overtime budget.
okay, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
This time I'll call citizen participation on agenda items. If you have something you'd like to talk about that you cannot be here for the meeting, now's the time to come forward and ask your questions or speak. I
You
see
have your hand up in the back? Did you want to come up here?
he's on the agenda.
Got it, okay. You can you do it now?
No.
Oh, he can't. He can't.
No, that's
Sorry.
okay. Oh, we moved on. Thank you.
Procedural rules.
Yep.
Speak at the end.
She's on the agenda.
Oh, wait.
I forgot you already asked that. What you already asked. You did.
Consent agenda. At this time, I need a motion if there were any call-outs or any findings. Otherwise, you need a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as submitted. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Request for council action. Approve the reappointment of Sandy Decker to the Assessing Board of Review for a term of office to expire December 31st, 2022. Councilwoman Shornack.
I would like to make the motion to approve the reappointment of Sandra Decker to the Assessing Board of Review for a term of office to expire on December 31st, 2022.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments, questions from the audience? Back to council. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And thank you
Motion
for
carries. Is Ms. Decker here? No? Well, we thank you very much for your participation.
for your willingness to serve the city.
Item B is changed, so we'll go to C, consideration of approval of resolution granting on-premises tavern liquor license to Free Play Pinball Arcade LLC. Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As you are aware, the city of Fraser has one quota liquor license left. There's been requests made for it over the years. Council has not, to this date, approved it. Free Pinball Arcade is requesting for that license. And it's that simple. You have the information. There's no background checks that are required because the LCC does all that now. All they need is a resolution from the council awarding that last quota license to them.
Councilwoman Baranski.
I have a couple of questions, learning curve questions. If, and I hope this does not happen, and I think they're here, so I fully want them to succeed. It's a really cool place. This type of license, if we allow them to, if we grant it to them and they go out of business, does the license come back to the city?
No.
It's theirs forever. And we only have one left, and we're never getting another one, correct?
Now,
And they have to come to us before going to the Liquor Control Commission?
we're required, if you want to give it to them, to pass the resolution that's in your packet, granting them the quota license, and then they go before the LCC. If they pass muster with the LCC, you'll never see them again.
If they don't get it, do we get it back? If LCC doesn't approve it, so
Oh,
it's
yes,
conditional on that? Got it.
yes, yes.
And then, who else, I guess, has applied and been denied by the city? I mean, I'm
Well,
assuming,
Buffalo Wild Wings years ago applied, and that's why they're in Clinton Township.
oh,
And we had the VFW recently. We had burgers,
Eclipse.
Lips Burgers, and there were a couple other I can't remember.
Okay, thank you.
My question is, I know that our department used to always do our own background because I don't know what the LLC really does. They usually did a pretty good background and gave us their opinion and based on past history. And I don't have any problem with our department doing the background just to satisfy council. But not understanding what LLC does, I don't have a clue on what type of backgrounds they do, so that would be my position at this point. Councilwoman Blanky.
Mr. O'Neill, you mentioned the VFW over here. What is the status on that? Did they not apply again, or how?
No, they were able to work with the LCC and put some locks on some certain doors, and they were allowed to do what they wanted to do, and they don't need our license.
Oh, wonderful.
They
Okay,
just file for the permits all the time.
good to know.
Put a doorway in and a lock on it or something, and they were happy.
Good, I'm glad to hear they're happy. Good, thank you.
Is the petitioner here tonight who'd like to speak, you know? Please step forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
Business address?
Yep.
Okay.
And your address too, please.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Joe Kaliba. I'm the owner and manager. And thank you, Mayor and City Council, for allowing me to be here.
Could you move that microphone a little closer?
This last hour or
There
so
we
was,
go.
this last hour was very, very entertaining on the mind for what you guys have to do and go through. So it was kind of exciting. But my name again is Joe Kaliba, and my home residence is in Chesterfield, 46830 Jans Drive, and we have the business over here on Utica Road, 34830. And we plan to be here to stay, which is why I'm asking a nice kind favor for the license so I could purchase the building. We've done a lot for the community since we've been here in the 3 months, and more to come. We do lose a lot of corporate events, and a lot of people just, and a lot from the Fraser hockey arena, because they just want it. We just want people to be able to come and have a few beers and some wine and whatnot. And you know, we'd like to be a staple in this community and be loyal to it, because well, we get people all the way from 20, 30 minutes west of Saginaw, coming into your city. And we've just scheduled now, I mean, we give you a short list of some things that we have been doing and have coming, but like the City of Berkeley Park and Recreations, they're scheduling an event to come here in your city. So I think that the kids, the parents, the grandparents, they're all side by side finally enjoying stuff together. It's a very high-end establishment, and we tend to keep it that way, and put out some bike racks for the kids in the summertime. And we would just rather spend our money putting forth into the business and helping the community, rather than, I feel, we will be burning, and you guys just had a 2-hour conversation on that, burning, $50,000 on buying a liquor license from someone, or being forced to, I'd have to then look at our best interest, which would probably end up being purchasing the license from an individual along with another facility. So that's something that I wouldn't want to entertain, because we love the city. But we'd have to then, in turn, go with an option that would be feasible for us. But we would, we don't foresee us, I mean, things have been, we've had, I'd say now over, I'd have to really look, but to know I'm on a safe side, over 3,000 patrons in the facility since we've opened on November 22nd. And I don't know if you've ever, you could basically go, I mean, it's amazing some of the comments that, because we put our heart and soul into the facility, and you guys are always all welcome to come, but with the VIP plan, of course. Well, we just take pride in what we do, and we just know that it was needed in this time today of kids just separated from their parents on cell phones. And you come into the facility, if there's a cell phone out, people are taking pictures of the group. I mean, the only time I really see that is like in the movie theater, and like court, right? So at least this is something fun. But we'd like to just put forth into, building the business more, and doing the fundraisers that we do. And we're going to be, we've had quite a few people come in with autism, and they just love the place. And we'd like to start doing some stuff with autism. I don't know if we have like Ford Motor Company on there, but Ford Global that does the they raise hundreds of millions of dollars for charity. They're picking this location for this year, and to do some of their Michigan work. I mean, for the 3 months that we've been out, are very recognized. Actually, I just had a text on my phone from the radio station, WRIF, which, they're, we all kind of work together as a family. They said, Joe, we're going to plug the arcade at 7:30 and 8:30. So I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna hear that one, but I appreciate it.
Okay. Do you guys serve any food at that location at this point?
Well, no, we do order in dining, but we go through. I mean, people are constantly bringing in pizzas and stuff from the local restaurants. See, that's glad you asked that. So that really feeds the other businesses, and they know, hey, Joe from Preplay, Joe from Preplay, whatever. All people that come in, it's wristbands, so that you can leave and go eat, and then come back, or you can order in while you're there. And either way, they eat from the local restaurants. And what we'd like to do is, have them be able to have a few beers or wine or something, and kind of keep them there, so that way they do that. But we had our soft opening, and we went through 60 pizzas. And Genesis Credit Union yesterday had their corporate party for their 5 branches. They all they did, to be honest with you, they did Green Lantern, but that's up to them, right? Because I don't think that's right. I just wanted to make that clear. They have their own choice. But I think they got 15 pizzas from there. I've seen a lot of people do that, Bad Brad's, but that's another thing. Maybe in the future, we'd be interested to find out what the community needs, and maybe have a second endeavor.
Okay. Councilwoman Shornack was next.
Oh, I just wanted to actually answer your question, because Wayne did send it in our packet, that we no longer do, our team no longer does the background checks. It is now done through the states directly, so
I
we.
know that.
Okay,
But my comment was, I don't know how involved, what they do in depth for their background work. Before, we actually got a report from the department, and if they would find something that was in the past that just didn't jive with what was being presented, we always acted on it.
yeah, I would just hope the state would do their due diligence more so than, I said hope.
Right. Councilwoman Cole.
It'd require that finger scan. I'm sure they would do a full background check.
I'm sure too.
I think they even do a financial background check.
Yeah, that's one thing that our department does.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Kaliba. I just have a couple questions. Do you have any plan to serve food in-house over there?
Yes, we would like to expand at some point.
Okay, and is it going to be in the same facility?
Yes.
Or, okay, and what kind of food are you talking about? Like sit down, or just like bar food, or?
Well, we'd like to start with pizza. That's the most popular, and it'd be something a little bit easier transition. But right now we have a dining area, which is amazing. It's like 36 feet long, and it seats 40. And then we have like bar tables, like where people can congregate, of seats of 4, and that's another 20. So we currently have seating for 60.
Okay, and how close are you to starting that plan where you actually have the food in-house?
Well, that would be fairly, I would say sometime this year. Right now, we're just trying to focus on, one goal at a time, which is the getting the liquor license to where we could serve alcohol. And then we do, I just want to note, and I think you guys have a 3D model in your plan. I mean, we're in our plan is to build, the Moroccola jukeboxes with the chase lighting and all that stuff. Well, I don't think it's ever been done before that I have known yet, and I've kind of done some research, but we have some very creative people with us, and we're going to build one that's 15 feet wide and 12 feet tall, and I think that's going to be another showstopper. And like I said, we're all about high end, and we kind of, like I said, we get people that come all around to see it, and I think people are going to come and see that and enjoy themselves.
Do you own any other businesses? Is this
No, this is not my first, no.
Okay.
I started back when I was a kid doing cleaning. It went from residential to high-rise buildings and a lot of big box stores and 4 cities. City of Fraser, actually. And this was back in my 20s, and Utica and Shelby and Sterling Heights. Then I did cleaning all the music land, Sam Goody's, Discount Records, Pizza Huts. So I wound up building that business and sold it to somebody. And then went and continued college. You know, I kind of never made it there, you know, in a timely manner.
Okay.
Yep. And then
Sounds like you didn't need it.
just so else something that I wanted to do for myself, right? And then you know, I graduated high school in '87, and my grandmother graduated high school in the same year together with me, so that was pretty wild. So I wanted to kind of go back and finish college, and then I had owned a business called Limos USA, and that's how I kind of met a lot of the people that I know now, the music, radio, and magazines. That with side, I was a musician, and that's how I got to know the radio stations and that. And then I signed a record deal with Warner Brothers. I was like a guitar virtuoso, and you know, playing in front of 10,000 people. You know, like I'm real nervous sitting here, but you know, somehow I could do that. I don't know. I figure. I guess me and Kenny G had the same problems, but I got in a bad car accident, and it was my fault, texting behind the wheel. So I used myself as an example. But yeah, it took me like 3 years to walk again, and then after that, I somehow just listened to AM radio. So it was kind of, I think, messed some things up for me for a bit. But you know, I'm lucky to be here again. And
Sure. Is this the only business of this type that you've owned?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's been in business since November 22nd of
Correct.
last year, correct?
Yes.
So it's about 4 or 5 months old,
Yes.
right? So it's really new?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well,
We
thank
have,
you.
we've now, just since then, I mean, we have a vision, thank you.
Sure.
We have a vision and kind of, you know, I've ran businesses before, and, you know, it's a lot easier when it's a dream and you share that passion. But, you know, and I understand the concerns, especially being, you know, that's your last license, and then somebody could, you know, it doesn't even, you know, like I wouldn't have to even file bankruptcy or shut the business down. I mean, with that license, somebody could take it anywhere they want in Macomb County. But I'd like to be a family here, and
Is there anything preventing you from developing the business and implementing the pizza and any other food that you know, in terms of your business plan and goals?
No, we have
Fraser
the-
can't
we have the
offer you
vision and the funding.
without the license at this point?
without the license?
Yeah.
No, it's just not having alcohol isn't a plus. That's the only negative. I mean, we have a 5-star rating on Facebook and 4.9 on Google, and I think that's the only problem. Oh, it'd be great if they had. So we're just trying to give what people want.
Sure.
Continue to do that.
Thank you for your time today.
Okay.
I got a kind of a question that's actually a sign of the times is with this coronavirus and all this going on. I see the pinball machines are all hand contacts, all this. If this thing carries on for 3-4 months, what, maybe some are even saying 6 months, what would that do to that type of business? That,
Well, we're starting to get it now. Some people have called wondering if they should cancel. I got an email yesterday about if we have a party coming up Friday. They know we clean all the machines every hour. We have disinfectant. We have dispensers on every, hand sanitizer on every beam, which is 4 of them throughout the facility. It's the cleanest facility in the state. It has the highest end pinball machines in the state, and that's just not from us. That's from the IFPA, which is the National Pinball Association, and the top players. We're a big pinball state. Some of our players are ranked in the top 25 in the world. But, oh yeah, that's a big concern. But as far as, I could reassure you this, I could close the doors and turn it into my personal man cave for the rest of the year, and we could still open up on January.
okay. And then lastly, being in such an open environment, machines and all that, how are you going to control the minors from getting their hands on the beer and wine? And,
Well,
I mean, you have a staff that's really going to be monitoring that type of thing.
oh yes,
How do
and
you
we would
plan
have colored cups, and then we would basically start reviewing some of the rules with you all, and maybe like kids at certain ages would have to leave by a certain time. Maybe it's 8 p.m., maybe it's 9 p.m., maybe it's 7 p.m., but that still gives them plenty of time. I mean, everybody leaves there doing this. That's a good thing. So underage drinking is very important for us to uphold.
And especially this city, they do a lot of good checks, so. Personally, I still would like to see our own department do a background, but that would be up to council. Councilwoman Shornack.
First off, I'll still come because I'm not letting mass hysteria control my life. But second, I have to say that because I'm so irritated every time someone says coronavirus. But anyway, that being set aside, it's a pet peeve now, probably for the rest of my life. I personally, I believe that you will do your due diligence because you will be state mandated. I know that our police do go in and do random checks for underage drinkers. So I have every confidence that between our officers and between your organization, I've heard nothing but fabulous things about it. I'm not a big gamer, so that's not my thing, but I personally would approve. Are we approving it? Because it just says consideration to approve.
Would be.
I would make a motion to approve it, to approve the license.
Do a second?
A second, sure.
Councilwoman Kalka?
Sure, my only concern is, I'm not opposed to this. Not a fan of the timing. It's brand new. There's no food. I think food's a really important, I think food's very important if you're going to serve alcohol.
Well, again, I do believe that they will be policing an individual that it looks, and as he said, I know that those kind of venues, they bring in food constantly. So that's not a big concern for me, and I would say that that license has been sitting in a drawer for 10 years.
Right. I agree.
Excuse me, Suzanne?
I agree.
Just a quick.
Hold on, we got
I'm
lights
sorry.
on the council.
Just one other thought. My only issue is that because the business plan is just developing, I'd like to see a little more. I'd like to give it a year, see where we're at, see kind of how things have developed. That would be for me. Because again, the food issue is very important. I don't know of any establishment that just serves beer without food, and I think it kind of defeats the purpose if now we're going to be kicking children out at 7 o'clock at night. That's not the purpose of this business. This business is to bring families in, and if I understand you correctly. So I'd like to see a business plan that incorporates being able to have children there later, right, as well as, liquor, if that's your plan. But for me, it's a little bit early, and I commend you, and I know you're sailing in the right direction. But for me, it would be a no.
I also would really like to see a business plan. This is a big decision for council. Because like I said, this council hasn't had the opportunities, but we've lost some, Buffalo Wild Wings and all places like that. So it is a big decision for council. And I see the city attorney's lights on, but I also had a question for you, Don. This license, it stays with the owner and not the building, correct?
Correct. It's not like a zoning variance where it runs with the land or anything. It's-
Okay, now you can go with what you want to say.
I'm just going to, when we're ready, I'm going to try to correct the language of the motion if it continues forward, but I'll wait until discussion is concluded.
Councilman Lester.
Yes, I was actually going to ask to amend the motion to reflect the approval of the resolution approving the granting of this liquor license to Free Play Pinball Arcade LLC, 34830 Utica Road, Fraser, Michigan, 48026, just so we have a complete public record.
Councilwoman Baranski?
Typically or traditionally, I would agree.
I asked to amend the motion, so we need to move on that first, so.
Well, you have to second the amendment.
I'm fine with the motion being amended.
Okay, thank you.
Are you fine?
Councilwoman Baranski.
Are you fine? Just say yes. Okay. Traditionally, I would be 100% in agreement that I would not want to provide something so valuable so early in a business. But having teenage children, the one thing I am realizing more than anything else, and even just wanting to go out socially myself, Macomb County is so behind the curve in fun, non-technology based, even though it's, not social, where you have to communicate activities. Oakland County has had axe throwing, they have had foaling, every other county has had it. It's finally coming to Macomb County way late. My fear is that the business will, I want to say it positively because I'm trying to be glass half full here. I would like to see this liquor license ensure the success of the business in Fraser and therefore make it a destination, because I can easily see calling my friends and saying, let's meet up there. I'm not a pinball aficionado, but it gives those that like to do something while the rest of us are sitting around chit-chatting something to do. It's like when they have pool tables or things at bars, but it's not a bar. I personally don't want to see you eliminating the children too early, because I want the teenagers to go there.
That's what I
And I
wanted
know
to
you
clarify.
were trying to be very accommodating, I get it. And I would never want something so restrictive. I would think 11 o'clock, or I don't know what your hours are.
Thank you, yep.
But that's my response, is that I want to promote this because this is unique, knowing that I have some concerns. I think we have to put the cart before the horse if we want to become a destination for something fun.
Thank you.
Mayor and council, could I just clear up one thing? Okay, so, yes, like kicking kids out at 7, I would much rather see everybody be happy and carry the kids out exhausted and stick them into bed. But if there's any type of city rules and regulations, we would definitely follow those. But it's a family, we don't want to, and we will never detour from what it is. And that's what I was just kind of excited and almost like bragging about. It's a place where 3 generations can come and crap talk and hang out and have fun and be people, like back in the old days. But as far as food, we will move swiftly on that. And starting in 2 Sundays from now, we're offering, we're working with some, Little Caesars is like ready to go, but I'm trying to, pick, because our options are, we got restaurants that give us $10, $20 gift cards, and we just give them to our patrons. Hey, you like Italian? But there's not much from Fraser. It's like Buco de Beppo and Jets and stuff. But we'd like to kind of start getting this community. Hey, let's get some things going, right? But we're going to be offering free pizza on Sundays starting in 2 weeks, and that's just the step with or without the liquor license. And that's going to be free pizza. So in admission, you get a dual ticket, so you got 2 pieces of pizza. So that's going to be starting in 2 Sundays from now.
Here we have a motion and a second. I'll bring it out to the audience. Any comments, questions from the audience? I'll bring it up to council. Mr. Denault?
I still need to correct the motion. Mr. Lesich gave it a valiant effort, but I do need to make a little bit of a tweak still to that, if I may, and if the motion maker and the seconder accept it. Technically, what you are doing is you are not approving anything. What you are doing is you are adopting a resolution recommending the grant of the liquor license to this applicant above all others in the eyes of the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. So I would like the motion to read, if it's the intent of the motion maker, to read as a motion to adopt a resolution recommending the approval of this business above all others for the MLCC, the Michigan Liquor Control Commission, to grant the new quota liquor license.
Okay, so that is my motion, because I'm not going to repeat all that, Don.
What he said.
The new quota license, yes.
We have an amended motion. Do we have an amended second?
I'll second it. Or does she have to do it?
She has to do it.
Sorry.
Pardon? I do?
You have to second it.
Okay, I'll second it.
Council, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oppose.
4-2, motion carries. Thank you.
luck.
Congratulations.
Look forward to see what's going to happen.
Fingers crossed.
I appreciate everything from everybody, and I feel that this community is going to appreciate it. And hundreds and hundreds of people that come from outside of the city are going to appreciate it. And I'm going to do my best to put Fraser, on the map in that way, and I'm not going to let anybody down. So thank you.
If there's anything we can do in the future to help you to promote, that's what we do. So just let me know, and we're glad to help out.
My second time in this room, and everybody that's always been in here has been there for us. We appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item D, the table item, discussion of recommendation for the annual lease agreement at Enterprise Fleet Management. Don, do we have to make a motion to take this off the table?
If we'd like to discuss it this evening, it is currently on the table, yes, so we would need a motion to remove it from the table so that it can be discussed this evening.
So moved.
We have a motion to
Second.
remove from the table, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Just confused.
You abstained, I guess. Councilwoman Baranski.
Are we allowed to talk about why we're taking it off the table, or?
Because I was not pre-notified, so.
And I'm okay with it.
I am, I just would like.
Because I have questions, so I
Yeah,
feel like
I
we are
have
going to have to come back
questions,
anyway. But what I would like to
Well, you can
do,
ask those questions still.
yeah, like,
We have to discuss it, it has to come off the table. Either way, you have questions.
yeah. But it passed, so it's off the table, so I just, yeah, it's all good.
All right.
I guess we can just
I'll
direct
email you
them.
my questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Nick, you have the floor.
Well, good evening, thank you. For anyone who doesn't know, this is Jason Hoffman, Supervisor of Public Works Department. He was also the chief mechanic prior to this position for the last 5 years, so he's very much involved with Enterprise Fleet as far as what we do and how we do it. We're going on our 9th year now with Enterprise. They do a very good job, Jody and her team, and Deanne before that, managing our fleet and helping us make sure we're making the right decisions on how we do it and when we do it. So we do take pride in what we do with our fleet and how we build out. Jason can attest to that. We've changed how we build out our trucks, in what way, as far as stainless boxes, hoses, fittings, so they last. So you will see in the presentation when we do it, as far as in conditions of trucks from years past to how they are now when they get turned out. So we do put a lot of time and effort into this. So. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions?
Since you took it off I'll just email for time's sake. I'll just
Yeah.
email you my questions.
Sure.
For time's sake, since it was taken off the table,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
Well,
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you can copy Jason on it too.
Yeah,
Yeah, you guys.
yeah, I'll send it to you
Anyway,
guys,
yeah.
yeah.
I have a couple of questions, which some of these, I'm curious where we have a 2024 150 XLT is $482 a month, which you can move up to, and I know it's a half a door difference, but a 2020 250 XLT for only $2 more. Why, and it's got a plow and everything on it, so.
Well, that's a testimony to when a vehicle is when to roll out as far as grabbing that equity. So that's why you see that difference. So it was a huge learning curve into even when me and BJ first started doing Enterprise is when to turn a vehicle out. We always had that mindset, keep it, it's got low miles and it really doesn't cost anything. Well, then you start losing that equity. So you want to catch that vehicle at its crest as far as when to turn it out and when to keep it. So that's why you see those numbers change and why you see them lower, even with it being a larger truck and with a plow package, because we took that equity and we were able to drop that payment.
So then what vehicle was traded in for equity for this truck compared to that truck? Is it, no, it's not the one next to it.
The F-150. Truck 55 you're speaking of?
Yeah, I thought it maybe were the one next to it, but it,
Yeah. You'll see truck 55, which is an F-150, which is going to be turned into an F-250 plow truck. And you'll see that that payment is very small in increase for the fact that we took that equity. You also see in the presentation as far as our 1-tons, you'll see a 1-ton that we've had for 16 years opposed to 5 years, and that equity is huge. There's very little money that's going back into the new truck.
so actually this, really nothing's changed on this though since the original.
No, absolutely not. No, no. The cost has gone up a little bit as far as the annual payment, That's just due to resale and just to cost of vehicles. The difference is around $4,000.
Thank you.
Yeah, other questions I have. Anyone else?
I'll email mine. For time's savings sake, I'll email what my questions are.
Thank you for the pictures. Presentation.
Welcome. Sometimes pictures help, so.
Huh?
Sometimes pictures help.
Well,
But yeah, and just
they
keep in
do.
mind that it is budgeted for 210 for enterprise for this year, so the budget will justify the difference.
Well, as you know, and we just talked to the public safety director for a couple of hours, it seemed to, looking for cost savings, and this is coming in at $31,000 more than last year. Personally, you and I have talked many times about this. Jason, too. I don't think I've talked to you about it, but you do a great job with all of our equipment. I know that.
Yeah.
But I'd still like to see 2 vehicles drop from it.
Sure, and then we definitely can entertain that conversation when the presentation is had and when it's back on the table. So if at that point there's any vehicles that you want to eliminate, we have the cost that it would cost to possibly get rid of them, as far as the resale of what's there, and so we can discuss
Well,
all
again,
that.
I believe in my department people who's doing their jobs, and I'm not going to second guess. And you're going to know what you need and don't need. There's always talk about XLTs versus just plain trucks, and I understand the resale value and all that. I've seen XLTs going to get dirty, and who knows, but I'd still like to see 2 vehicles come off this and try to get it even.
Sure,
I think we would be okay in my perspective. So,
absolutely.
okay.
But yeah, please, any questions or comments, feel free to email us both, and then
and
we'll
I'll-
have them all answered for the next presentation.
And I'll just stop by and talk to you if I have any questions.
Absolutely.
Please do.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the pictures. It helps with looking at them.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. Do you want to give administration any direction on whether or not this should be on another meeting in the future in any particular form? Is it open-ended right now? Is it?
It's open right now. They answer all their questions, and I'll get with the city manager based on council's input, and we'll decide to put it on the agenda for the next meeting or so.
Thank you.
Okay? Great. Thank you all. Consideration E of property management service contract for Hidden Pines Senior Living Apartments. Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. A couple of months ago, I was directed to request for proposals for a possible property management company for our senior apartments. We went out to the RFPs, we put them out. We also sent them directly, I believe, to 8 different companies. We had 3 companies come to the mandatory walkthrough. We did receive 3 RFPs. They're in your packet, and there's a breakdown of the cost for each one of the management companies, and the low quote that meets our qualifications was from JMZ Management Company for 5% of the revenues of the rents. It was approximately $27,876. That said, Mr. Z is here to answer any of your questions. Mark, you want to?
Hey, Mark, can you just name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Mark Zaweda, address 40020 West 12 Mile Road, Novi, Michigan 48377.
Great. Thank you for coming in.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Councilman Baranski.
I have a couple of clarification questions first for council, or for our city manager, and then to you. I'm curious, you indicated that it would be a $6,000 increase in expenses for us to do this. I had thought before you were quoted as saying it was $32,000 in salaries to run the senior center. My recollection is that you calculated it based on, thank you. I should print them out. It would be so much faster. That's not, but actually, I'm trying to figure out where did you come up with the money numbers to calculate our costs of running the senior center to then compare it to the 3 contracts?
I took the audited figures from our last audit, and I was able to extrapolate from that how much how much it cost, we spent on maintenance, how much we had in salaries, how much money was over and above that for the DPW that plowed the snow and whatever we charged to them. And that's how I came up with my numbers.
And is that then for the whole fiscal year as opposed to just 3/4 of it?
No, it's for the fiscal year.
Okay, so it's actually $44,470 in salary and fringes for our staff to be there?
That would be for yes, that would be for the maintenance person and Kelly.
Okay, thank you. So my question's really simple and not belabored, but what would we get in terms of day in and day out with your company? And the things I'm looking for particularly are, is there an on-site person? If so, when, what hours, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, great question. So you guys have an on-site person there right now. We're going to be the point of contact. I guess when the on-site person has questions, we're going to be coordinating maintenance and repairs. When the maintenance and repairs person can't handle something, can't be there, we still don't know the extent of what the maintenance and repairs includes. We're basically taking the burden of what the city actually deals with right now. So most of the costs are pass-through costs that you guys currently have. We're just taking the, for lack of better words, the babysitting of the entire project over.
So are you providing on-site staff?
No, you guys already have that.
Okay, so this is an expense in addition to the expense we have.
Correct.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Councilman Shornack.
Well, that, I know, and thank you, by the way, both for you and Mr. Lessig for providing me the RFP. Because I think what I was looking for was somehow misconstrued in the fact of, and that could totally be because of me. But my goal is because this is an enterprise fund. And I don't think that in the RFP it was explained that way, that it needs to be run as an enterprise fund. And my intentions were never to increase the cost for the city. It was to find a better way to get the repairs to the building done with a company that basically takes over the whole project, if you will, facilitates those by taking in the income that they know they're going to be getting from the rentals, setting that against what the repairs are, so that the repairs on the building would be done in the updates on the building would be done in a quicker fashion than what we're currently doing, which is waiting till we build up a fund, with the enterprise fund, and then, okay, now we're gonna do these repairs this year, and the piecemealing it about. That's what I was thinking, so that's probably my fault, but, because I don't know a lot about the whole property management system. Because it doesn't make sense for the city to spend more money, and no offense to your company, because I'm sure you do a great job, but my whole thought process was this was going to take the burden and the emphasis off of our departments and what we have currently going on, and slim it down to a more productive, more cost-effective way of getting things done. And by all the proposals that I've read over, that is not what would happen, because we would still have to pay for an on-site person, which I know that, from speaking to a couple of people who live there, they really like Kelly, the individual over there.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that, I just gotta say, because I'm the one who asked about this, and I'm the one who asked for this, that's my perspective on this. Go ahead.
I got a question though. Aren't you guys, isn't the place profitable right now?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Kelly would remain, and we would pay for Kelly. Because they like her. They know her. We want to, and he's happy that he's going to train her on his stuff. But Marty, the other person, would go away, so there's the $22,000 savings. He's 28, 22, there's the 6. So we're going to try to do this within our current budget.
Okay.
So it's only 6,000 more?
So he's only, 6,000, keeping her, because they like her and we like her, and she knows it, and he likes the idea. So we keep all that the same. we use him for a year, maybe 2 years, and see how it works out. He has his own maintenance company. So he's gonna take care of all the maintenance. It's a pass-through, we have to pay him to do that, just like we pay people now.
Sure.
And I know Mike's chomping at the bit, so I'll stop right there.
Okay, so, all right, I guess that's not clearly denoted as far as how that would work, but, so what about our capital need improvements? Are you, Mr. Z, going to be doing any of that, or is that going to be on us still?
We will do the capital improvements. We have to do the parking lot.
Okay, so you're just talking about fixing doors,
They would do all the
latches,
maintenance work,
kitchens.
yes. The capital projects, we would maintain and do those.
Okay, so what is your turnaround time, say a resident calls because their toilet is overflowing? What is it, like if they called, how quickly can someone be on scene? Because of course, as you know, especially depending on what floor they're on, that could cause a hazard for many floors below them.
Sure, from my understanding, you guys have maintenance right now,
Correct.
correct?
Well, no, Marty, he's on site.
Only there a limited hours.
Oh,
Okay. So we could have somebody there within hours, that's not a question. It was my understanding that, that the staff that's there, you guys like, the residents like, so we're going to initially not make any changes because older people don't like changes, first of all, to begin with. You know, we manage 700 properties. This is not our first rodeo. And older people don't like changes. So our plan is not to come in day one and make any changes until we see where we can make some improvements. If we can save money, great, then it's a win-win. We're not making promises that we're saving anybody any money. We're coming in to manage what you guys have currently. We're not taking the rents. We're not taking any profits from what the city makes right now. Like Wayne said, it's really a $6,000 surcharge for us to manage what you guys currently have going on right there.
yeah, and that wasn't why I was questioning that.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
question.
that had nothing to do with, anything to do with you.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It just had to do with the scope that I thought was going to be covered in what we were asking for.
Yeah.
So I obviously was incorrect in my thought process because because I've not dealt with property management at all, I probably assumed incorrectly. And just, so that was
I mean, there's
where
a
I'm
number of
coming
ways we could do it. We could take all of the revenue and then work from there and pay everything. We didn't look in details to see what the exact budget was, just because that's not how it was proposed.
Yeah, no, and I understand that. And again, that was probably on me, because that's something that I was, like I said, I was just trying to find a way to get the repairs done to the building in a much quicker fashion than we currently, how we're going about it. I know it's more feasible to do what we're doing. It just seems like it's going to be an arduous process. It's going to take much longer, and I just know that the building is in disrepair, that's all.
I mean, we could have somebody there on site. I don't know we never
I don't think
talked
there's
in
that many calls, so.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what I didn't know is, how often are
I'm just
calls?
concerned, like, again, the turnaround time, because like in that particular instance, like I said, if they're the top floor and somebody takes hours to get there to fix an overflowing toilet, it's gonna cause a lot of damage to a lot of other apartments, not just that individual, so.
Yeah, no question. I mean, our office is 30 minutes away. It shouldn't take more than a couple hours to ever get there. We're prepared for emergencies. I mean, some things are emergencies. We look at anything that has to do with water is an emergency, no heat's an emergency, things like that. So we're aware of what's an emergency, and if it's a doorknob that isn't working, that could probably wait the next day. Yeah.
It's a fair assessment.
Let's just take a scenario if a hot water tank has to be replaced. Tenant calls up and they go through the channels and you're called. We're not gonna be using DPW people, right, to pick up water tanks and all that. That's totally gonna be on your
They have Mario Brothers.
maintenance company.
Maintenance company.
Yeah, like I said, we manage over 700 properties, so, water tank, unless it's a Sunday night at, 9 o'clock, it might be hard to get someone out within a couple hours, but water tanks are, we do those 5, 6 of them a week. So those are daily
Probably
occurrences.
do it cheaper than we can do it, too, for your same power, or?
Yeah, I don't know what you guys pay. On average, our cost for the tank and the water heater is around $850. The tank is around $400, and then they usually charge $400 to swap it out and take away the old. That's a 40-gallon tank.
Councilman Lesich?
Yes, thank you. I read your proposal pretty closely, And right now, we have two employees, two part-time employees, Kelly and then Marty. And I haven't met Marty personally. But in your proposal, as I read it, we would keep Kelly, and then at some point in time, Marty would be replaced by your maintenance crew. Is that correct?
That's the plan.
Okay. I wanted to clarify that, because that's how I read it. Currently, we have, after we paid off some bonds a few years ago, or, I don't know, a year and a half ago, we now have $221,000 in free cash flow for capital improvement. So we're running in a positive financial state. We also have about $120,000 that we currently have available in our budget for maintenance repair. I assume that money would be, you would be invoicing us, and that's where you're not doing this out of the goodness of your heart for $125. That being honest.
Is your budget right now is 120,000?
No.
Our maintenance and repair budget for last year, per our audited financials, we spent about $120,000.
Okay.
And so, and that is what I'm assuming would be essentially, we would be transferring that responsibility to you, correct?
Yeah, I think there's going to be based on what I'm hearing, that's $10,000 a month. That's
Well,
that's very healthy.
In the maintenance and repair, are we speaking only of replacing things that are broken, or are we talking about replacing flooring in apartments that are moved out? So what is the difference between capital improvement and maintenance and repair?
Our capital improvements would be the balconies,
The big stuff?
the big.
Structural?
The structural stuff,
Okay.
yes.
The parking lot.
So we have two buckets of money, essentially. One is for these bigger projects that we know are going to take multi-year for parking lots and things like that. But then on an ongoing basis, as people move out, or we need to replace carpeting in the building, we need to paint, those would be the kind of things that your company, Mario Brothers, would handle?
Absolutely. We could even handle the capital improvements. There's nothing that we can't handle.
We're not doing
Yeah.
that tonight.
Yeah.
One thing.
Yeah, there's nothing we can't handle.
Okay, so as I see it, and I assume you make a profit, so the city does not. And I've worked really hard over the last 4 years bugging people. We need to run this as what we call an enterprise fund. It is a standalone business of the city. So no subsidies from taxpayer dollars. Any work by DPW is charged to this fund, and money is transferred between funds so that it's separate. Under your scenario, it would pretty much be that way, because DPW would not be coming out and handling repairs unless there was some kind of catastrophic situation that needed immediate attention.
Right.
And then you would follow up.
Yeah.
So, and then my question would be, under the scenario where Mario Brothers is at the company,
Yes.
you would be buying the materials, you would be buying the hot water heaters, the flooring, the paint?
That's correct.
Okay, so we would not be, because we can sometimes get discounts through governmental agencies.
Sure.
Governmental buying agreements. So
Yeah.
that would go away, but you get wholesale prices and you have your markup and things.
Yeah, we get pretty good prices from Home Depot, Menards. Are you guys on net 30 as far as
I don't know.
maintenance and repairs?
We pay our bills as soon as we get them.
Okay.
So, all right, I guess my only concern would be that under the current scenario, we use our own in-house staff or in-house people for those kind of upgrades and the materials. So that might be a difference in buying power for what we buy. But as I read it and looked through this, if we kept within that $119,000, your service would cost about $6,000 over and above what we're paying now, and would eliminate a management issue on managing the maintenance projects.
Absolutely. What I suggest is we set a cap amount. So if it's arbitrary what it is, but let's say it's $2,500. Anything over $2,500 would be considered capital, and you guys would, take care of that yourself. Anything under $2,500 is something that's going to be inside of a unit or inside the building that's, going to be a maintenance or repair or, some type of update.
Could you provide a schedule of like a water heater. Here's what we would charge for a water heater under normal business hours, et cetera.
Sure.
Could you provide something like this? We could have some more specificity to the basic cost of operating the building.
Absolutely.
I would like to see something like that. So
Sure.
kind of compare apples to what we're currently doing.
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you. I've taken enough time.
Plus it also frees up DPW time.
Yes. Yeah. As I said, removes the management headache or management challenge of managing a business that is not core to the DPW's work, so.
So in turn, that 6,000 could actually maybe be in a wash too.
It may.
That was the entire conversation was, freeing up their time to do what they do best, which is not property management. And, hopefully you could make up that time with what you guys do best.
Councilwoman Coca.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark, for coming out.
No problem.
I think that Councilman Lessig answered all the questions that I had. And I think, I agree with Councilwoman Shornack that this is why we wanted to have a management company. The bigger capital improvements we can handle as the city, but when someone moves out, we want somebody to be able to get in there, get the apartment ready and, up and get it re-rented, because we have a waiting list, we have people waiting, and it's taking a ridiculous long time to get new tenants in there. So, I don't know what the average cost of that is, but I think in terms of, what is normal, when a person moves out, but I think that would be kind of where I would be in terms of the amount of money that would specify what would be a capital improvement versus what a maintenance cost would be, whatever you think that average with a little bit extra,
See, that's where we really excel. Like an average turnover shouldn't take more than 2 weeks,
Right.
unless if we're gutting an entire 2-bedroom apartment, it takes us 30 days, and we're talking new bathrooms, kitchens, flooring, paint, light fixtures, doors. That's so when you say the maintenance and repairs, we're going to save money, but when you look at the entire profit and loss at the end of the year, you're going to see other things that are going to improve too, because time is money. If a unit sits empty for a couple months rather than 1 month, and that happens 10, 15 times a year, that's could be $20,000, $30,000. So I encourage you to, let's not do a long-term contract. Let's do a 1 year, and then we can, analyze and see if it works out for everybody. But I think when you look at the P&L line item by line item, you're going to see a lot of different things that are going to improve.
I have a management company, so.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I have a couple homes in Florida, so I get it.
Oh,
Right,
God bless
totally.
you. It's a dirty business. It's not fun.
No, but thank you for being a management company.
Yeah. And if you see, people ask us all the time, like, how do you, we do it in volume, and you look at, 5% in what we make, it's the power of leveraging. We have 10 staff members and, 700 units, it makes sense. Under 100 units, you scratch your head and say, why am I dealing with this? For, our average, we make an average of, on most properties, we make 10%. We really got skinny on this. But even 10% of average rent of $1,200, we make $120 a month on a unit. It's not a lot, but it's through the power of leverage.
Well, thank you again, appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
I really like how you think about the trial period, because that's so important, because the learning curve for everybody. Sometimes just doing a walkthrough, you don't know what you're getting into, and we don't, obviously, because we've never worked with you before, but if it all works well, then we'll both succeed in it, so.
Absolutely. I want it to be a win-win. We're not getting rich off of it.
I think Councilwoman Baranski was next.
So a couple of questions that I had, but I want to clarify because I heard our city manager say one thing and Councilman Lessig say something else. In the numbers we have in front of us for the $6,000 net difference, that does not include us paying for Marty.
Right.
Are you paying for Marty?
No, he's gone.
If it's not Marty, it's going to be John, Bob, Sam.
No. I'm very specific because we're paying for, Kathy? Kelly, thank you, sorry.
Whether it's Marty or whoever he wants in there, we still have to, it's gonna come out of the $119,000. However he wants to work.
Oh,
Is Marty included in the 119,000?
no.
No, Marty is, yes.
So you put him on one line and moved him to another?
Let's look.
Am I missing it?
When we took a look at the total cost, I'm sorry. when we talk about the total cost of this, of running this, our net is about $160,000. That includes the labor that we have on board and all of the maintenance. All the other costs are fixed, depreciation, utilities, what have you. So when you back the numbers out, the $44,000 out, that's how you come up with about $120,000 in, or 113, 120 in maintenance. That covers all the maintenance. So whether he uses Marty or he uses his own person, that comes out of our, that total number that's left over.
Right, so the,
So if Marty goes away, we hire him.
yep,
We keep Kelly.
yep,
That's how you get to the $6,000.
right. And that's what I
He
thought,
wants to, his proposal says he will keep the people on temporarily to see where he's going with this.
and so
he
he's then
likes to
gonna
be hired.
invoice us for, so I guess then my question is directed to you with regard to Marty. I have met him, adore him, but he is there set times. He is not there only for need. To me, the way we save money, especially if we're hiring a management company, is we only have maintenance there when there's a need, as opposed to a set time. So to me, that closes the gap,
And that's where,
potentially, assuming we don't have 10 million things going.
that's where we're headed.
Got it, okay. So, and fixed charge, I think this is what Councilman Lessig was asking. You would be willing to present and agree to some sort of, I know there's variables always, but if it's a busted water heater or a busted dishwasher or a fixed door, we would know our cost before we agreed to the contract for this trial period?
So there's some things that are cookie cutter. For example, replacing a water heater. Of
Yep.
course, we'd have to go look at it. I don't
Yeah.
know where the water heater is located. There's also things like snaking out a toilet. Those are the same costs every single time.
Right.
The only variable is whether you have to pull the toilet off or whether you can do it with the door. But we can give you some costs on the most common property maintenance
Right.
issues that we
Because
see.
My concern is, and don't take this as a disrespect, but I'm an attorney by nature, so I
Business.
always look for the risk, that we agree to you and all of a sudden snaking out a toilet for you is $350. And so we've drastically decreased our maintenance fund on routine maintenance. And I love that because I was like, 2 years, I get why we want 2 years to try it out. But again, if it's an epic fail, we want to have a shorter term. And so I love, if I heard you right, you're willing to accommodate, because we're obviously new to this. We've maintained this property for years through the city, and we are looking for ways to allow our employees to focus on other things because we are down numbers. And if we can have a net win, that hopefully you can lower our maintenance expenses by your expertise of I think I heard you said 700 properties?
Yeah.
That's a lot. All in Michigan?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other senior-type facilities like this?
Some of our apartments, they're not specifically seniors, but we're very familiar with the seniors.
Is it primarily residential?
Yes, all residential.
All residential.
Yeah.
Awesome, thank
So
you.
here's the thing, Amy, we're conscious of the budget. We're obviously going to try to exceed it and beat it, but I'll make it even better. Why even do a one-year contract? We're fine with every day we'll wake up and earn your business. We don't need a long-term contract, so it could be month to month.
commercial's real?
Yeah, the commercial's real.
Where's your kids?
Yeah,
Where are the kids?
yeah.
They're teenagers now, aren't they?
Yeah, we got no problem with that.
I love
I
that.
hate contracts myself, and I feel like if someone's not happy, we're going to fix it or let's part ways.
Or actually something that just dawned on me, because I think you're also a real estate agent, is sort of that 30-day out clause or something.
Absolutely.
I don't have a problem giving a contract out of fairness.
Yeah.
Because it is the whim of 7 people.
Yeah.
Don't always.
As long as it goes both ways.
100%. Yeah. No,
just
100%.
kidding.
That to me would
Well,
be
yeah,
more
we don't want you to be at
fair.
a loss. That makes no sense.
No, right, yeah. 30-day out would be, to me, something that would make business sense.
Absolutely.
Because we are definitely looking for someone that can come in and keep the peace, free up our staff, and hopefully lower our expenses
Yeah.
It makes the money.
and make some money
Yeah.
Well, it's an enterprise.
for the
fund. It's
enterprise,
money.
so that they can do better repairs and have
They can do the repairs
balconies.
quicker.
Right.
Based on what I'm hearing, I mean, we only have on-site maintenance on properties that are 125 units and more. So I think we're going to save money right off like the first month, you guys are going to see a savings.
So my question now for Don would be, Don, how, because we did an RFP, how would we pursue the compromise terms and still be appropriate with regard to the process?
Well, the beauty of an RFP is nothing is set in stone. So the offers he's making to you and the offers that you make to him, if you give us direction, that will be what the contract will reflect.
Okay. So I guess my question then for council is, do we, I hate to adjourn it.
Well, we're going to be waiting on information anyway, so we couldn't make.
Do we do what we did before and we direct? Okay, I got it, all right.
Give direction.
I'm going to make a motion to direct the city manager to pursue an agreement with JMZ Management pursuant to the RFP with the additional considerations that we have discussed, which would include a one-year term, a 30-day out, a receipt of and adherence to standard maintenance repairs for standard items. And I think that's, did we talk about anything else?
No.
Or does anyone else have any concerns?
No,
And then you would bring that back to us when it's done for final approval? Is that how it would work? Okay, that's my motion.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Blanky.
Thank you. I agree with your motion and your second. I just wanted to, you mentioned that seniors aren't really your expertise, I mean, as far as the management. And we do have a gentleman sitting right in back of you that's a resident there. And Shelley Gilroy, she's here, her dad is there. So just to play, I know, I love the trial period, as the mayor mentioned too. That's very good for you to do that, because change is hard. It's going to be hard for the residents. This is their home. You
Absolutely.
know that better than me.
Yeah.
Okay. My question would be, then you would set up a process with Kelly, since she's clerical there, that'll be completely clear to all the residents, like who do they go to, or if there's a form as far as this maintenance and all that, that'll be very specifically explained and followed, correct?
We're going to try to limit as little change as possible to the residents.
Okay.
Maybe more changes to Kelly than the residents.
Okay,
Because now Kelly's just going to be directive more to us than the city, right? But the residents, that's the whole purpose of having Kelly there, is we want as little change as possible for the residents, because that's their point of contact. So we manage about 300 doors of apartment buildings. And apartments, about 30% of the apartments are always seniors. So we're very familiar with seniors.
okay. No, I mean, they are, and I just think that's brilliant to work through Kelly, who the residents and they're accustomed to and know. So thank you.
From day one, we told Wayne that it's imperative that we keep Kelly, because
Perfect.
that would just be too
You
much of a
mentioned
change.
that.
Most of our properties, they pay online. There's a lot of things that, seniors aren't going to do, like the new millennial generation, right? They're not going to go online or on their cell phone and transfer a bank check, So there's a lot of things that it's different. So we're aware. Yep.
And that's okay.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
you have it covered, so
Yeah,
thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilman Lessig?
Yes, we're putting together a proposal or a potential agreement, I guess it is. What I would like to do, this is directed to the city manager and, well, we don't have a finance person right now. But I would like to see your schedule of charges is kind of internally what we did last year in terms of repairs, water heaters, things like that, so we can kind of compare what we get for our dollars with you versus what we get currently with the current method we have. With regard to Marty, and that needs to be worked on so that the way I've heard it, and I want to make specifically clear, is that it would be, first, day one, it would be both people, and then there would be a transition out of that, likely, you said, in the first month. So that would be the case, and then your maintenance people would be taking over soon after the execution of this agreement. Would that be a reasonable way to expect this to move forward?
Very reasonable. I don't know yet because we're not in there, but I imagine we probably don't need someone there unless it's on call, right?
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting, nothing about on-call or whatever. I'm just saying that we have two part-time employees.
Yeah.
One of them would likely be going away.
Yeah.
Make that clear so that, because Ms. Baranski had some question about that, and I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Unless
then-
Marty wants to work on a per call basis,
And
you know.
that's
that
between
could-
you and Marty.
That's between us and Marty,
I guess
exactly.
If I, to put it in a.
It'll be our responsibility, not yours.
Your employee
Yes.
or contractor, or however you did that.
Correct.
That's your business.
Yes.
And then, so the schedule of charges would be the regular stuff, the snaking of the toilet, the dishwasher, and then give us an idea of what other things might happen and how you would go about charging them. Is it an hourly basis? Is it time and materials? Is there a rolling fee, whatever it is, a service call?
Sure.
Those kind of things would be very important to me in order to evaluate an entire.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll bring out the audience. Any comments and questions from the audience? Please step forward, name and address, please.
Whoops, get in there. Hi, the name is, hello.
Testing?
It was working right.
Okay, name is Ray Wojciechowski, I'm resident of Fraser Senior Housing, and I've met, I guess, everybody on the council knows me, and I have never seen probably one of you in the building, really surprises me, and you'll probably all be voting on this. And I hope, hey, I like the idea about a one-year internship. That might, work out. But Kathy Blanky will probably tell you that many years ago, when her husband was the mayor, that they had a management company, and supposedly it did fail. They found out it was cheaper to have the part-time workers like they do have right now. Now, with the one-year internship, that may change and all that stuff. Mr. O'Neill, would it be possible for me to get a copy of the report that you made with the figures? Yeah, I'd like to get a copy of that too, because also I'd like to stick up, like in regard to Kelly. Kelly is one of the best workers they've had up there. She is fantastic. You guys may not believe this, but at Christmas time, she actually sent a Christmas card to every resident in the building. Took the time to write their name. Took the time to write, "Hi, how are you? I'm glad to know you," and all that stuff. Spent at least, I could say, 15 minutes on each one of those. When you do that for about 70 to 75 residents, that is showing something. And that is showing that she really cares for the job. And people do love her. And yes, I do love Kelly. Kelly is a great, great person to know. In regard to Marty, there's stuff about Marty that you people may not know. I try to stay in shape, so basically I do get up early in the morning. Sometimes I'm up at 5 o'clock, 5:30. I do a lot of stair climbing there. Hey, I'm 77 years old and I got blood pressure of 110/70. What am I doing wrong? But anyway, I'm just trying to stay in shape, so this is why I do see Marty early in the morning. Now, Marty works from 7 to 11. He works 4 hours there. I have been working out sometimes in the morning. At 5:30, Marty is there. Cleaning the lobby, which, he doesn't start till 7 o'clock, but because he cares for the job so much, he's up there doing this on his own. Basically, this is one of the reports that I don't know, what you'd be doing. Marty is also, he comes in there and he cleans the bathrooms. I basically said you're going to have a person coming in doing repair work. Well, Marty's there just about every day, cleaning the bathrooms, taking the paper out of the towels, cleaning the mirrors. And then during the winter time, another problem we do have is putting salt on the sidewalks. People walk in They have salt on their feet. The salt stays on their rugs. Marty's there to clean it off. Are we going to have a man there every day to do this type of maintenance work? I want to see the place turned around. I want to see it made into the best place that it could ever be. I just hope that I'm not 6 feet under when it's all fixed up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please come out and state your name and address, please.
I don't live in Fraser, but I work for Fraser.
Okay.
My name's Donna Robinson.
Hello, Don.
And when he got to talking about Marty, the only thing I can say, it's the DPW workers. It's the love for the city. It's the people that grew up underneath BJ and Nick and Nate and all the people that are here. My brother Angelo doing the tile work. It's just the love that these people have. And sometimes love can't be replaced by any company whatsoever. It's either you have it or you don't. It's just the way it is. And yes, you'll live many, many more years, I'm sure, to see whatever's going on here. Believe me, it's just, Miss Blanky, am I right or wrong? 100% right. It's just the way the people are, from everybody, from the public safety side, the DPW workers. If somebody called, I mean, I've seen people come into the DPW that they know all these people by names, by first name basis. They know exactly where they live. They know their address. They know what's in their backyard. I mean, they just know everything. Mike, you've been here for I don't know how many years, all your life. It's the love you have. It's the way you want to see things done. I know that the cities went through a lot of things. Can we overcome? Absolutely. There's always got to be a silver lining. I mean, there's always going to be light at the end of the tunnel. It's getting out of it. But that's the kind of stuff, like what he's talking about, and Kelly, and a lot of our other workers, that people can't replace. And nothing against you. There's nothing against you whatsoever. I'm sure you run all your companies, but it's the personalization part of it. It's the seniors. My mom was, older too, and they don't like change. They want to see the same smiling faces. They want to know that if they call, Nick or BJ or whoever, something's wrong here, that they're going to get somebody over there ASAP. Am I right or wrong, Miss Blanky? I'm telling the truth. I always tell the truth. And, and that's just how I feel about it.
Well, one thing is, Mike and I, we know what you're saying. We do, right?
Absolutely. I mean,
We do know.
You've been around the city forever.
You're right.
And there's been
Way
a
too
lot of
long.
other people as well. And I mean, sometimes it hurts me to my heart. I look at some of the stuff and I go, I've looked at Kelly and said, Kelly, what's happening to our city? I didn't even know we didn't own library. I didn't even know it. Well, I went on vacation, but I still didn't know it. I mean, it was before that. And I was like, we don't own library? What's our city coming to? And I mean, we're such a strong city. And can we get back to that? Absolutely. It's going to take time or whatever. And the budgeting, and I understand it. But with everybody working together, anything can be done. Miracles happen. So that's the way people have to be positive, and they have to work together at it. It's just like everything else. It's like what's going on with this another flu thing going on. People can't panic. They have to stay calm. They have to work together and say, we're fighters. Like me, I'm a 20-year breast cancer survivor. I've always fought. Fight, fight, fight. That's what we do.
You do.
We have to fight for what we believe in.
Great.
So I believe in the city. I believe in a lot of our workers. We have good workers. We have a good team. We have good police officers. We have a great DPW team. We really do. They're hardworking guys. They're not just out riding around wasting gas. Because if they are, then BJ and people would get on them. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you much.
See you.
Anybody else?
Hi, if I could real quick, this interview process was definitely eye-opening to me. me and Wayne and Jason, we actually, we had a really good time doing it. Learned a lot doing it. Nothing against Mark, I'm sure he's a great company. But we did take a lot of pride. We do take a lot of pride in the building and what we do. So when I hear about the turnaround time and what we do and how we do it, it bothers me because we do it very well in a timely manner. We really do. And if you actually, and I know, Mr. Letchers, you took the time and you walked the building, right? And you've seen the flooring and the countertops we're doing and how we're painting the building and what we're doing. And the things that I took from what BJ was doing and continue to do it and to change them and make them better. So when you see that budget and you see that number work and move and Mark goes, well, 10,000 a month. Well, that's not just hot water tanks and furnaces. No, that's flooring and countertops and tile and redoing the units top to bottom when they are changing out, because now is the time to do it. So when you see you take a unit and it does take a little longer than most and not 2 weeks and 4 weeks and maybe even 6, it's because what we're doing inside that unit. So yes, we do take a lot of pride in what we do and how we do it over there, day in and day out, no matter if it's the grass, snow, or inside the unit. So as much as I have a different opinion as if this could work, sure, I agree, it could work, absolutely. And take a little load off of us, sure. But that doesn't take away from what we've been doing and how we've been doing it, not for a second.
Nobody's doing that, Nick, absolutely not.
I know they're not, but it's sometimes when I hear it geared and I hear the conversation, it definitely hits home to what we do and how we do it on a daily basis, day in and day out, when we take those calls and, we respond to those calls on a Saturday or a Sunday, and make sure that somebody's there in a timely manner and how it's done. So when I hear those sort of things, if you would have seen and heard the reviews that we got when we did the walkthroughs with these companies, and the response that we got out of the building, so do I consider it in disarray? Not for a second. Is there work that needs to be done? Sure, in every building, whether it's the housing, the city hall, any of our buildings. But the response that we got from these people that walked through, the one lady said she wanted to move in tomorrow. Unfortunately, she didn't hit the age. But that's just the response that we got from the building of the shape that it's in and the shape that we've kept it in. So, thank you.
Great, thank you.
And I think Mark will do a great job.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Bring it back to council. We have 2 questions, or we do have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Brenda.
Can I say something first?
Sure, go ahead.
With what I just heard, I think we really need to sit down with the staff and everybody that's involved there and make sure that we don't skip a beat. Just hearing what Marty did every morning, that's not something we accounted for. And it's something that should continue. Someone should be cleaning, the bathrooms and filling up, the toilet paper, the paper towels. So I just think that, before we finalize this and put pen to paper, that, maybe we should sit down and make sure that we have every role and every task that's currently being done covered.
That was what I was getting at. Thank you.
And maybe we'll find that there's no money saved, but maybe we're taking the burden off of somebody so they can do something else. I don't know. Maybe the 10,000, it sounds like a lot, but again, I don't know what's being done for that 10,000. Are they replacing kitchens, cabinets, floors? Maybe it's a decent price. Who knows? Like I said, maybe there's no money to be saved, but we can take the burden off of someone so they can focus on what they do best at the city. Maybe that's what we find at the end of the day. Or maybe there's nothing we can do to help or improve, and that's fine too. Like I said, we're making $2,500 a month. It's nothing that we're going to get rich off of or change our business model over. So, we'll do our homework and make sure that everybody's comfortable and it's a win-win for everybody. Otherwise, there's no long-term contract.
See, that's what's great, because you have to be business partners in this.
That's it.
The way you talk and the way you present, I think you'd be a great partner. You have to have that. So,
Yeah. Maybe there's a place for Marty. Maybe we're going to have to hire Marty to continue doing what he's doing. It sounds like there's value in what he does.
Yeah. The important thing to me is, when you comment, is you're listening to the people.
Absolutely.
You listen to them. A lot of people sit at that table and they tell us things and they don't listen, or they don't listen to what we say. So I commend you for listening to the people, because that's what's going to make a successful place.
Absolutely. You know why? Because they focus on the money.
Yep. Absolutely. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yeah, I wish Nick was in here, and so please convey my thoughts. Ask him to watch the tape, because it was never my intention to in any way convey that anyone wasn't doing a great job. Our DPW is at the lowest numbers they've ever had. They've had more water breaks in the last month. I don't even know how they come to work. They are so threadbare, and it dawned on me when council member Lessig was speaking that it was like, oh my gosh, wait a minute. Our DPW can now focus on all of this other stuff,
That's, yeah.
and it at most is going to cost us $6,000. And sometimes you have to spend money to find ways to become more efficient. And it's exactly the conversation we spent 2 hours with our public safety department on. We have to look at things differently. And it's not a criticism of anyone, it's a reality of where we're at. And if it doesn't work, I'll be the first to say, we were wrong. But, so please convey everyone, the employees are doing an amazing job. You just sometimes can't get to it because you're out doing a water main break and you just worked 35 hours in 2 days. And our DPW's time may be better spent doing other things. Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, the only reason we can do what we do is, like I said, our staff is leveraged to handle all of the properties. But when you look at what you guys do for one property, it's probably not worth it. And God bless them. I mean, taking calls on Saturdays, Sundays, that's what's involved in managing that building. And they're not getting paid for the, those off-hour times, but they're still doing it. And that's amazing.
They do get paid.
Yeah, they get paid.
Yeah. Like I said, in this business, it's all hours of the day and night. Susan, you've got properties. It's nonstop, all hours. But
Okay, we do have a,
No, I just wanted to say, well, I was gonna say the same thing about, I don't want the DPW in any way, shape, or form, Jason, anybody to feel that this was about anything that you guys are doing or not doing. This was about just looking at another option. This was just about looking at another option that we could pursue with the city and to free up your time because you have limited staff to do the things that need to be done, especially during the summer, and like Councilwoman Baranski said, we've had so many water main breaks. Those are priority, and those would top anything, the seniors, and we don't want the senior buildings to be neglected either. So at the same time, we're just trying to find another way to take care of two problems at once without any necessary huge costs to the city and just keep this production of the improvements for the senior housing moving through. And it was never to get rid of Kelly and or Marty either. It was literally to find a different way. And if we're not moving forward, we're moving backward. And this city cannot continue to move backward. We have to move forward. So, but we do understand the extra miles the DPW has always gone to, so.
I think you guys are looking at it smart. I mean, if you look at, a 40-hour week, 160 hours a month, and, our fee is $2,500, that's $15 an hour. I mean, if you can't say that your guys' time is worth more than $15 an hour, I mean, that's what it comes down to. That's where you guys are going to see it.
Okay, I just bet the mayor, I got 10 seconds.
All right, let's
What
go.
Donna said and what other people said, Nick, we've come to a juncture in our city now that we did all work as family. Donna knows that. But this isn't personal. This is nothing personal. This is business now. Like everything else globally, we have to look at things a little different. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's not personal, it's business, but we all care about our residents still.
Donna, please, we have to continue on with the meeting. Thank you. Okay, that was 28 seconds.
You owe me $10.
We have a motion, second on the floor. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mark.
Thank you for waiting us out, too.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you.
Yes. 5-10 minute break, please.
Thank you.
Yep.
See you in 20.
No, we still got a lot to do.
You look nice, by the way.
This is my court. I was in court all.
Well, at least they turned the heat on a little bit.
Yeah, thank God, 'cause I was about to freeze.
I know, I wouldn't.
Call the meeting back to order at 10:37. Item F, consideration of option to assign the general fund or future capital expenditure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. You have been given a list of numbers, both from me and John Walters, and you had some numbers from the previous finance director, Tim Sadowski, that he talked about monies that you could assign. It was over and above the 25% threshold. This is a philosophical thing, both in terms of how you get to 25%, what numbers you use for 25%. Typically, city managers, finance directors will use expenditures, 25% of expenditures. Mr. Sadowski, when looking at cash flow, looked at the cash position at the end of the fiscal year, the cash position. Because you can have a fund balance, but do you have any cash? You might have a lot of receivables. So that's why his philosophy is doing it on cash on hand, which is 6 of one and a half dozen of the other. So the way Tim did it was, he looked at his cash balance as of 6/30 of the last fiscal year. He looked at what his anticipated revenues would be for the current fiscal year, minus any glitches like Fruhoff or whatever. So he took 25% of his anticipated revenues. Okay? He looked at that verse and his cash fund balance, what he had there. So that's how he came up with between 1.6 and 1.8. This council asked me to come up with some harder numbers. You didn't want to just come up with any number. So when John and I first looked at what would 25% be, we used the audited expenditures from 2019, which was a tad over 15 million. Tim's number was about 16.5 million, because he was looking at revenues. We were looking at expenditures. And again, it's 6 of one and a half dozen of another, as long as you're using empirical data. That being said, if you take a look at the last numbers that John sent you, okay, he got to 1,797,490, between 1.6 and 1.8. And again, we have arrived at those numbers two different directions. But you wanted a firmer number. What John Walters is telling you, and I agree, you can use the number of 1,797,490, and you will be fine. In a nutshell.
For new expenditures.
If you want to assign that.
Right.
If you want to sign that. You can sign less, you can sign more. It's a philosophy.
Right.
You wanted a number, that number is about as firm as you're going to get.
That is the number.
It's a moving target anyway.
But a moving target, it's still within.
You're right there. You're well below any problems that might arise, if that's what you're looking for. And you can always unassign it.
Pro Tem Kolka, or
That's okay.
Councilman Kolka.
Don't worry about that. You're fine. So Wayne, I have a question about the legal, we're over budget on the legal expenditures. Do you know by how much?
No, I know that and Don, I'm going to stick up for you, not where Mr. Denault is concerned. This has to do with our monies
Okay.
for negotiations.
Okay.
I don't know that. I know we're over, but I don't know.
Do you have approximation? Is it
No.
10,000, 20,000?
I wouldn't guess.
100,000,
I wouldn't guess.
50,000? No idea?
I'm sorry, at this late hour, I can't remember.
That's
I
fine.
don't want to guess because you don't like guesses.
Did you want the number?
I do want the number, I just wanted an approximation, because obviously we're trying to allocate
Matter of
funds
fact,
here.
wait a minute, excuse me. Budget to actual report, let me take a look at this. Legal professional services are at 81% due to ongoing union negotiations will require a budget amendment. That's what John Walters wrote. And his missive to you through January 20th. So we would be about 54% through the budget year if we're going through January, so it'd be 7/12, and we're at 81%. So we are over by about 27%. If you go that way. I don't know.
What's 30% of the budget for that?
Mr. Lessig is looking it up right now.
I gotta find my search.
Okay,
I don't know what the budget number, I think yours was,
so I,
oh yeah, you got the budget right there.
it's in there. So I think, and I think we talked about this before, I'd like to allocate this, obviously I want to be able to cover the legal expenditures for the remainder of the year. I would like to allocate some of this for parks, MERS, and the roads. And one of the other questions I had was, do we know when 14 and Hayes is being slated to be fixed? I know one side is Sterling Heights, and the other side is us. I'm talking about the really bad area by Walgreens there.
It's 2022, wasn't it?
Is it 2022?
This year.
I don't
Is it this year?
see it on the horizon.
It's this year.
Is
Talk
it?
to Nick about it, yeah. Yes.
So
Whole
it's gonna
road.
be 2020,
And that's coming out of the street fund, major road.
and we've already budgeted for that.
No.
Do you know?
We have major street funds for it, yeah.
Okay, so we have already budgeted for it. Okay, we're right on. Okay, so that being said, obviously, we might want to talk about what is the next roads we want to do, or MERS, parks. I know parks is on the, parks is something we've been talking about.
If I may, you're right down the right path. You really don't have to designate anything for it. You can say, we want to designate, I want to sign this for future capital needs, and then at the time you expend it, you guys decide how you want to spend it.
Right.
You're just assigning the number.
The whole amount.
Oh, I see.
And then you take out of that for what you want.
And then when you want to spend it, you
For
say,
future
okay. I
capital
wanna
needs?
spend MERS or whatever.
I know we got a lot of lights, because we actually have AEW coming, I believe, next month with some of the road repairs that we've talked about earlier, to fix the roads instead of replace the roads.
You might come back and want to assign more.
Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Lessig.
Okay. I have no desire at all to put money towards capital improvements we have not identified. I have no desire to put any money aside for undesignated or non-specific capital improvements, which took us 7 years to get 14 Mile done. We do these things by identifying needs, not wants, and then we go through an engineering process. We work with our engineers, we work with our funding sources, and we decide the easiest and the least expensive way to do projects. For example, 2024, I talked to Mike Vigneron at the East Point State of the City, and he said that Garfield, they said, what about Garfield, 14 to 15 Mile? He said that's about a $2 million project, and it is slated to be, they're going for federal TAP, transportation improvement funds, and that would be federal money that could be coming, but that would be 2024. So these projects take a long time to schedule, and I've heard of no actual needs that we have at the moment that could not be funded by major streets, local streets, and our existing capital improvement plans for water and sewer. All that money should come out of the enterprise fund. So, I know that some don't believe it's a real thing, but we are going through an economic shock and I think the greater damage to this, to our country and our risk to our economy is the duration of this, and that's an uncertain thing. It could be 2 months, it could be 6 months before we really get back on our feet economically. And to put money into MERS right now, I think that's a risky bet. I do believe in shoring up those funds, and I'm very concerned about the way the stock market is now and how long it's going to take to recover. But when we have this is a rainy day fund, and or a fund balance, and the idea here is that we have money set aside for things that we need, and that we have some reserves left for things we can't anticipate. This is one of those things. And then we also are, I guess there's a lot of uncertainty right now, and I would not want to do anything until we determine, we've talked about parks, we have a plan coming, I believe, next month. That's something that's been kicked around since, I think, July, August of last year. I would be willing to move forward on that, looking at that, but anything else at the moment, we need to look at next year's budget. We have money here. We could actually lower PA 33 a little bit, bring that in line. We have MISD just raised 1.9 mils. That's going to raise tax bills in this city. So when we look at this, we need to look at the whole picture, not just a single fiscal year and a single point in time when we have this money here. We need to be very careful in how we use it. So that's my speech. Thanks.
Councilwoman Shornack.
Well, I actually wasn't going to disagree. I was going to say something relatively similar to that as well, with currently what's going on, and because we have mitigating costs that we are unsure of, that we are going to have to do budget amendments for. Not only that, but I believe finance is also over budget. Yes, no?
Should be under.
I thought that was one of the other ones, unless I am thinking of something else. But I know there was something else that was going into over budget. But I did have a question. And my question is related to the $144,950. How were we not budgeting, and how would we have to make a budget adjustment for the rental of the garbage cans when we knew that was something? Why, even if they didn't bill us, how were we not collecting those funds, and how was that not included in the budget?
We collected the funds, we just
And why
didn't
would we
pay
have?
it.
No, I got that, but it said in here that we're going to, the payment is not budgeted for.
Yeah,
How was it not budgeted for?
for a lump sum like that, we were supposed to pay them on a monthly basis, and they never added it to their monthly bill, so we couldn't have known.
But,
It would-
no, wait. How could we not have known? It's been a set amount, correct?
They
I
didn't,
get that they didn't bill us, but we should have been, it's just like vacation banks. You know you're going to have to pay this much out, so you have to be appropriating that amount of money each month for those employees for that particular thing. So how were we not appropriating when we knew, because this isn't our first year with this company, that we had this, that this was something we were going to have to pay, even though they didn't bill us every month? How did we not know that that was going to, it's still a total that we'd have to pay by the end of the year. We know that's a total. So I'm just very confused of why we have to have a budget adjustment or amendment with regards to this, because we should have been accruing those funds, and
We
that
do.
should have
We
been
have the
allocated.
money.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying it should have been in the budget because we knew how much we spent last year on that, so we knew we'd have the similar spending. Why do you look confused?
When were the cans delivered?
the cans were delivered when the contract was first, we
Right.
first approved the contract, 2 or 3 years ago.
Bless you.
It's a different fiscal year, I think, is the
I understand that. What I'm saying is, I don't believe they raised the amount of what we spent last year in this, so it should have been a line item under that, taking that same number and taking over the next year's, for your next year's budget. We spent, let's say, $200,000. We spent $200,000 last year, so for this year's budget, it should have been, okay, we're gonna spend $200,000 again. Even if they didn't bill us every day and we've been accruing the money, that money should have been there. It should have been in the budget. I'm asking why it wasn't.
Right.
Okay,
Am I like not making sense?
it's in the
Okay.
rubbish fund. It wasn't spent, so it accumulates. I'll call Tim and ask him why he didn't see that wasn't
I'm
on the
not
bill.
attacking you. I'm just asking why it wasn't a line item under that GL.
It is.
Then why is it
Then
not
why isn't it-
budgeted in the
then why isn't
current
it-
year
yeah.
and
It
requires a
wouldn't have
budget
been for
amendment?
carts, it would have been the total cost for the rubbish. They charge us by the ton, and they charge us by the stop, and they didn't include it in there.
They didn't include the cans last year?
Ever?
We haven't paid them at all.
On the cans ever?
No,
Oh, they've never billed for the.
no,
And that's why this is,
that's why it's so big.
72,000 a year.
and so, then I guess, here's my, my secondary question, because that's not how this was written, but any which way. So then my follow-up question to that would be, where's their skin in the game for not doing what they were supposed to do? Was our contract with them not that they would bill us on a regular basis, not whenever they
Well, I will leave
remember?
I'll leave the contractual stuff to Mr. Denal.
Well, I'm saying at this point,
Well,
3 years later.
because we have a contract and we didn't pay them, doesn't mean we get away scot-free. It doesn't.
I'm not saying get away, Scott. I'm not saying erase the bill. I'm saying, where was the disconnect and why was this, where's the disconnect? How did this get missed by both sides for so long? How did their company, and what are they willing to do to rectify that situation? And how are we going to make sure that doesn't happen again? Because we get hit on the audit every time we have to do a budget amendment.
Well, you get hit on the audit, but that's another issue.
I know, I understand that, but, we've had 2 really good, clean audits with no budget amendments and everything like that. Well, now we've already gonna have the legal expense. And now we're gonna have this budget
As
amendment.
long as you do budget amendments throughout the year, because a budget document is a living, breathing document. And as long as you do budget adjustments throughout the year, you don't have problems with your audit. Because you're correct.
It'll be mentioned.
You correct these things as you find them.
You miss it, it's fine.
Well, okay, we'll see when next year comes out. I don't understand how something from that company, how they could miss something like that for 3 years.
We actually had a similar with the cable, it was almost 4 years.
It's just astounding to me. That's just, I don't know how people stay in business when they do business that way. I'm just frustrated that we're getting a bill 3 years later.
Right.
It's not directed at you. I'm just like,
No,
how the
I
heck
know,
does
but
that happen?
Like I'm gonna squeal on Mr. Denal's comment. We've had their money for,
I know, earning minimal interest, and that's great, but it's still the point.
yeah.
It's inefficient.
Now, I was shocked. I would think that somebody on their side would be asking their accounting people, how come you didn't bill this?
Somebody's butt should be on fire,
Well,
but
yeah,
I'm just
that's
saying.
what it's on them. Yeah, we should have paid our bill, and we probably could have paid closer attention that they weren't charging us for the carts. But when we never got the bill in the first place,
Well, to Mr. Lessage's point, I am very concerned at the mass hysteria that our government and everybody is putting through on this, and it is going to tank our economy. And they were talking about a recession. Well, now apparently that will happen, and we are going to have other situations arise. And myself as well, I would like to pull back some of the PA 33 that we are enacting every year and lessen the amount and the burden on our residents, if at all possible, in this next fiscal budget. So besides the parks, which is the parks already, the amount we discussed already been, we have not,
we
okay,
haven't done anything.
okay. But we did for Fruhoff, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, I just want to make sure, so I, like, this
No,
is
no,
where
you-
we, okay, so but I am still
I want to
100%.
see you prove some
Tangible.
locks and the tennis courts.
Right. But in general, we do need to do more tangible things for the residents so they can see their tax dollars at work and not feel that their tax dollars are not being represented. So at this time, I would want to kind of hold off on that as well to see how long this is going to continue and where it's going to put our residents as well, financially.
You can do that, yeah.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Just in follow-up briefly, I know that we could add into our contracts, and I would challenge our city attorney to do this, because if you submit a bill to Blue Cross a year after the fact, a year and a day after, they don't owe it. So even though they have the money, they took the premiums. So there are legal steps we as a city can take to ensure, especially when we have accounting requirements, to ensure that we get timely bills, just the same as they have expectations for timely payment, and they have those terms in their contract. So I would invite Mr. Denault to, not immediately, not next month, but keep that in mind with contracts going forward so that this doesn't happen if now we're hearing the cable did it and the garbage cans did it, and all of a sudden, whoops, here's $166,000. I have a couple questions, and I know I don't recall the answers, but the 25% fund balance, and I guess I should tell the residents, until yesterday, we had very different information, and if you look in the packet, if anyone does actually look in the packet, very different numbers were communicated about what our fund balance was. And I'm talking almost $2 million difference. So the number is 1.6 to 1.8. That's it. It's not 2.7, it's not 3 million, it's not 3.5. The question that I have is the 25% that has been recommended to be fiscally prudent for reserve funding, is that off of revenue or expenditures?
He did that off of revenues. That's
John
why-
did that, or I mean,
Tim did that.
it's off revenue. What,
He's the first person that I know of that does it off of revenues. Everybody does it off of your last year's expenditures.
got it. Okay, okay. And then my question for Mr. Denault would be, if we allocate this, some sums of money to any thing, let's say capital improvements for easy sake, let's say we allocated $1 million to capital improvements of this 1.7 or $8 million, but we don't assign it. What does that mean in terms of practical application of that money today? It means it takes it out of the general savings account, right?
No,
Nope. Well, okay, yeah, right, because it's all there.
it's all on paper.
Right. But it means therefore that our intent is to put it there, but we could pull it back? Or once it's allocated, does it have to stay in capital? The reason the residents don't see, and this is why it's really important to come, because there's so much dialogue that is non-communicative. Once we allocate it, can we not put it back into the general fund?
You can move money, reallocate, allocate. You have complete discretion. How that works in its most simplistic form is it goes on a line or a fund number that is assigned to once you've said we're appropriating it for this purpose. But that's just paper or spreadsheet math. The next day, you could call a special meeting and say, we're going to reassign it somewhere else. It's just another way to look at it is it's approval to spend it in that item, that category. But because we have limits on, spending too, nobody's going to go spend it on a $1 million road project without you approving a $1 million road project. So the money's in that account. So if the city administration came to you and said, we have a $1 million road project we'd like you to approve, your first question is it budgeted? And the answer would be, well, yes, it is. You put $1 million in there for it. But that's all that means. And so the money can be moved around all the time. For auditing purposes, obviously, Mr. Walter's job and task will be to put it in that account and assign it the way you've appropriated it in a budget adjustment. And then if you readjust it, he'll adjust the budget again and just make sure that you're approving clean budgets, by the end of the year.
And by no means am I saying, put it here, but there's a reason for this, which is to send a message to the residents. And it's the number one problem I had when I sat over there last year and you guys appropriated P33 without saying what this money was going to go for. And here we are a year later, 3 months short of a year, and we're still sitting here saying, we don't know what we're going to spend this money on.
E33 has to go to the.
Okay, you're right. Not the PA33 money. The revenue that we freed up in our funds as a result of implementing PA33 to cover the public safety department was the surplus, and there was conversations, and those things have been done. You've paid down MERS, you've paid down other things, you've done Fruhoff. But that's the frustration that I have as a council member and I had as a resident is, if not now, then when? And I get that there are unknowns, but at this point, to be honest, I say put it all towards not doing PA 33. If it's $2.5 million is our number, and obviously that's going to change, but based on revenue and whatever, you're looking at 1 or 2 mils. That's just me. 4 mils, sorry, whatever them.
To reduce it.
If we're not going to say, we're going to spend it to show the residents something now for the money we have taken in over the past year. And I 100% want some of the money to go to the park. I'm not abandoning that. To the contrary, when I saw the first numbers of $2.5 million, $3 million, I said, let's do all the parks. I'm kind of sad that those numbers weren't right, because that would have made it really easy. But that's just where I lie. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lessig.
I'm sorry. Oh, I know what I was going to say. As far as the refuse and the can rentals, we'd have to look at last year's budget because it looks like there's a new line item for rentals in here. But we did, when we passed and set the millage, we did collect and we did anticipate that that was going to happen. So the money did come. We're not taking money out of general fund to cover this. And I just wanted to make that clear. But in order to look and see if this budget now has a rental line item, we'd have to look at last year's budget because this one has zero. So it may have been incorporated in that waste and rubbish disposal line, and it would have been buried in the budget. We would not have seen that separated. Have to look at that to make sure. But
The only thing.
that's how, but we did budget for it, we did talk about it, and we did set a millage for that 1.9 or whatever that millage is.
So the only thing rental could go for is the rubbish can.
Yes, and that looks like that looks to me like it's a new line item in this year's.
Okay, great, thank you.
Just wanted to clarify that we did our part, the city did our part to plan for it, collect money for it, and now they finally decided they wanted to get their money, so.
Thank you for that, Mike. Councilwoman Polka.
Thank you. So I'm just going to reiterate what I've said before about PA 33. The whole purpose of trying to free up the extra money was because of our MERS. And I have maintained that since the beginning. Anything that's extra should go to MERS. But I do understand that given the situation currently, I don't want to be throwing money away. If the stock market is plunging, obviously that's not going to help us by just putting money in there at this point. I do agree that because of this scenario, we just don't know what the future holds. I do think that we should put it in a capital improvements fund. That still leaves 25% fund balance left over, which is, obviously we don't want to dip into that if we have to, but it's better than not having any money to pay our bills in 6 months like we were 2 years ago. So we're we've come a long way, in other words. I do think we should allocate parts of that money for park improvements and some roads, sidewalks. I think we talked about this before. And, I am in favor, again, of keeping the mills where they're at because of the fact that MERS isn't going away, just isn't going away. I know that it's uncertain as to how much we're going to get a return on our investment when we pay the MERS, but that the liability is not going away. It's not going away. So, and I think we heard Tim say that it would be between 15 and 13 mills for the next 15 years to get over the hump, to get past this deficit. And we're at 9. So while I can appreciate where we're coming from, and I can appreciate, taking the burden off the taxpayers, this burden has really just begun. I mean, it really has just begun, unfortunately. So with that, I guess I could make a motion to, place, I'll just keep it round, I'll just round it off to like $1.7 million to be allocated towards capital improvement fund for the past fiscal year. Does that sound good?
Current fiscal year.
For the current fiscal year, I mean.
We can't say the past
I'm
fiscal
sorry,
year.
the current fiscal year, we're so close.
That would be awkward. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, if I understand your intent, the motion is to to assign $1.7 million for future capital expenditures out of the general fund.
Correct, yes, thank you.
Do a motion, do we have a second? Do a motion and second. Any comments and questions from the audience? I see none. Councilwoman Shornack?
I understand the thought process, but I'm not comfortable with 1.7 because I know there's other expenses that are coming down and I don't want to have. I understand the want to put away money for future endeavors, and I know we can move it back if so necessary. But I'm definitely not comfortable with the 1.7, only for the fact of we already know we're over a budget on several things. And we don't know what that number's gonna be. And I don't think it's gonna be, what is it, $79,000 or $76,000. I think it's gonna be more than that. And I don't wanna have to keep moving things around. So I would say a more comfortable number that I would be comfortable with would be like 1.5, if we're going to just put it there for safekeeping right now until we get over this craziness and see where everything lies. I don't want to put the whole 1.7 there right now. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Councilwoman Baranski.
This is probably best directed at the city manager. For each budget year, do we include in the budget a savings account? So in other words, let's pretend we were starting fresh, you know, that each year, is the theory you deplete down your 25%, or you have that and each year you carry that over? Does that question make sense?
The philosophy is the city council sets a goal of a fund balance. Oftentimes, you don't have any, oftentimes you don't have any money. Like Ms. Kalka said, we were going over a cliff. So typically, the philosophy of a council is to 17%, 20%, 20, whatever your number is. So if your 25% goal is, you're always looking to that. So that when you do your budget, you want to have your budget at least balanced to the point where you got that 25% is sitting there. Plus, if you're assigning money for future capital, you will also want that budget to also reflect that you're not using that either. Unless you have a revenue problem, you don't have PA 33, you're not doing 9 mills or whatever. You also want to budget city managers and finance directors across the board try to budget, they're conservative on their revenues and a little higher on their expenditures. You have to have some wiggle room. That said, you're budgeting for a little cushion. So yes, your 25% should be there. Your assigned should be there unless you run into a problem. And every year, you try to maintain that by budgeting the way that I just said that.
Okay, so my question is, I want to use like a household, you know, we're going to get our paycheck on July 1st, and we have $20,000 sitting in the bank. Does our new paycheck, does a portion of that go towards that savings account? Do you have money within this budget for the 25% reserve?
Okay.
So in other words, is any percent of our revenue not specifically line item for the?
What you're saying is,
Yeah.
let me rephrase that for you. That budget that you have there, which is not finished.
No, I haven't even looked at it, but.
Okay, which is not finished, is not taking money from fund balance.
Right, nope. Is the budget you're going to give us, and maybe I clearly.
Again.
Is it going to include
a surplus?
Money to surplus?
Yes.
And so therefore.
I can't tell you how much because you haven't done your budget.
Fair enough. Good, that's why I didn't ask it. But therefore, the 25% we have potentially could grow immediately with our new budget, correct?
Whatever, it's up to the council to decide what your revenue source is going to be. Again, remember, there's two variables here besides the stuff that comes in. Your healthcare goes up and down and sideways, and the other numbers. But your budget is driven by a $2 million structural deficit that hasn't gone away. You haven't closed that gap yet. So therein lies PA 33 and MERS and all the other things. You're at that again this year. How much do you want to fund what you want to fund? That's where you're at. And you'll have those discussions buying through the budget process.
How much last year's budget was allocated towards the cushion?
Towards what?
The cushion. Oh, that was because we had to do okay, so.
No, yeah.
Yeah, we can't because we didn't. Okay, got it. Yep, I got it. I warned you that I have a learning curve on the budget.
You're getting there.
Councilwoman Kolka.
Thank you. So the only other thing that I wanted to say was to dovetail off of what Amy was saying, was that it's March. So when the time comes, the appropriations that were over budget, so we go to 23% fund balance. That's not a big deal, and we're gonna be doing a brand-new budget here in a few months. So for me, even though, yes, we know we're gonna have some overages or whatnot, it's not like detrimental where we're down to 17%, or we know of anything that's so outrageous that's going to be, that's, eye-opening, like, wow, like, that's a lot of money, that's gonna dip us down. So to me, 23%, 25%, I mean, it's all the same, in other words, and we're putting actually $100,000 back into the fund balance of this extra, of the amount that we had that was over and above the 25%. So the 1.7 leaves $97,490. So for me, that's the, what was it, the 47, or the 100, is it 143 or is it 47? I don't know. I don't have the numbers in front of me. For the cans.
144,000.
Thank you, 144,000. So you're dipping down into that a little bit, and let's just say that,
No, that's already, it's totally different.
A different budget.
oh, I'm sorry, it's already been allocated. Forget that. Forget I said that. Okay, so then let's just assume that we went over a budget with the legal fees, 100,000? Probably not 100,000. Doesn't seem like it's that much. So to me, we're kind of right there. So that's why I think that that's an appropriate number, so.
Anybody else? We have a motion and, that's all we have is a motion, right?
No, Amy seconded.
Yeah, I second it.
We have a motion and a second. Okay, I'll bring it out to the audience. Any comments and questions? Bring it back to council. All in favor? Aye.
We need
Any
a roll,
Roll
opposed?
call, please.
we need a roll call.
Roll call.
Yeah, because it's appropriation.
Okay, Member Blanky,
Yes.
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesage.
No.
Member Shornack,
We can move this, though, if we need to, correct?
Yep.
Then fine, yes.
It's in your arm.
Member Baranski.
I have
Motion
observations.
carries.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. Item G, annual city manager evaluation on performance expectations. Don, did you just want to brief what you did and then we'll go from there?
Fading fast.
Sure, I can talk briefly. This agenda item has been set by the council for this evening. It is part of the annual review process for the city manager pursuant to his contract. The direction from council was for me to prepare the forms. The council approved the forms last month. The forms were then circulated to all of you for completion. The forms were then returned to me directly by each of you who chose to participate. And I did compile all of the information that I received from each of you. It is in a compilation document that is before you for your acceptance or approval of it in its current form, modification if the council feels it needs to be modified in some way. And this is the evaluation as well this evening, so that would be for the city manager to ask us if he'd like that to be in closed session under the Open Meetings Act, or if he'd prefer to do it in the open session as we are right now. So that's really a short version of the summary and the history of what we're here to talk about tonight, and I leave it to council to move forward from there.
Mr. O'Neill?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, while I look forward to having the review, and I've looked at the compilation, and I get the gist of it, I'm pleased with it. I've got a lot to improve on. But what I would ask to do, because I know we have two attorneys in this late hour, I would make a suggestion, and then the mayor and I did talk about this today, that perhaps maybe the mayor or two more of the council people, excuse me, would like to meet with me as a subcommittee and develop some, from the list that everybody turned in, some tangible goals and objectives for the upcoming year, and the things that I need to work on, and we can do that and bring that back to the council. And if you'd like to go into a closed session at that time to discuss that, we could do that as well. I know we have an attorney waiting for a telephone call. We have Mr. Fantuzzi, and I really don't want to have my review done at this late hour with, I'd like to have you fresh, so if you're mad at me, you're not that bad, so. It's up to, it's up to you. It's up to you, whatever you want to do.
Okay. Any comments, council?
And also, Mr. Mayor, I just happen to think, Mr. Winowicki is not here, and I know that one member of council, and I don't know who, but one member of council did not have an opportunity to turn in a review. And that would give them an opportunity to turn in a review and also have Mr. Winowicki here when we do whatever we do.
Councilwoman Kolka.
Thank you. I know I'm kind of jumping the gun here, but as long as we can come up with a date in April that we're all going to be here, then we can do it then. Because I tend to agree with you. I've been sick all day, so I'm.
April 23rd?
What date has everybody
I
come
would
to?
second that then.
Not a motion yet.
But then that leads to
Then set that date today,
meeting
please.
7H.
Mike checked it, didn't Mike's got it good. He's got a good date.
So I can make a motion to adjourn this to the next meeting, to a date to be set, because it's going to be a different date.
Sure.
Is the 23rd still on then?
23rd is still on, well, it's on the agenda to request that date, yes.
Well, okay, we're going to have to smush the two together then, because I want a certain date. I want to set, yeah.
Well, hold on. So, per the agenda, the motion is to adjourn it to a date in April.
Yeah,
Specific date.
Well, we don't know because we haven't.
gotten there yet.
That's what I'm saying, so we're going to have to shift.
Well, worst case scenario, we call a special meeting to a date in April.
We're going to have a meeting in April. I promise you.
Well, we might all be Skyping in, but.
I will not.
That's
You, you'll turn it all on.
I will be here. Go ahead.
We'll set the date, 23rd is good for
We
everybody?
have to have a conversation about that.
Apparently, we have to have a conversation about
No,
that.
it's on GH,
Okay.
so. Okay, we have a consensus right now.
Y'all have to stop saying that, because they're going to
We
freak
have a
out.
consensus?
I made a motion. I don't know. Do I need to, no one
Don't really
seconded?
need a motion.
I
Make a
seconded your
motion?
motion.
Fine.
No, she didn't make a motion.
Oh,
I did make a motion.
Oh, you did?
I did.
and I seconded it.
Okay, we have a motion and.
I don't know what the motion is. I'm
I
sorry.
can repeat it again. It's fine.
council meeting.
I just made a motion to adjourn the annual city manager evaluation performance expectations to the April meeting to a date and time to be set in Agenda H,
A date
And I
certain.
seconded.
or
that.
7A.
A motion. Okay, we have a
No.
motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, everybody. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to request a special meeting set for April 23rd, starting at 6:30 is okay with everybody, 6:30 PM. And to discuss the budget and the review of the city manager.
Oh, look at that, I can put that on there. That'll work.
That's my motion.
I second.
Second.
Councilwoman Baranski.
The clarification that I just want to have is because we have talked about so much in terms of scheduling, and it's sometimes easier to just sit here in a room and talk all together, and that's been my learning curve, is it's very hard because I talk to you, and then, so, because we had dialogue about moving the original scheduled date up a week because a few members of council were not here, and I'm fine missing, I will not be, well,
I know there's so much.
hold on for a second, let me think about this.
You think you won't be
There's
here?
so much dynamics that we can't
Right.
control right now.
So my question is simply, at this point, because and maybe it's directed to Mr. Denault, who sets the date for the meetings. They're set,
Council every year.
and you voted on it, and that's what it is?
Correct, for the year.
Okay. So is the plan then for there to be a meeting on the 9th and a meeting on the 23rd? And on the 9th would be the regularly scheduled business, and on the 23rd would be the budget?
And the review of the city manager.
When then are we planning on doing the interviews?
Mr. O'Neill.
We need the meeting on April the 9th to set the public hearing date for the 23rd. There's 3 public hearings.
Something else on the 23rd.
Okay, so that's
totally
why
fine.
we need that.
Got it.
Now, the next question was
Interviews.
interviews, okay.
And we
You have-
can't do the meeting ahead of time because you won't have them,
That's what I'm gonna,
yeah.
I sent you an email today.
Oh, okay.
You got about 4 or 5 for each, depending on who you select for an interview. It's 4 or 5 for each one,
Okay.
no matter how you cut it. So what I'm saying is you're going to need a half a day for the DPW superintendent and a half a day for the finance director, whether it's a full-time position or whatever.
So we could do a Saturday if we wanted.
So you can do it on a Saturday, you can do the one position in the morning, the other position in the afternoon.
We did that last time with the city manager said.
Right, I
And
remember.
I will have a list of questions that are germane and generic for the finance director, as well as a list of questions for the DPW superintendent that are generic and germane. And then you guys can decide, split up the questions so that everybody's participating, or you can have me ask all the questions, or have Don ask all the questions, however you want to do that. But we will have the questions for you, and rating forms and everything else for you.
And we can also submit our own questions too, right?
Whatever you want to do.
How long typically in the past when you've done this, I don't know if you were city manager here, but you've done this many a time. So when should we, assuming that we are now ready to set the dates, when are we looking to, so we give them notice, so are we saying by, keeping in mind schedules, but by March 28th or by April 15th, or what, like how much out are we talking about doing that?
Well, that's predicated on your schedule when you can get together.
Okay.
This is, we're at your behest.
Well, what's realistic in terms of giving the applicants notice? I mean, obviously, I don't think it's fundamentally fair to say, come Saturday.
Oh, they don't care.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
actually,
That's not an issue.
No. I meant
The
this
issue is-
Saturday, not a Saturday.
no,
I
no,
meant
not
this
this
Saturday.
I'm not gonna be here.
100% I
usually
wanted
gave
to
a
be on it.
week advance notice.
Okay.
And we scheduled each interview starting at 8 o'clock in the morning.
All right.
And each one was an hour apiece.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so then,
You may want to do 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And if it runs over, you got
Okay.
some leeway.
I was gonna say, we did 45 minutes last time.
Right, but we allowed for an hour for each.
so then I have no problem with your motion about the special meeting, understanding that there will be extra things, and then we could always add things anyway, right?
yeah.
Because we could amend the agenda that night. If things come up that don't get finished on the 9th,
Yes.
or things come up in the interim.
Things on the 9th are going to be ministerial in nature. You're setting a public hearing.
Okay, perfect.
And then we'll notice everybody in the paper, and they'll all know. And hopefully, we'll have all of our presentations been advertised and all that stuff. So that's what we're shooting for.
And as you can notice, and I mentioned, we talked to Amy, pending of unfinished business, we are utilizing that section here
Yes, I love it.
to hear things
I
over,
love it.
as we talked about. So that can always be done.
Okay.
We have a motion, second, Councilwoman Kolka.
Thank you. So if I understand you correctly, then we're gonna do does the interview process then take place on a Saturday?
Well,
It doesn't have to, but we
It
did
doesn't
last
have to,
time,
yeah.
everybody's schedule, yeah.
Okay, all right, and then, so what happened to the city council meeting for the 2nd of April? Is that still on?
No.
That's off completely? Okay. My only issue is that if the world returns to normal after April 5th, I won't be able to do either one of those meetings. I mean, I probably would be able to go late on the 23rd. So, that's just such a crazy month. That's just my issue. I can do the 2nd, I just can't do the 23rd or the 9th. I can do the 30th.
We can help you figure something out.
Or I can, I can call in and I can Skype. Yeah. Don, can I Skype in?
Watch on TV.
Fascinating that you would raise that in this era of coronavirus, because of course we've been looking at that very issue this week. And our preliminary conclusion, and I've looked at this in other contexts in the past, our preliminary conclusion is that you may participate telephonically in a meeting. I don't know that your rules have anything about that yet because it's sort of a newer concept. But we've actually been asked to look and see if an entire city council meeting could be done by telephone, just in case we don't want to gather in a public space. Because we have to be ready for that concept, whether or not it has to happen or not. We have to be prepared for the legal answer. But as of this moment, the Attorney General and all of our findings have been that you may participate telephonically if you'd like to be on a speaker at the table instead of being here in person for that meeting.
Okay. Well, then we can work it out. I just wouldn't, if the world returns to normal, probably wouldn't be able to do it on the 9th, but for sure the 23rd. That won't be an issue. So.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments and questions from the audience? I'll bring it back to council. Do I need a roll call vote for special meeting?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 8A, update of city bylaws and procedures, city attorney's final draft. Mr. Denault.
Yes, sir. Pull that up on my screen. So before you is the final version, at least I presume it to be unless there's a change, to the rules of procedure. This new document in front of you has all of the changes from before have been incorporated and absorbed into it, so they're no longer redlined for you, so that you can only see now what has been changed as a result of the discussion at the last meeting. To keep it very simple, we modified the language that says the city manager is going to circulate a draft agenda to council by the 10th day preceding the council meeting that's coming up, or it'll be the 9th day if we have a city hall closure on that 10th day. In theory, that means you'll get it by the second Monday preceding the upcoming meeting, or Tuesday again if we're closed on a Monday for a holiday. And then you'll have until the second Wednesday preceding the meeting, the 8th day before the meeting, to submit any additional agenda items that you'd like included. On the Thursday, the preceding the meeting, or the 7th day, the final version of the agenda will be distributed to all of you as it is now. And then on the Friday preceding the meeting, it'll be posted for the public. That's our new section 4.2. Obviously, you would still have the ability to withdraw an agenda item even after that timeline has passed if you were the one who added it. And then, of course, we would just recreate the agenda for the meeting itself. Section 4.3 is the only other change. We indicated that we'd like the city manager, the city manager must circulate, if practical, all backup and supporting materials a minimum of 72 hours in advance before the meeting. It used to be 24 hours in the existing rules. I don't believe there were any other changes directed, so hopefully that is complete. But I'm certainly here if there are anything I missed, any items I need to address. If not, then a motion would be in order to approve the amended rules of procedure so that they take effect after today, and they'll be in effect for your next meeting.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Chernak.
I want to make the motion to accept the updated council bylaws and procedures presented by our city attorney, the final draft.
Second.
Motion second. Councilman Lessig.
Yes, thank you very much. Three things. There's no language about a council deadline to submit things on that Wednesday. And so it's theoretically, we could be submitting on Thursday at 4:55 for submission. And is there a specific deadline for the council that the council would be held accountable to submit things so they can be properly entered into the agenda?
Agenda items?
Yes.
Yes, the language is the preceding, the 8th day preceding the meeting, so it would be the Wednesday before the Wednesday preceding. That language is included. And it's in my summary memo as well.
Well, I'm looking at the rules. I didn't read your.
Oh, sure, yes. If you look at 4.1, which is not redlined any longer because it doesn't need to be, it was the same language from last meeting. Items of business requested by a council member must be submitted by the close of business on the 8th day prior.
All right, on distribution, why are we distributing it to the council on Thursday and the public on Friday? Why not just send it all out to everyone on Friday?
That wasn't a conscious choice. I think
then
that's something
the-
we've always done in practice.
All right, and then the last thing, the council shall have the option of deleting any item from the agenda or postponing an item on the agenda to a subsequent council meeting. I assume that means at the public meeting.
Correct, yes,
Okay,
that's.
I assumed it, but I wasn't going to presume it.
Yes, and a better answer to your other question, Mr. Lesich, would be, if we give everybody the end of business Thursday to finish things, there would be no real way to post it for the public until Friday. So that's probably why it's been done that way, just because we have all day on Thursday to wrap it up.
Thank you.
You good, Mike? Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Don, for changing that up for us.
Welcome. I will wrap that up and make sure it's circulated to everybody in final form.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Item B, discussion of procedure for interviews for the finance director and DPW superintendent.
We kind of already did that, didn't we?
Which we,
Oh, we have to pick a date.
Oh, yeah. We gotta pick a date.
go ahead, because I know you wanted to.
Well, we're all talking and it's not fair to the residents. So what we need to do is, although we talked about what we need to do, now I think we need to do it. We have our candidates. They have been vetted. Is that what I heard you say? 4 or 5 for each. And so we have some concerns that have been raised, which I think are valid, about one of the candidates withdrawing from consideration. I haven't seen that in writing, but I've been told that that is in fact done. And that person was potentially considered a shoo-in, although the perception was that that person may have an inside track because they are in the position currently. And that therefore consideration should be, I thought you were on this email from Councilman Lesage, so I don't know why you're, maybe you weren't, about extending the time for that. My thought process is interview the candidates we have now. If we want to continue to post the position and see if anyone else applies, or repost it if it's lapsed, I have no problem, and have it be until filled, because we are not obligated to hire any of the candidates that we interview, and we may not hire any of the candidates that we interview. And so that's my thought, and my thought is to set a date by the end of March.
I think that's a good suggestion. Councilwoman Blanky.
I would just like to ask, you said there's 4 candidates per.
4 or 5, it depends on who you select that you want to interview.
Could we have a list of those candidates tomorrow morning?
I sent
Did them
you,
today.
Oh, we got them today? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I didn't check. Okay, thank you.
I mean, you have to tell me if there's somebody you don't want to interview, or if there's somebody, that's your prerogative. Just because people apply doesn't mean you have to interview them.
Okay.
So it doesn't do anybody any good to have them sit in this chair if you don't want them in the first place. So it's not waste your time or their time. So if nobody has any objections with the people that I sent to you and I told you about, then I will schedule those people. But if you don't want, you're not interested in interviewing somebody, then I won't ask that person to interview. That's that simple. But I think anybody you interview should have a chance for the job. I don't think you just interview anybody just to interview them.
Oh, absolutely.
I agree 100%.
And that's why we vetted to make sure they have the minimum qualifications.
Yeah, absolutely.
And keeping in mind, and with your finance director, I believe there's only one, there may be 2, but I believe there's only one that's asked for confidentiality that meets the minimum qualifications for the full-time position. The other ones answered the RFP for coming in and do it on one day or whatever it takes to do it. And I sent you those today, and you'll see, I believe the one is between 160 and 250,000. And you got one between 25 and 45, and one at 52. So
Okay.
you
Well, we'll-
need to look at those
we'll
and
look at
say,
those.
well, we don't want to interview somebody for $250,000. And I'll take the job.
We don't?
I'll apply.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and
Is-
do you have a date certain? Do you need to,
Poor Dave.
I would prefer we get a date certain.
Does council object to a Saturday? Because it is gonna take a day to do this, obviously, and then it'd be fresh in your memory and,
Take a break in between, yeah, definitely.
you know, April 18th or 25th? 25th is after the budget.
I can do the 18th, I can't do.
Or the 11th? I can do the 11th or 25th. Nope,
11th is yesterday.
No, April.
April 11th.
I will not be here the 18th.
Like March 28th?
If I have to.
Don is, excuse me, I'm gonna squeal on Don again. He's over here saying, do you want to do a subcommittee?
Thank you.
And let the subcommittee rank them and bring it back to the council, and you make the decision from there?
We tried that once and it did not work, but
Just saying.
What's the first
His idea. If you accepted it was mine.
Either we'll be in a shutdown, but everybody.
I have to let you know, because I
At,
have
like,
to see my
starting at,
schedule
like-
for my employees.
I could do March 28th, but that would be it in March.
Like at 1, starting at 1?
I could do March 28th.
I think I'm working that Saturday.
Starting at
Which is
1?
in 2 weeks.
Starting at 1, March 28th, starting at 1. Do you have to work?
Starting at 8 a.m., 9 a.m.
I work
Start,
9 to
we could
1.
do it in the afternoon.
to the evening.
Hmm.
I'm, whatever council wants, I'll make my schedule work.
All right,
around
well then,
Yeah,
Why don't we preemptively set a date, and then
Yeah.
everybody just double check, because everybody's got multiple calendars.
March 28th.
March 28th
Tentative.
at 1 o'clock.
Okay, tentatively, I'll make a motion to set the date for March 28th. The exact time to start will be determined after council reviews their schedules and gets back with us.
But Mike's gotta know tomorrow, because we gotta tell the applicants, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks, yeah. We gotta give them
Yeah.
2 weeks, so.
Well, I'll have to text you.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't have
Okay.
an email.
I'm good.
Email works.
So put that on the list.
Okay.
And,
I'll-
and a lot is changing.
Right, I mean, it might,
The school's just closed for 3 weeks.
hey,
That's the, I can't answer it, I can't get details, but that's the text, I just.
Oh my God.
Did you just see it too?
no, I have the
Oh, you were,
What's happening?
all in favor?
Hold on,
Aye.
I don't know what's happening.
Oh, we're gonna,
I seconded it, sorry.
Tentatively date.
Just for Open Meetings Act purposes, we either need a time or a time that can be amended later based on availability of the candidates, or a time to be set by the city manager, but we need a time.
March 28th, starting at 1 PM.
1 PM, okay.
So you're gonna do all
Tentatively.
of them that day,
Can change it.
Yes.
Yeah,
starting at 1 PM?
yep,
I'll let you know
I'll
for sure.
make them, I'll make
If
them
we have to amend it to earlier,
40 minutes.
yes, yep.
It?
With a buffer in
It's-
between.
Trust
for-
me, Suzanne, it's enough time.
8 to 10
Think
people.
about it.
It's enough time.
You got 8 to 10 people.
Yeah, no, 40's good. Just put a 10-minute in
We don't need to
between.
interview 8 to 10 people.
That's how many
4 of
candidates
each.
there
Oh,
are.
4 of each, that's right, okay.
Yeah, so you,
You cannot apply for finance director,
We're not,
Ms.
we're not
Kalka.
gonna start at 1 tentatively.
4 plus 4.
Plus
we
4.
can change.
We're lawyers, if it's not divisible by 3, we don't do it.
Not divisible by 3, it's 8.
Perfect.
Change the time if we.
That,
Okay,
Progress.
moving
Yeah,
on.
we'll change the times. If
Okay,
Councilwoman Shornack can go earlier, we'll change the time.
I will let you know tomorrow for sure.
The morning would be.
The tentative time is 1.
you
I
may
can let,
move it earlier.
Yeah.
yes, it might be earlier.
do
I
any
just have
earlier
to
at all.
check my schedule.
I
Huh?
can't.
Oh, you can't?
Sorry.
Oh,
All right.
1 PM.
all right, then 1 o'clock it is. I'll be a little bit late.
I
'cause
have
I'm
something at 8 o'clock in the morning and something at 10:30, so.
Okay. I hope I don't have no.
something-
Item C, discussion of car logs and vehicle use. Ms. Patrice?
Yes.
wanted this one on the.
I did. So in reviewing the car logs, several concerns. My biggest concern is the vehicles that are being taken home, the mileage we're putting on them, then we're also paying for the gas, we're paying for the insurance. That is like a perk in a contract for any employee. And after reviewing just the 2 months' worth of car logs, just the amount of miles back and forth to home. And the other thing on the logs is they're very short on detail for work purposes. Well, hello. Most of the cars are used for work purposes. I understand that. A little detail would be very helpful. and trying to decipher, you know, where it falls. But just looking at all the miles back and forth and the fact that the city is insuring these vehicles, and if they're using them for personal use, obviously, I'm not going to follow any of these individuals around. I understand they may stop at a store or something on the way home, but when they are at different locations with those vehicles and people have seen them on days they're not even working, that's not going to and from work. So at this point, and I know everybody will not agree with me, I don't believe anybody should be taking cars home. And I think all of that should be stopped. Because I do think it will be an overall cost savings to the city, not to mention the fact that it will possibly stop any future litigation if anybody was in an accident. And then that would be on the city and the city's insurance. So my motion is to do away with all cars going home,
Public safety as well?
all of them.
Effective when?
I would say probably April 1st. Because if somebody perhaps doesn't have their own mode of transportation, I want to give them an opportunity to get it.
They should.
I know they should. I'm
wait,
saying
I'm
just in
sorry.
case. I know, I'm just saying, just in case.
We got lots of lights. Councilman Lesich?
Yeah, I just want to make one point. Taking a vehicle home and is a part of compensation, so you need to consider the fact that if you do this, you are taking compensation away from an employee. So that's an arguable position in my book. I've said it for several years. I know this has been an issue for many people. But a company car, you call it a perk, other people call it part of compensation. So that needs to be taken into consideration. And if you do this, that's fine, but you're essentially cutting people's pay. Thank you.
Mr. Denault, did you need one? Your light was on, or no?
No, it was on a long time ago. I just never.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think everybody knows my position. Public safety carriers are turnout gear and fire gear and all that, and, you know, we want those guys at the scene as soon as possible, and not coming back to the station and digging up gear and heading back to the scene, so, I am not for it if public safety is included on that. Councilwoman Baranski was next, I believe.
I want to make it clear that there is no contract other than despite what was represented in writing and in council meetings repeatedly, there is no contract requiring that they get them. They are not being, the 4 take-home vehicles. Only the interim public safety director's contract specifies a vehicle for take-home use. And it does specify very clearly, as our city manager has indicated, no outside work, no outside to and from requirements, and it's very specific. I've been told, and actually the city manager indicated at the very end of last meeting, that in fact there are no restrictions on the use of these vehicles when they go home, despite what has been reiterated both in writing that it was not for personal use. So the irony that we have an effective date is funny, but I'm not opposed to that. There is very high liability risks anytime a city vehicle is used. And when a city vehicle is not needed to expose, when we're already over on litigation, and when the target, if you're in an accident, even if we're not at fault, our employees are not at fault, immediately a lawsuit is elevated when you have a commercial defendant. And the values are increased. What is paid for a fender bender on a private policy versus a commercial policy is night and day. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands there was no negotiation. It is not a part of their salary. They're not taxed. They are not at all in any way considered, and the finance director confirmed that. In my company vehicles, you are taxed on it. So you therefore have a net loss, and you're not allowed to use it for personal use, et cetera, and there are written contracts. And that's my concern, is that everything that we are told and everything that is put in writing, we are told it is contractual. We are told that it is required. We are told that it is the law. And that's not true with these.
Councilwoman Kolko.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've thought about this long and hard, and I think I agree. I agree with Councilmember Stronach to a certain degree. I do see the need for the public safety to keep their cars. I know that's. I know our city isn't very large, but I think the difference between having to come here and get your gear and then get a vehicle and go, to me, I think, you know, if my kid's choking, I don't want them to have to go home or go to the station and get the car. So for me, I agree. I just think that at least for our lieutenant, our director, I think, and I do agree, I think it should be a perk for our lieutenant. And I've thought about this quite a bit, so. But everybody else, I think, you know, there isn't a real need. And I get that there, you know, there's both schools of thought on this argument. So as long as it doesn't include the lieutenant, our director, I support it.
Councilwoman Stronach?
I just wanted to, I know you mentioned it briefly, but Mr. Lesage said that it is a benefit, but if it's a benefit and part of their compensation package, they would have to be taxed on it and/or have something within the tax forms, and I do know this factually because I know several people who have had that with their cars, and I know for a fact that our individuals are not. So it's not part of the compensation package because, again, if it were, they would be taxed on it, and they would have the appropriate documents every year with regards to that. And they would also, if they're going to be driving it to and from work, you know, we don't have a contract that stipulates that they must have certain coverage of their own to mitigate our losses possibly and/or future litigation if an accident were to occur. So that is my major concern. And so I will definitely be sticking by my motion. Oh, and the other thing is that I've been told many times, and this is not nothing with the lieutenant, but that they don't use their gear when they come to the fire. They're the command on scene, so they're not even going in the building, so they're not in their gear. So which one's true?
Mandatory, you have to wear your gear on fire ground.
Okay.
On
Okay,
fire ground.
well, I've just heard different things, so that's why I wanted to know which one's true.
There are people who are in the street as sometimes safety officers and wear a vest, but.
Okay,
I think-
well, I haven't been to a scene, that's why I'm
It's our
asking which one's
SOP
true.
To actually wear the gear.
Okay, that's why I was asking, I
But I
don't know
wanted
which
to
one
just
was true.
address the thing about the taxes. I think the city's just been lazy for the last 20 years and just never did that. That's my opinion, because everyone does it. I've had a company car for a long time, it's always taxed. I think the city was just lazy and didn't do it and do all the paperwork and do that, so it probably should have been done 20 years ago, so. And unfortunately, they shouldn't have to pay a price for that, but I don't think that would be a problem if the city did it. I don't think there'd be anybody complaining about it. Councilwoman Bransky.
It's kind of directed towards Councilwoman Kelka, but it's following up exactly on what you said is I don't see a problem with that being offered as part of a position. However, there is zero restrictions on use. There is zero regulation. There is zero understanding of when they come in, where they come in. And it's interesting because I got the impression from the logs, because we only have the logs for the DPW, they were actually the ones coming in to the water main breaks, thank you. They were the ones coming in after hours, because we don't wait for the lieutenants to come to a fire scene, I'm assuming, because the buildings would burn, and I don't know that we have adequate information about what actually is in these vehicles and what they're equipped with, and are there alternatives? So if they're using the vehicles only to and from work and they're in Royal Oak, they have to drive past to get their stuff to come back, wouldn't it make more sense for their stuff to be here? Someone else grab the stuff for the chief, and off they go. These are all things that have never been discussed.
Yeah, and it,
And that's why, you're exactly right, the city has been lazy. And that's not an excuse to continue it moving forward. I would like to see the discussion had and it done the proper way so that they are properly insured, they are properly restricted, so that what your expectations are for their use is what they're being used for. So then, and also in fairness to, we don't know what the department heads were, or the lieutenants were told about their use. We only know what we were told they were being used for. I have no idea what direction the city manager gave to any of the people that have take-home vehicles. I only know what he told us, or what he put in writing. So to me, the safe and prudent thing to do is to start from scratch. Because I think there's been a lot of misinformation, and I think that we're seeing single-handedly that we're now talking about a budget amendment of significant dollars for legal, and that alone to me scares me.
well, in my history of 32 years on the fire department, all my guys and most guys always have their gear in their car. They don't come here to get it because it's a waste of time. That little bit of time means everything. And like I said, in 2000.
You guys all live in Fraser though, right?
Huh?
You guys all live in Fraser?
No,
The volunteers don't?
no.
Oh, I thought they had to.
9-mile radius, probably to do that. And what happened in 2000, and we just had the memorial, you know, we were caught short-handed, short people, short equipment, and we just can't allow that to happen again.
I
Which
was
is,
told it was poor training.
no, not poor training.
See how rumors fly?
I was one of the first guys at both fires, and I am not poorly trained.
Not you.
Not you. Not you.
They were not poorly trained. If you would like the real story, I can tell you the real story sometime, but it's not.
That would be nice.
Yeah, absolutely. That, no,
I know.
no poor training.
I'm just saying, I've been told. Repeatedly. Well, I know that. That's the problem in our city.
Okay,
All right,
point of order.
let's move on, 'cause that's just, yeah.
There's a
Call the
motion.
question, please.
Sure. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye.
No.
No.
Can we have a roll call, please?
I don't even know, like,
We don't even know what we're voting.
Voting on whether or not to
I don't know who seconded it.
take away the cars.
Did you second it?
No, I wanted to talk for a minute.
Okay.
Oh, he called the question, sorry.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Well,
First of all, I think
we shouldn't have
every-
been talking about it without.
everybody has strong opinions. I know I do. I'm listening to everything. We don't even have the right information. This is, you know, I mean, we're hearing some, like you said earlier, we have bits and pieces. Mike is sitting there shaking his head. I feel that, you know, there's a grave difference, I'm sorry, but there is a difference between, you know, one department and the other departments. I think we all agree on that. I think we needed a little more information, or as you suggested, a talk, just so we get our facts straight before we vote on something that really, you know, what do you think? Is that what you were saying, or?
No, what I was saying is what we've been told and what the reality are two different things.
Exactly.
So right now, there is zero restriction for any of these department heads other than the interim public, superintendent of DPW on how these vehicles are to be used.
And I'll agree with you, because there used to be, you know, and different things used to be.
Right.
I agree, but I think what we should do is kind of look at the whole picture, get the right information, what is going on, talk to, you know
Got
what I
it.
mean?
Yep.
We need more of a fact-finding, wouldn't you agree?
Well, my fear is just,
Huh?
I don't disagree with you, I just don't like that we were told something that isn't true, and therefore assumptions have been made.
I agree.
And
You
that, and
can't
that is
assume.
risk, and that is scary. And I just don't, you know, I don't give someone without a driver's license, I make sure they have a driver's license.
Right.
I don't, you know, the rules are the rules are the rules, and that's our job, is to create the rules.
Well, years ago, all the directors had a car.
Sure.
I was the only one, I refused it. It was ridiculous, and the thing is now, okay, we're down to 2 departments, which I think have 2 different focuses. Pardon?
It's on.
You're talking.
I'm being Italian and talking with my hands. I'm just saying,
Oh, yeah.
I think we agree, we're on the same page as far as concern, the boundaries and whatever. I think instead of assuming and like what we're picking up, and maybe this is too important of a thing until we get maybe, and I hate to put things off, I've told you that, but I think we should have a little more meat. Does anyone agree with me or what? I mean,
I'm not gonna comment more, I'm just, we have a motion, I'm lost, I don't know if someone seconded or not.
I did.
Someone has not.
I seconded it.
We have a motion.
Oh, I
made
thought
the
you
motion?
seconded it.
No, I did not second.
it's all
Okay,
messed
well,
up,
then
right?
there you go.
I thought it was second, but apparently not.
I thought it was as well, but.
Can we,
So we,
That's fine if it does, it's okay.
did you wanna
I-
read back your motion?
It's fine.
I thought there was a second, too.
There's one there, but.
you want me to make?
It dies for lack of
Okay, you know what to do?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
You have a motion, you withdraw the motion? or-
Withdraw the motion,
It
because
failed
I thought
for
there
no
was a
second.
second.
With
so-
five.
Yeah, it failed for no
That's
second. There we go. Moving on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure that out, guys.
You want to rephrase your motion?
Nope, go right ahead.
Is there any comments from council?
You you
Oh, I'm
turned off my light. I would like to make a motion that all of the department vehicles that are take-home are set forth to the same standards as set forth in the interim superintendent of DPW in terms of use outside of work. Is that too wordy?
What is that?
What is,
So which in other words, does what the city manager told us. De minimis use, you can't have your family in the car, you can't, I don't remember what they are, but I know that what I was told is that it decreases the city's liability so that therefore it's available for emergencies, but not available to go out to dinner or wherever, whatever, or anything. It brings in line what we are being told they are being told, with what they are legally obligated to do.
But I've never seen anything in writing.
The contract you guys approved for the interim superintendent of the DPW
Has that.
has that specific designations in it. And therefore, then we could proceed and investigate and gather information pursuant to Councilwoman Blanky's consideration, so that they still have that vehicle for emergencies and business use and all the other things. But we get rid of the risk, and then we explore, what does it mean? Maybe they do need to use it for personal use, because we get a study. How many calls have they come in, and where were they at when these calls came in? Are they always at home? Are these calls coming in statistically between the hours of 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. such that they might not be at home? So therefore, we need to expand the use of the cars, or loosen the restrictions. Does that make sense? Like feeding in, getting the information. Because I don't know how many times any department, any person with a car comes in, because that's not on these logs.
So,
I don't know, after hours. Yeah.
There's a lot.
So,
Councilman Lesage, are you all set, I mean?
yeah, thanks.
I have not, I assumed that the contract we're talking about for the interim DPW superintendent would be for Mr. Helzer from last year. Have we approved that? I was thinking it's getting late. So I do not have enough information to properly consider this. I need to look at it some more. I agree that we're all over the place. And we need to have a plan to do this so that I can vote no properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kalka.
Thanks. I'm all on board with everyone but the Public Safety Department. I think we need more information about that. If you want to talk about restrictions, and we can talk about that later, but as of right now, I don't feel comfortable just completely saying no to the public safety. And I may not ever say yes to restrictions, but I can't make that decision today.
Anybody else?
Oh, sorry. So just so that everyone's clear, it's the November 8th, 2018 Superintendent of Public Works Agreement signed by, or for Nick Schaefer. City-owned vehicle, there's a full paragraph that sets forth the terms of the use. I don't know who was on council in November of 2018. I was not. So you all were aware, and I know, though, because I was sitting over there, that you've been told that everyone adheres to that.
What's the date, November?
November 8th, 2018. So what I'm asking, what my motion is no different than what we've been told that they've been doing. That's the irony of the whole thing. That's what we've been told is de minimis use, de minimis use, de minimis use, which means to and from work, you can stop at the grocery store, you can get gas, but you can't go up north, you can't go out on a Friday night, you can't go take your family to the mall. But you're not in trouble if you stop on the way home to grab a burger. Or you stop in the morning to get Tim Hortons.
Well, Amy, what if we just give the city manager direction for the agenda of next meeting to prepare that with the language based on both departments? And then you can separate the two departments and make decisions based on each department, the needs and special needs or whatever. I think lumping it all together is not the right way to do it. We should do DPW by itself and public safety by
Okay.
itself.
I'm not opposed to that, so long as there is then, well, I won't be at the next meeting, so makes it easy. But,
Well, no, but we want to make sure that everyone's is satisfied and.
no, 100%. I would want the information, as Councilman Blanky was asking, that we then direct where are they using it when, so in other words, the logs be applicable to all of the vehicles. And then just have clarification on the logs, because some were much better at clarifying when they came back and forth and what they came back for versus other people. So that, because I'm not adverse to, like I said, I'm not adverse to anyone having it if there's a business need. I just want what is being done to be what we are told is being done. I'm not trying to change anything from what you thought was happening based on representations of our city manager. I'm trying to adhere to what he has repeatedly said, both in writing and at council. So that's my motion, but if it fails, so be it. But I'm trying to make it clear. I'm not trying to change anything. I'm just trying to make it clear, because no one else but Nick signed an agreement abiding by these requirements.
And he's no longer here.
Well, Nick's still
No, he's
here.
still here.
Oh,
He's not here right now, but he's still our
still here.
interim.
oh, that's right, I'm thinking somebody else.
It's late.
Yes.
Like, did something happen on the break?
Mike's just doing that to make me look.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Mr. O'Neill, go ahead.
The whole purpose for that phrase to be in there, de minimis use, is so that the department head that has that car has the discretion. If Mike Pettis has got his bunker gear in his car, and he's coming into Fraser already, personal, he lives a mile away, doesn't it make sense that if he's already going to be here and he gets a call, that he has it with him? He's a mile away. He shouldn't be taking it to Roscommon. No, but that's common sense. And the same thing with Jason. He lives in Royal Oak. If Jason needs to use his car, and he's on call and he knows it, and he takes his car up to the corner store or something like that, not taking his family out to dinner, he should not do that. But if he has that and he is not going to be consuming alcohol, and he's going somewhere, especially in the wintertime, and that car is warm, I mean, it's common sense for the department head to have discretion to use. You cannot write a policy that's going to say you can do this, that, or the other thing, and it doesn't work that way. So, yeah, it's a perk for them to take it home, but he's also got all of his gear in there. It doesn't make any sense to come here to get it. That doesn't make any sense. And you can't write a policy so tight that will not allow somebody, you can't do that. It doesn't work that way. That's why the de minimis is, you don't take it to Roscommon. You don't go on a golf outing. You don't take it to the bar. You don't do that. Use your common sense. It's the last car in the driveway. Do I move 4 cars to get to my car or whatever? That's why I didn't want a car. I got cars. I got 4 of them. I don't have any place for it. But the point is, if I was him, I would have it the last car in the driveway, so I can get here if I got to get here. So if I use it to go to the gym, which is right here over in Utica, or wherever else I'm going, makes all the sense in the world. I'm in Fraser anyway, and he's on call 24/7 anyway. And the same thing with Jason. So that, you have to use some common sense about what is de minimis. To me, that's de minimis use, not going to Roscommon or taking your whole family out. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that, but you leave that to discretion of the department head. I don't mean to be pointing you up, you have to be sitting there, but it's the truth. If I saw Jason down at MGM or somewhere with that truck, I'd have his butt. No, what are you doing? And he wouldn't take it down there. I mean, And like you say, if he's coming halfway to Fraser on a Friday night, and you may be a snow event, and he's got to come in. If he don't take his truck, I'd ask him, say, what's wrong with you? First of all, you got it warm, and if you get called in, you're halfway here anyway. So, to me, that's good for Fraser, that he took his truck halfway here, in case he gets called. He doesn't have to go back and get it. Now, Jason happens to live the furthest away, so he's got probably, I think, and so he probably has more miles than anybody else. But don't you come in for all the emergencies? So, and you got a new DPW guy coming in here, you might tell that person coming in here, you don't have a car. It's not part of your deal. He comes in. That's something we can deal with there. So I'm just saying that you can't write a policy so tight that it restricts somebody, because if I was him, I'd just come hand you the keys. It's just not worth it.
Councilwoman Moransky.
I think you're mixing up semantics. You wrote a policy. I believe you wrote this policy.
That was there. That was boilerplate when I got here.
You presented this contract, and I think your frustration or your concern is in application of the policy. It says de minimis use is appropriate, and it gives examples, and then it gives specific examples, as you just gave, of things that are not to be used. My concern is not by any means that they are abusing, I have no idea. My concern is there is nothing in writing that limits the use of these vehicles in any way. You have zero right to discipline them if they take it to Roscommon. You have zero right to discipline them if they take it down to the MGM casino and party all night in it and have a few cocktails and drive it home. That's my concern. And I use the language that you use, not because, I defer to Don or whoever. This is standard language for anyone that has a company car. If the mayor has a company car, he signs something for his company, I'm sure, that says, I agree not to drink and drive, and if I do, I'm in trouble. I agree to have insurance. All these things are standard. Why there would be a frustration about having something for one department head and not all department heads is mind-blowing to me.
Councilperson Baranski, I do not mean, that's not my perspective.
Okay.
I hear council people talking about going to yoga classes. I hear people talking about, I hear the comments about where you're going and how much are you using it, and we got to take a look at that.
Okay, that's not from me, so
They should all have, I don't have a problem with the language and the policy, that's not the issue. I just don't want, we have the blanket policy and somebody's doing the things I just reiterated, about he's coming halfway to Fraser, he's in Fraser, whatever.
Different issue.
Okay.
Different issue.
Just as long as
Yeah.
you, and that-
I'm with you. I totally agree.
that's my only-
Efficiency.
That's my only issue
Yeah.
with that.
But,
And you're right, they should all have it, because if I don't have it,
well, you know, we don't know because we don't have the logs, we don't have the information, we have no idea. All we know is they're not being taxed. None of them have it contractually. They haven't negotiated for it in a contract. There's been agreements, but we don't even know what they're actually giving up, and we don't know. And here we are letting use unrestricted. That scares me for the city's liability.
So I believe you do have a motion on the floor.
I do.
I don't remember what that was, but
That all take-home vehicles must adhere to the same policy as set forth in the interim DPW director's policy regarding city-owned vehicles.
you have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
A second? Out to the audience, comments, questions? Bring it back to council?
I just want to clarify a couple things that I thought everybody knew, but apparently hadn't gotten back to. First of all, there's a couple things I want to say. Back when I became a lieutenant, we have it in our contract, if you swing to a different shift, which is what I'm doing right now, working in the evening, that you get shift pay for that. This came up back 10 years ago. I sat down with Rich Haberman, and I agreed, myself and Lieutenant Dan Kolke, agreed to give that up. It's a $2,000 benefit that Lieutenant Newton and Lieutenant Kolke got for all those years. To appease the council at that time, we gave that up. In a changing of shift, I work 7 to 3. If I work any other hours than that, that's a swinging of shift. I'm entitled to this pay, $2,000 a year. We gave that up. How, I've told this multiple times, and I know I've told the city manager, and it is a contractual thing as far as I'm concerned, because if you have a car to take to work and back from work, it is not a benefit. It sits in my driveway, and it doesn't, it's just an extra car. I already got 2 kids with a car, I wouldn't want it. So it's $2,000 with a car, and we can get in, you've already talked about the benefits of why it's important and why every Macomb County fire and police chief in Macomb County has a take-home vehicle. And the tax that you guys are referring to is my business. It's not your business. It's how I file my taxes. It's not how the city taxing me. It's how I do. And there are exceptions for police and fire. There's an exception for that, okay? I've talked about this with numerous other chiefs. So this isn't a one-way street. This is a benefit to the city as well. The $2,000 more than pays for it. I have to have a car. I drive to and from work. I drive to the gym, and I stay within a mile. And you keep talking about drinking and driving and taking it all these places. We're department heads. We're held responsible with guns, arresting people, a $7 million budget, and you guys are talking about we have to have rules so I don't drink and drive and take it to the casino and take it up north. Give me a break. It's a benefit for you, the residents, and myself. Yes, it is. And that's just all. It's just very frustrating. That's all I have to say. But it is a give and take. I'm not taking this car home for free. You are getting a $2,000 return to you for that benefit that it's been in place since 2011.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, bring it back to council. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Opposed?
Roll call, please.
What? Roll call?
It doesn't matter, it'd be 3-3.
No.
No. I,
Member Lesage.
we were
No.
voting on the.
Just that they have to follow the rules.
Member Shornack?
Yes.
Member Baranski?
Yes.
Member Blanky?
Yes.
Member Carnegie?
No.
Fails.
This is 3-3.
Okay, report of mayor and city council, new business, Mr. Haber. Oh, jeez, that's late.
It's okay, it's late.
Wow.
Talk about flashbacks. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Late, it's late, don't worry about it, I'm sure it's fine.
Mr. Mayor, at this late hour, I had a couple of things. The biggest thing is Michelle came up and told us at the break, I believe the governor closed all the schools. till
Yeah, I
April-
have all her announcements here I was gonna do, but,
Till April the 5th, is it? And, you know, we've canceled a lot of programs that, we're probably gonna cancel all of our programs at the senior center.
We did.
And then my serve is blown up. The city of Port Huron, and the city of, Sterling Heights has closed their senior centers, their community centers, everything. And they're asking people don't even come to City Hall, unless you have to take advantage of their drop box and all that stuff. So that, I'm just giving you an idea of what's going on out there. So that's all I got.
thank you. Councilman Lessig.
I'd just like to move on to the closed sessions.
Councilwoman Baranski. Okay.
Same.
Well, I was asked to make two quick announcements. One, the Baumgartner House will be having their Easter sale on the 5th of April, and they have jewelry and Italian china. And for all those people who will be attending and all those people should be attending, the Fraser Goodfellows still do have tickets available for the meat raffle on Saturday at the sidebar. And they're $20, and from my understanding, meat raffles are really fun and interesting. You need to do that?
Okay, can I talk?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. We mentioned earlier that interim director Pettis asked all of us right from the get-go about a new hire because Renee is retiring. Should we,
Put it on the agenda?
he wanted a green light, or we can add it, can we add it to this?
No,
No,
Next month.
we can't?
we could, but
You're in public session, you can make a motion anytime you like.
Okay, I guess I'm just trying to go with the flow of being proactive if she's leaving. And we talked about training and all that. I think it's a good idea.
they can't be trained right now anyway.
Not to hold them off another month. So I'd like to make a motion to direct interim Director Pettis to go ahead to begin a search or process to look for a new hire for public safety to replace a retiring PSO.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and second. Councilwoman Baranski.
I don't have any problem with the fundamental concept. My concern, of course, obviously, my concern is, we just talked about all these uncertainties with our budget, that we don't know what's going to happen. We were just informed that the fire academies are canceled and all of these things, and they only had one viable candidate from the last go-round, and unfortunately, great for that candidate, but that he had to go into the military. So I just would like to have more information and a presentation about what it will mean for us to pull out of our rainy day fund, because this is not money we have budgeted for, to do this. And what role, if any, the potential shift changes may have on retirements. People may want to stay when they only have to work 9 days a month.
I was under, okay, and can Mike talk, or? I was under the
Turn your light on.
assumption that you, turn your light on, Mike. No, I want to make sure on this stuff, you just want to begin a process to hire someone? Is that what you're looking for? And Renee's leaving in October?
Right. It's to stick with the plan. I thought we had a unanimous vote that but I had to come in front of you to get the approval, but that
Right.
was the plan, yes.
And yet I see, you're talking about like an overlap
We
or,
have to allocate money. There has to be a vote. It's not, yeah, it's just figuring out, and it's midnight.
what are you
and
saying, like, should I redo my motion and ask for that tonight?
I was with, well,
No, I want to learn something. What do you want me to do? Okay, Mr. Denal, how should we handle this, please?
I can't tell you how you should handle it, but if your intent is to authorize the director to begin the hiring process and authorize him to complete that process, then I think your motion should be to authorize the interim director to recruit and hire a new public safety officer. Just keep it simple. And that process could take a few months. It could take you to the next budget cycle by the time it's final, just because of the process that's involved. If your intent is just to authorize him to put the word out or put the recruitment out, but not actually hire, then that's a different intent. So you'd have to obviously rephrase that differently.
Right, and that's really Councilwoman Bransky's concern, I think.
oh, my concern is just that we just spent an hour talking about we can't allocate any money to capital improvements because we don't know what's going to happen, and there's so much uncertainty. And we unfortunately found out that they're canceling, we're gonna have big problems with training officers because academies are closing, right? That's what Lieutenant Bisbee said. So the guys can't go through the fire academy
They suspended it.
so it's gonna delay it at least.
It'll delay it, but that's one part of their training. They're in a 16-week.
Oh, I get that.
It delays, the fire academy will not delay at this point their ending date of their training.
Correct, hopefully, assuming it opens up on April 1st. Or April 5th, or whatever you said.
Opens
that
up
was my
within the next
concern.
14 weeks.
Well,
We were worried about something else, but now here we're like, oh, throw money away. And 100% we need to do it, but at the same time, if this 24s happens, or this 12s happens, or whatever, so many moving pieces, and without having it on the budget, on the agenda, to think it's 12:30 at night, that was my concern.
it is late. You're right. So whatever you said, Mr. Denal, I'm so sorry. Can you repeat it?
Sure. I believe, Ms. Blanky, your motion is to authorize the interim director to recruit and hire a new public safety officer.
Thank you,
Second.
sir.
I'll
Yes.
second the motion as amended.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second, and bring it back to or bring it out to the audience. Any comments and questions? Bring it back to council. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
changed it. I was walking out the door. That's not what you're talking about, so I came
Yeah,
back. That's
right.
what-
We all talked about how we dress. It's pathetic.
I'm leaving now. Thank you.
Are you sure?
I believe, sorry to do this, everyone. I believe Councilwoman Bransky, you wanted to make a motion to,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, so actually, during the break, I had a very informative conversation with our mayor, who actually had a genius idea, that we, to the contrary to what we voted in today, we amend or modify, or whatever the legal term will be, the 2412s process, and we do a blind survey run through the city manager and clerk's office, polling on both options, so that both options are presented to our employees. If either passes by a simple majority, we go forward with that path. If they both do, then yay, that's actually a great problem to have. So I wanted to ask our legal expert, can that be done? Because I don't want to waste time, and I don't want to have to circle back and then say, okay, now what about 12s? And the mayor came up with this solution.
Sure, I think the answer is if council is supportive of that, someone would make a motion to modify or reconsider, I don't know what we want to call it, probably modify the previous approval, or the previous directive that was given to the director and the administration. You'd word it in the way that you anticipate the survey would look, and I can help you with that after we get the concepts down. And then that would be the new direction, and it would supplant the old direction.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to you can talk after I make it, to modify the plan with regard to investigation of 12s and 24s, such that the initial survey is a blind survey, truly anonymous, thank you very much, truly anonymous, and that inquiry is made as to the potential, assuming collective bargaining agreement, considerations can be met, that the department change to a 12-hour shift or a 24-hour shift.
Looking at me. Conceptually, I think, if I'm right, you're trying to get back to a similar concept as we discussed earlier tonight, which would be a blind survey to determine if the personnel are receptive to exploring
Correct.
a 12-hour or a 24-hour or neither shift change.
Right.
And then once we know if they're open to exploring it, then, just like we talked about earlier, then we'll know if we should even go down the road of collective bargaining.
Correct, yes, 100%. And is it true that, and I don't know the answer, when they vote to ratify something, is it a simple majority?
That would be true, but this wouldn't be anything.
No, just in terms of knowing
Right.
that, so we only need a simple majority rather than a super majority to get a yes on one or the other, or a no on both, or whatever. Just so I know so yeah. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion.
Can I make a comment? And I guess this would be a question for Don. These are two separate collective bargaining units. The motion is to dictate how they do their votes. Both these units have bylaws, and I don't think their motion can dictate how they vote. You can, I guess, request that, but they have bylaws on how they vote, whether it's open, closed, that dictates that. I don't think the council would have that.
Good point. We'd have to look at that language to see how specific it is in terms of what types of vote. Because this is being categorized as a survey of personnel, I don't know what the union would think of that. That's a great question. The union leadership might say, we're not going to let blind surveys happen. We're going to talk to our membership and do it that way. I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know if Mr. Fantuzzi has anything to add, but that's something we'll learn when we express the interest to them, and they may come back and say, we're not going to let our members take a blind survey. We vote openly in a group.
Yeah.
And the mayor's concern, as in any business, what we do behind closed curtains is not always the same as what we say in public. And we wanted a true and it is by no means a reflection of you. It's why Hillary lost the election. Because it is, when everyone wasn't looking. So it's to make sure that we're really doing what the employees are willing to consider. That was the opinion that you expressed to me.
It's always good to do it informal, like a straw poll, just
Yeah.
exactly where everyone really feels, and they didn't have to worry any pressures from anybody else, and just state how they feel, that's all.
I'm just saying they have rules on how they vote on anything.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can dictate how they conduct their union business. And it
Yeah,
can,
I don't think we're dictating, we're just asking, and if it can be done, then that's maybe, I guess what we might want to see, that's all.
We're kind of counting on
Not demanding they do this, it's
No.
just, this is just a way that we thought was fair to them and everybody else, without any pressure of,
I wouldn't, yeah,
that's all.
how they vote is how they vote.
Could I,
Yeah,
maybe instead of the word vote, we use the word opinion.
Oh, that's fair. Anyway, Don I would, part of my motion,
No, I
have
mean,
Don.
we're being careful, I think.
Yeah,
I don't
I would
know.
have Don help
Come on,
word it
Paul.
so that it does not violate anyone's rights under the law. But at the end of the day, I was hoping that the employees would value
not yourself.
anonymity and the ability to give an opinion in a Fraser way, not through lawyers, through meetings with union reps, but what do you guys want? What do you people want? And then, if this is something you're willing to look at, then we have the more formal process. So if they come back and say we can't do it, then okay, we can't do it. But I'm hoping, just like the DPW, they want to help us help them and give an opinion, not a yes or a no. It ain't, just an.
We have a motion, I'll support. We have a motion to support, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No. One no.
No.
I barely got it out.
Well, being it's 12:30, I've been kind of corresponding with the governor's office back and forth all day with their people. I had some announcements to make that they kind of said were mandatory to announce. I will get with Michelle and Kelly to try to post these, but I can assure you that the public safety has implemented some new processes that's going forward with the COVID-19. And Sarisa, the dispatch company, has a new block of information that they're asking questions. So you need to be specific about the emergency that you have. That can determine what gear and everything that they're going to be wearing. So all protocols are being changed. This has probably even changed since we've been in here most of the night, but it is true all schools will close on Monday. This Monday, they are open tomorrow, but they'll close Monday till April 5th. We've closed our activity center, senior recreation programs. Van service will be limited to essential trips at this point. Doctors and grocery stores only. But it is changing. I've asked Michelle to post some of the addresses on the websites that you can go to and get updates. Probably by tomorrow noon, it's gonna all change again too, so I just wanted, yeah. Yes.
Completely.
Warren closes for tomorrow?
I don't know about tomorrow, but next week they're closed down.
Yeah, it's, Fraser canceled all their conferences tonight and all their other activities, so it's just a very solvent thing going forward, so it's late, everyone's probably sleeping, so I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session. And, I have to go out to the citizens to be heard, I'm sorry. Citizen participation, does anyone on the citizens like to come forward? Now's the time to speak if you'd like to speak. Please.
Hello, my name is Dante. On behalf of UN Towing, this is a topic that hasn't been brought up in a couple months. It's regarding the towing contract. Just on our team, we wanted to open up to bid. Max was only supposed to have it temporarily. They've had it for over 5 years now. We have a dedicated team of drivers. We have 2 lots conveniently located in Fraser, one in Fraser and one in Roseville. We have 14 trucks and we don't have to contract anything out. We have heavies, mediums, and flatbeds all at phone call away. I personally live in Fraser and a few other drivers live in Fraser, so we can get to a scene faster and have the roadway open a lot quicker than, momentarily than, where we're not waiting for someone, because we have 2-way radios in our trucks. So if we could just pick up signals, we can have them, our night drivers then can start heading to the scene of an accident then versus waiting for the phone call for Fraser. That's all I have to say.
Actually, calls now come from Sarisa, not from Fraser.
Well, the police scanner. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us know.
You're welcome.
Anybody else?
Laura Lessig, 15201 Fairview. First of all, I want to thank all the poll or election workers, and especially Ms. Kelly Dolan and Chelsea and Michelle for all their help during that day. It was very exciting and different because we were still having to worry about keeping things sanitized as well. So that was good, and especially the DPW workers too. Next, I want to thank all of you that are still in favor of us updating our parks. I look forward to that day when that happens, and I'm going to be on you guys to approve what comes up. Just to let everybody know, if everything's okay, the next Parks and Rec meeting is Tuesday, April 7th. Hopefully, we will still have that. And that's your chance for everyone to come out and get a feel for what the final plan's going to be, or presented to the council in the next month. So hopefully, people will come out and say what they want to say. If we don't have a meeting, you can always send information to Christina Woods, and we'll present it that way. Next, I want to say that the Fraser First Booster Club, if all is well, we have our next meeting next week on 3/17 at Hanover at 6:30. And there is a fundraiser at Ramshorn on March 26th from 5 to 8. They're always very supportive to the Fraser First Booster Club. And also, I just want to mention that with all this panic out there, I must say, we as a city have to think creative. We have to keep the city running. We have to keep doing the business. You can't just close down the departments without keeping the business going. We want to get residents here. We want to keep our employees. So let's try to work together and remember that this crisis will pass, and we have to move on and live on. So let's do that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'll bring it back to council. To make a motion to go into closed session and update a legal strategy, Macomb County Circuit Court case number 2019-002843CD, strategy negotiation session regarding Police Officers Association of Michigan, collective bargaining agreement under Section 8C of the Opens Meeting Act.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Go a roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 12:36.
Closed session till at 12:36 p.m. a.m.
12:36 a.m. on 3/13.
Yes, we did. Yep. Yep. At 12:48.
So,
Councilwoman Shornack.
Motion to go into closed session for briefing from our attorney on the contracts.
You need to.
the collective bargaining.
Collective bargaining.
Could we use the language that's on the agenda just to be, so we cover the Open Meetings Act?
Thank you. Okay, motion to update the legal strategy.
Next one.
To go into closed session to update the legal strategy.
Underneath
Which
it.
one?
Keep reading.
Oh, we got, why is that? Okay, fine, I'm sorry. Well, then they should have been numbered. Okay, go into closed session, strategy and negotiation session regarding Police Officers Association of Michigan collective bargaining agreement under Section 8C of the Open Meetings Act.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, go to
Wait,
close.
roll call.
Need a roll call.
Roll call.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
At 12:49. 12:49. I just got two more things from Granholm, or Whitmer. If I send you these, you just figure out post the thing.
I hope he gets overtime.
Kirsten, it's right here.
This is mine. I guess I don't have it.
No big deal. just couldn't,
You are a trooper, Suzanne.
I actually feel better than I did when I first got here, so I must be on the other side of this, whatever this is. So at least I got that going for me. I don't know.
I haven't been, oh my God. Crazy. Do we get time and a half for this, Mike? Double time?
Well, we should probably get 2 days, right? We should probably get another $250 because
Yeah, we went into another time zone.
I know, well, another day.
Are we leaving?
No, we're gonna make a quick record. Yeah, I will. I plan to go, so I'm flying out of Toronto. Yes, I have it too, yep.
If there's any problems, I was gonna say, but everything seemed to go.
Sure.
normal, so.
Is that the new thing? Everybody just rubs their hand. Everybody, rub your hands.
I'm calling back, I'm sorry, calling back the meeting to order at 2:14 a.m.
Longest one in history.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
I'm sorry.
Or someone gonna,
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
No,
We have to say,
Suzanne, go ahead.
Sure, I would like to make a motion to adjourn the discussion regarding the Police Officers Association of Michigan Collective Bargaining Agreement under Section 8C of the Open Meetings Act to the April 23rd meeting for the reasons that we just got this information on Monday. We have talked a little bit about it today in the closed session, but we need some more time to make a decision. It's after 2 o'clock in the morning, and we are trying diligently to do so, but believe that we need some more time so we can consult with legal counsel on this issue, so we can make an effective decision.
Second.
motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Adjourn, second, all in favor?
Aye.
It's been a
Night,
pleasure.
everybody.